babies with my family. I'm not talking about you, Miracle.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying
you talking boxing, she talking basketball.
I'm just talking about in real life. Like, I had to express it. I put in the chat. It's sad. I beat a bitch today.
Yeah, I knew you weren't doing me like that, you know. But that's crazy.
What you got?
Right.
90% and 95% of their energy from Harlow's this place. Harlow is a famous, wonderful, beautiful place. You wouldn't want to be necessarily sailing a boat there right there. And you know why? Not because of them, because of us. Because we've taken out their entire navy. We've taken out every one of their drone, they call it drone layer, a mine layer. There's specific boats that are meant to put mines in. How would you like to have a nation that with their sole function, boats are all one for your family, they're not pretty. Their sole function is to lift a mine. And they had 22 of them, we've taken out all of them. We could probably drop them off on the bus. We don't even know, by the way, we don't know that anyone's in the but the thought that they would scarce people that have billion-dollar ships. Yeah. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. I'd like to ask the Vice President about his plans to go after possible fraud in California and New York. We know, of course, about Minnesota. And President Trump, first could ask you, you said earlier today that the new Supreme Leader, Kitover committee, you don't know if he's dead or alive. There are a couple of interesting reports about him today. There's one report that he just narrowly escaped death in the first airstrikes by stepping out to his garden. There's another report that he may actually be gay despite being a theocracy that hangs gay people. How do you determine what's true, and do you have an assessment of those?
Well, so far right now, if you look at his father, he used to give talks a lot, talking about death to America. He said death to America all the time. When they say death to America, you should believe them, because that's what they would have, if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. But they never had the chance. I never gave them the chance to use it. And other presidents should have done. I spoke to one of the former presidents who I actually speak to some. I do like some people be shocking. And he said, I wish I did what you did. Could have done it. Other presidents, somebody should have done it. 47 years this went on. They call Iran the bully of the Middle East. And you could have never had the Abraham Accords. You could never have had peace in the Middle East. Now you're going to have peace. You could never go with the dark cloud of a nuclear Iran. But Iran is a shell of itself. It's no longer a bully. It's the one that gets bullied. It's a bully that got beat up. We beat the crap out of them. And they deserve that. You know, when you see a soldier walking down the street without his arms, or being helped down the street because he's got no legs, or his face is blown to smithereens with no legs and no arms, and those two, no legs, no arms, and a face that got racked. And that was done by roadside bombs. The favorite weapon of Soleimani, who I killed in my first administration, General Soleimani. Had I not killed him, that was the beginning of their downfall, because had he not gone, it's possible that we would not be this far advanced in destroying Iran, because he was a really good general. He was a vicious, horrible man, but he was a brilliant general. And he was looking to knock out 5 of our military bases at one time, and the man that died with him was his counterpart in Iraq. And they were working together, and they got hit real hard. And if that didn't happen, we would have had a problem. But maybe more importantly than that, he was really the mastermind behind it. And they never found somebody to replace him in terms of the genius. I knocked him out, and that was a big step, knocking him out. But if we didn't get rid of the Obama deal, I terminated it against the wishes of my then Secretary of State. He was Gamarka. Against the wishes of a lot of people at the time. You remember that, Peter? A lot of people. And I not terminated. Remember that scene? You remember? They were enough to do this. That deal was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it 3 years ago, and it would have been senator I'm all, but it's somebody that happens to like me, and I like that person who's a smart person. But that person said, I wish I did it. Okay, but I don't want to get into struggle. Maybe, hey, you know what? Yeah, I think you probably not. You know, it's interesting. And maybe he'd be proud. I could even ask him that, would you like me to reveal your name to Peter at Fox? Well, at least you have high ratings. Your ratings are through the roof. Congratulations.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
If Iran, as you said, totally obliterated, got the missiles, got the first 2 rounds of leadership, Air Force got Navy gone, can we wrap this war up this week?
Yeah, sure. I don't think somebody will be so popular. And we'll have a much safer world once wrapped up. It'll be wrapped up soon. We'll have a much safer world. I had an obligation to do this. I call it an excursion. I don't want to make this journey. We had the highest stock market in history. We had low gas prices. Everything was good. I said, I know exactly. I know we're not going to do it. People were going to raise the price of oil. I know that. But that's a very small thing compared to allowing them to have. You want to see the stock market go down? Start letting them hit you with dukes. Okay? I think I said it this morning. I think it's a very small price to pay. And frankly, I thought it was going to go down much more. If you want to know the truth, I assumed that it was going to go down much more. All of these people don't understand to a large. It's a big chess game at a very high level. It's a very high level chess, the highest. And I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't get there. You know, when you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people. These are not Jasmine Crockett and Andrew Group. These are smart people. These are really smart people and violent people and vicious people and some very nice people. And some are very nice but violent. It's very violent. But you know what? If I didn't do what I did, we would have been hit. Number one, very important, was the termination of Obama's horrible deal. And number two, this beautiful plane hitting them 8 months ago, whatever it was, and taking out the nuclear committee. That totally threw them for a loop. If they had that bomb, and I'm not 5 years ago or 7 months ago, if they had that bomb would have been used almost immediately.
Two questions on domestic policy, bringing it close to home. First of all, the Save America Act, what are you expecting this week when this vote takes place in the U.S. Senate? Will the Vice President's vote be necessary?
That it is done. I'm not sure it is. You know, the Democrats have horrible policy. It's just incredible that they stick together. It's the one thing they do. Their Supreme Court members stick together. Those appointed by a Democrat stick together. If Barack Hussein Obama appoints a member of the Supreme Court, that member never goes against him. And they're proud about it. They say, I don't give a damn if it's good or bad. That man appointed me and I'm never going down. I don't say that's right, wrong. I just say they stick together. Republicans go the opposite way. If Donald Trump appointed me, I'm going to show the world that I can be totally just, that I can be independent of Donald Trump. He's not controlling me. And I don't want to control them. I just want to have smart decisions. They gave us a decision on tariffs the other day. It won't change tariffs. I can do it a different way. I was doing it a different way. This was a little quicker, a little easier, a little better. But they gave us a decision that can cost this country $500 billion to pay people back. Because now I have to start the tariffs all over again. Very simple. And what happens with the money I've already collected? Why didn't they say, starting from now, go the other way? $500 billion perhaps. It's so sad. But one thing about the Democrats, they stick together like glue. They impeached me twice for absolutely no reason, unanimously. Fortunately,
making his way to China. About 2 weeks from today is when the White House says he was going to be heading there for that high-profile meeting with President Xi Jinping. And now today, for the first time, the press secretary opened up the door for potentially delaying that. The president sort of hinted at that this weekend, that is a possibility, because if this doesn't get completely wrapped up by then, which those conversations seem to be happening in the background, it seems like that will move back. The president really wants this meeting to happen, but everything is connected also to this major, big conversation about the economic repercussions of what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. So all of this is really just coming together at a critical point for the president, who wants this meeting to happen, but admits it may have to go back. And certainly being out of the country at a time when there is hostile conflict, that is a risk in and of itself. Let me also check back in with Courtney. There were a couple of things that stood out. He made a reference to the pipes, and something might be coming with the pipes. I didn't know if you had any sense of what that means. And I was also struck by, and he was asked a question about the fact that he, a couple of times, hinted at not having early guidance that Iran would strike neighbors, perhaps as quickly as they did. What is your sense of how that squares with what you've been learning from the military sources that you routinely talk with day in, day out? So the pipes, he mentioned this on one of his social media postings, that the U.S. intentionally did not destroy or go anywhere near any of the oil pipelines or pipes on Clark Island. And he said that was because they could take potentially years to fix or repair. And so that was his decision, but he left open the possibility that the U.S. could go back and strike them again. So I suspect that's what he meant by the pipes. But again, this is the first time we've actually heard him speak about it. As far as, this is also, he's now several times in the last day or so mentioned that the U.S. didn't think that Iran was going to strike out against other countries in the region once the U.S. and Israel began their strikes inside Iran. And that we know that the military was planning for that possibility, including by sending in additional forces and air defense systems into the region. So there definitely was planning and expectation that Iran would lash out, at least at the U.S. military and potentially allied facilities in the region. Now, it's possible that they underestimated Iran's will to go after some of the civilian facilities and civilian targets that we've seen them go after in countries all around the region, Kelly. But as far as the military, the military was preparing for and expecting that Iran would lash out just the way that they did. Such great context, Courtney. Thank you so much. We're joined now by the panel. We've got an abbreviated back of the show, so thanks for riding along with us as we do that.
Oh. What was that?
Tolu Olorunnipa from The Atlantic joining us. Archie Siddiqui is a former aide to Speaker Pelosi and also a Democratic strategist, and Mark Bednar, the Republican strategist and former advisor to Speaker McCarthy. So thank you one and all. Monica's still with us, so you already know her. Let's talk about some of the things the president has just said. Mark, let me start with you. When you hear the president speaking critically of allies at a time when he needs them, does that sit well with other Republicans?
Well, when he finishes the thought and it's comprehensive about it, it's a very important conversation. For instance, when he's been critical about EU's involvement in their ask for help against Russia, they're buying record amounts of Russian natural gas. So they're personally funding Putin's war machine. So when he criticizes that, in totality, the argument doesn't make sense. And here, the EU is going to also benefit from a defanged Iran, a nuclear-free Iran. So the fact that they have actual major incentives as well to participate and to get on board and to help secure this area.
We certainly had more than a hint that Bill Clinton might be a phone friend of President Trump today. Are you surprised by that? Do you think it has benefit for the president to hear from others who've sat in that chair? Absolutely. I think that's a positive aspect, and we know that the president likes picking up the phone. So I'm glad that circle is widening, and I hope it continues to widen in terms of getting different types of thoughts and perspectives. Do you get a sense that when the president talks about, I thought the prices would go, or the stock market would go down more dramatically, do you think that's a message Democrats can seize on in the weeks ahead? I think the stock market is one piece of the puzzle, but it all goes back to affordability. And certainly the stock market has a lot to do with retirement and balances there. But this uncertainty involving volatility and these self-inflicted wounds on the economy, I think that's where Democrats are going to double down, because these are concerted decisions that the administration is making, whether on tariffs, whether or not extending the ACA subsidies, the enhanced subsidies on healthcare, cutting Medicaid, cutting food assistance. All of these things are raising prices for Americans. And then not to mention the big elephant in the room, gas prices. Oh yes, yeah, everyone's talking about gas prices. So what stands out from you? We've heard from the president a couple of times today. In his most recent example, the vice president right over his shoulder, we know that he has often been a critic of this kind of activity. They were asked about that, seemed to put up a united front. What do you think the takeaway is from what the president's trying to say in this moment?
I think the president is trying to say that this is a short-term, in his word, excursion, something that's going to be over soon. And he even said that this is going to be finished soon. I think the president is trying to find an off-ramp here. War is very complex. It often does not go according to a script, but I think the president is realizing that this is something that does not have the level of popularity that he thought it would have, especially among his base, and he's trying to find an off-ramp. He's saying this will end soon, and not talking about wanting to blow up Iran's oil or do anything that would escalate this further. So I do think the president is trying to find some kind of off-ramp. He's already talking about this as a victory and trying to frame it in that way, and that's probably what we're going to see in the coming days.
Do you see any ongoing strains with other leaders? I mean, when the president talks about NATO or allies wouldn't be there for the United States, we know the only time that Article 5 was invoked was after 9/11. He doesn't reference that, and obviously it's a tense time for those other nations. Do you see that as having long-term impact?
Well, for sure. The president has been sort of badgering our allies for quite a long time, and now he's trying to get the allies to help him in the Strait of Hormuz, and he's not getting the response that he thought. He's saying that a lot of these allies are the ones that actually need the support or need the oil that's coming through the Strait of Hormuz, and I think the president is realizing that not having that strong relationship with allies, not being able to rely on them, not having them feel like they can rely on the U.S. is now becoming a hindrance as he moves forward with this war, and not having, the EU and NATO and other folks that he wants to be sending warships, not having them all on board. And I think that's part of what the president's
And of course, a great cost is always the service members, and we've seen that with the loss of life for Americans and really untold numbers on the other side or in other countries. Monica, in the last day or so, the president's been asked about his response to the deaths of American service members. He's been asked about the use of an image of him at the dignified transfer when 6 Americans were returned home in an advertising or fundraising appeal, rather. He seemed quite prickly about that. What is the impact there? Yeah, he did not like that line of questioning from a reporter on Air Force One and sort of was dismissive of it overall. The president has been asked about this. He has said things like, you're always going to have death. When you start a war, that is part of the risk. That is sort of part of the calculation. And not perhaps responding with a level of empathy from a commander-in-chief that certainly his critics are calling for. He did attend that dignified transfer. He had indicated, and the White House had indicated, that he could be present for future similar events of those extremely solemn nature and moments. But he certainly doesn't always approach it in that manner of talking about just the incredible loss of life that we are seeing from American service members over there. But he was the one that warned about this at the very beginning. When that first announcement of these strikes came, he said this was likely going to result in American service members losing their life, and he seems to have just factored that into this. No longer it goes, acknowledging the more we can see. Mark, would you counsel the PAC, the Political Action Committee, to not continue to use those images?
Well, from a tactical standpoint, he raises so much money anyway. He doesn't need to use images like that. He's a very good fundraiser. But in a more serious sense, he's actually very empathetic.
talking to someone, does that also count for their permission?
Yeah, child.
Where do you even start?
Because he said he talked to one of the presidents and they wished that they had the courage that he did. And then they asked Bush and they said no. And I'm thinking that he didn't talk to Obama or Clinton.
No, his fight was Clinton, because when they asked was it Clinton, his response was, I don't want to answer that question. All the rest of them, he said no. So it was implied that it was Clinton. That's what he was attempting to do.
Well, what if he made it up in his mind?
I don't believe it at all. I don't believe him. I'm just saying that was the
I think he tried to imply things that Clinton made the comment he made. The comment that he made when he was I don't know. He brags about shit. He's gonna brag about what president supported him.
You care about talking about that man's heart surgery and heart complications and everything else, but you don't want to deal with president who told you that he wish he had had the bravery to do what you did, right? Like, I don't believe Trump for shit. You also notice how he kept talking about the way that the Democrats stick together, even though they have the dumbest policies ever, but they all stick together and they don't forget who put them in place, right? And then he started saying about the tariffs, how that they didn't really give a clear indication of what should happen with the funds that had already been received, so on and so forth, and that that they basically impeded him, and that he had another way that he could go about doing it. But in his previous submission, what he said was that the alternate way he had was better, and that he just chose this one out of just randomly. I figured I'd go this way, but the other way I had to do it was a lot better. But during this submission, he said that this was the easiest and best way for him to do it. So he's giving out conflicting statements when it comes to the way that he can impose the tariffs, right? Before it was, well, I have a way better plan, but I just went with this one. And now this was the better plan, and I'm going to have to go for another plan. He lies about everything. You can't believe him for shit.
And what's the reason to go after Jasmine Crockett for no reason?
For no reason. They're smart. Unlike Jasmine Crockett, they're smart.
I mean, he's really disgusting, and people still support him.
The various offices denied the report. So someone's, as per usual, lying. So I'm the report, man. I'm sorry?
Which report?
The president's office.
And I said, which report are you referencing?
Obama's people, Clinton's people, and Bush's people.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but none of them talked to him. So this is a case where somebody's clearly lying. So there you go.
No, you think that somebody is?
Oh, Donald Trump for sure. I have one question I always have. It doesn't make any sense to me. Is I don't get the Iran nuclear deal would have led to a weapon versus no deal. So nuclear weapon technology is very old. They didn't try to get a weapon, after they got attacked with chemical weapons in the 80s from Iraq, which the United States supplied, I believe, from Why would Jane, you're on mute. Why wouldn't they just have acquired one, during Clinton years or Bush years or before the nuclear deal? What was it about the nuclear deal that made them more likely? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's a very strange outfit.
I don't get it either. What was the negative portion of the deal, right? They limited their uranium. They allowed inspections.
to be a pariah and completely isolated, essentially. And instead, they were willing to go along with the deal, but they were given sanctions relief because prior to that, they were basically stagnated. And apologies, I'm a little under the weather.
I don't know what to say. So,
Prior to entering the deal, there were a ton of sanctions. The country was trying to, there was basically devastating the economy, and they entered into the deal in order to relieve those sanctions. That was the deal. That you were asking why would they have gone along with it? That was the motive.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking, why couldn't they have developed a nuclear weapon before those, before JCPOA, whatever it is, like when Clinton was president? So they were attacked by chemical weapons by Iraq, and they still didn't develop them. Why didn't they develop them then? I don't understand how having the sanctions were so devastating that they couldn't build. I don't get it. Neoliberal, can you help me? I don't understand what she's saying.
Well, my understanding is that they, all the standard stuff, right? They could have built a bomb, and there was a big debate about this, ongoing debate with the hardliners that actually wanted to go there, right? And the idea was that two things. One, negotiations. It gives, because the United States broke the deal, right? Withdrew. It gave, and they were compliant with JCPOA. So during the JCPOA, there was no question about compliance.
Is my question not clear? What's going on?
Can you ask me again? Sorry, I was distracted.
Yeah. Okay. So Donald Trump keeps saying, if we didn't tear up the deal, they would have had a bomb by now and used it. And I'm saying, even long before Barack Obama was president, they could have developed one then. So how does not having the deal keep them from building it? Like, I'm just trying to understand his logic, if there is any. But they could have built it in the early 90s.
Yep. I mean, I'm struggling to understand the logic of it.
Okay, just making sure. Oh, Michael seems to have an answer. I'll bring up Michael. So E said they've been deterred by IAEA monitoring. What does that mean? I don't get it. some people seem to suggest that Trump has a logic. So I'm trying to understand it. It seems to me that if they didn't build one, the reason is because of the fatwas. I know people don't like that answer, but that's the most sensible answer. I don't get the IEA monitoring part. I don't get that.
And they probably don't even understand why you said fatwa. So you might want to explain that because people don't understand what the Ayatollah has put out as a fatwa and what the fatwas are.
Yeah, I think Khomeini and Khamenei, 1 and 2, both put in fatwas against the building of the bomb because they said it was haram. It violated the laws of Islam. But she said that because of the IAE monitoring. I don't even understand. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Y'all gotta help me. I'm just a slow dummy.
We're talking the period before JCPOA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, before JCPOA, there was valid concerns about the rapid development of their non-weapons, suspicions about weapons program, right? Which they actually had a weapons program. Since the revolution to the post-revolution, right? Due to the war, Iran-Iraq war impact, right? So they did have Russian, Chinese helping them to both for nuclear civilian capacities, but also for research programs related to weapons development, right? So as this thing heated up, the Europeans initially, E+3, right, they confronted them. There was a deal on E+3. Then separately, I don't remember half of this. This is somebody put in the chat Stuxnet. That is correct. This is all before. Stuxnet was before JCPOA. Stuxnet disabled their centrifuges, right? In the attack. So you can say that, but again, this doesn't fold into Trump's logic because JCPOA and even before that, E+3 deal and engagement actually removed a lot of the concern, right? Then there was an intelligence assessment that actually said that the weapons program actually stopped in 2003, which made JCPOA possible as a thing because it gave people the breathing room that currently there isn't actually weapons developed. And while previous assessments were more vague. They found it. United States National Intelligence Estimate assessed with high confidence that while Iran had halted its structural nuclear weapons program in 2003, it was continuing to develop technical capabilities that might be applicable to nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons program found in 2003. first public fatwa also occurs in 2003. And even that the nuclear programs, according to the US only, the nuclear weapons program ends in 2003, and the fatwa, at least the first public acknowledgement of the fatwa, is also in 2003. It lines up.
Have we talked about, I'm sure we have, but Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, resigning, and Trump's response to that?
Oh, I didn't hear Trump's response though. But we know about his background. You know about Joe Kent's background, right?
You know, I don't.
Oh, it's super right wing. Like, I'm not sure it's neo-Nazi stuff, but he's real.
What's your analysis, Gemini?
I think he's right. I think he has the intel and he knew that this was due to pressure from Israel and not because they posed a serious threat to us in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And that we basically are doing Israel's bidding and he doesn't feel comfortable with moving forward when we're placing people, not just people, but American citizens in harm's way due to pressure from Israel and not to protect that, right? This is not America first. I agree with him. Obviously, he has a lot more intel than I do, but yeah. What's your take?
There's enough public data out there to know that this war would have been a war of attrition and asymmetric war. I said there's enough public information out there that you don't have to go through classified channels to know how this war would have freaking came out. Freaking neoliberal read something or talked about something that happened back in 2002. And I get it wrong. I said 2001. But he read information about something that we've done in the past and that they use in a lot of our schools for us to do our own simulation of what a war in Iran would look like. So, like, the information is out there. Trump is pretending it isn't. And then the American public isn't even trying to look up
1 second, it went away.
President, your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Penn, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I really say that I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
So, this is very edifying. The President of the United States hit a man he said was very weak and bad on security, etc., to be the director of our National Counterterrorism Center. He said he was very weak on security, but he held the highest position in the office of DNI on counterterrorism. That is
Hilarious.
how can I put it? I'm not surprised by stuff that happens anymore. That one, my mouth my mouth, my jaw dropped, or whatever, however the expression goes. That was kind of stunning to me. And I'm pretty much like, whatever guy. He's weak on security, but he was the head of our National Counterterrorism Center. I think he's in the office of DNI. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have anything else. I'm sorry. I'm actually nonplussed. I'm totally nonplussed. I don't have anything.
And I totally get what you're saying. If he's supposed to become security, how the hell does he hold that position? If that's your viewpoint of him. That means you're not really concerned about our safety at all. If you appoint somebody that you consider weak, like, it makes no sense.
I mean, I don't. There's moments like that where I think when people say, Trump is losing it or not losing it, those are the moments where I think there's no way Donald Trump says that in his first term. Like, here he's like, he should have been gone anyway. He's trying to do the thing. You heard some people in our house, great to have, great to get rid of. They didn't know he existed. People in here. Donald Trump wouldn't have said that before, because that's giving senility. Because it doesn't make any sense. But that was stunning to me. That stunned me, I have to say.
Do you think his resignation is going to have an impact on MAGA's viewpoints, or no?
No, those people are, at this point, if you're still MAGA like that, you're a true believer. Like, there's only true believers. Like, people who vote for him who aren't true believers, but the people that you guys are calling MAGA, those are true believers. They're
unfortunately, Ben got cut off, but I think he's absolutely right.
sorry.
You got cut off. You got.
No, I was saying that there's a good portion of
also in terms of, people wanting to be like, oh, Joe Kent's a hero, just know that he's one of those January 6er types. He thought the FBI shouldn't be defunded. He is a radical right wing. This is why he was selected in parts. So just to be clear, he's not some fucking idiot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you guys are well.
How you doing?
I'm well. Man, another one, Gemini, I don't know if you have that audio. I don't know if you all seen the one where he talked about this man from Congress is about to die. I mean, there's Johnson.
Oh, yeah, we played that yesterday.
Oh, okay. I found that just like, it's unbelievable talking about a man who's almost in his deathbed. Make it a public in front of the world. I find it's classless, to be honest with you. It's just terrible. But I'm not surprised anymore what Donald Trump does and what Donald Trump says.
That one surprised me today. Like I said, I'm really surprised. That one surprised me today because it's so. That one is actually bizarre. Some things, like, you can't be devoid. Well, let me speak for myself. I'm not reached the point where I'm like devoid of all intellectual. I can't be like intellectually impressed, and so I found that to be that I was not impressed as in something that I flatter or I give esteem to, but impressed as in you put a thumb on a chair and it goes and it's impressed as in, it impresses you. The haptic impress, the touch impress. I can't reach that point. So when someone says something truly stupid, like the thing last night, what TT and them were saying, like those people are truly stupid. But even though they're truly stupid, I'm still impressed. It still impresses upon me. I tried to bring this payment up. Payment, are you on stage?
I just wanted to explain, this is the thing.
One second. Are you talking about the comments about Joe Kent?
To me, I don't understand. He didn't say it in the first cabinet or in his mention about the.
I'm talking about, one second. I'm talking about Joe Kent. You know who Joe Kent is? Okay, so, I said he wouldn't have said the thing he said about Joe Kent in his first term. That's how the first term came up. Would you like to speak about something that you want to speak about, even though it's not our topic? We can change it just for you.
It's your topic because you were talking about JCPOA and the IAEA.
We changed it after we listened to the clip. We just listened to the clip.
Okay, fair enough.
No, you can change the topic.
I listened to you. That's what I just saying.
Sir, calm down. As Janet Jackson said, it's all for you. All the girls at the party, look at that body shape. It's all for you. Anytime, any place. Let's wait a while. You go. It's funny how time flies when we're having fun. One mic on you, Penny. Je suis déçu, et j'ai plutôt son ton bidon. How time flies when we're having fun. Oh man. What your brother got? I don't know when it will end. Time passes by and then to get the fun again. Ooh, like yeah. Probably for fun.
He doesn't want the
Oh
conversation.
man.
I missed the clip, man, the Joe Kent. I saw it this morning earlier when it had resigning and all of that. What was the clip? I saw the tweets as well. What is the clip?
Oh, it was Donald Trump saying he's a nice guy, but he's weak on security.
Amazing.
It's so good that he's gone. He's the national counterterrorism outfit. Let me tell you. Biden said that, Jake Tapper would be running around with his hair on fire, ready to write a book.
I think he said that I thought he's always weak on security. So he thought so. And he hired him as the director of counterterrorism.
Insane.
We live in an alternative fact. That's alternative worlds nowadays. Like, this is madness.
I do have the full clip about his retirement. If y'all want that, it's like 2-3 minutes. It's really, I don't know if it's going to tell us anything we don't already know. He's retiring and why. So, it's up to y'all.
Yeah, play it.
Yeah, go ahead.
One second.
The director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has just announced signing. CNN National Security reporter Zachary Cohn is joining us right now. Zachary, what more can you tell us about this dramatic development?
Yeah, well, this appears to be a significant resignation at the senior-most levels of the Trump intelligence community. This is Joe Kent. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He appearing to post on X a resignation letter that he submitted, citing misgivings over the Trump administration's decision to launch its with Iran. Now, Kent, in this letter, writes in part, quote, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Now, Kent, in his apparent post on X, does also seem to suggest that there was no imminent threat, that it has been used and cited by the Trump administration as justification for launching this war against Iran. He says that essentially the administration manufactured this idea of an imminent threat, and that is part of the reason why he's decided to resign from his post today.
All right, Zachary Cohn, dramatic development. Indeed, I just read this letter. Very, very strong words. Pamela.
All right, let's talk more about this with our senior political and global affairs commentator, Sabrina Singh, retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson. Good morning to both of you. This is significant that you're getting this resignation from Joe Kent. Perhaps not a household name, right? But he is the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. And he is saying in this letter released today on X that there was no imminent threat to our nation from Iran, and that this war was started due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. And as a result, he cannot in good conscience stay in his role. I mean, someone like him would know what the intelligence shows, right? They certainly would, and it goes against the administration's initial argument that Iran posed a threat to the United States, and therefore the U.S. had to take immediate action. It's always shocking when a political appointee, particularly one like him, resigns in such a public way. And so I think you could potentially see more breaking happening within the administration. We already know the MAGA base is very divided about this war in Iran, but specifically someone like him who handles counterterrorism issues, who would know deeply the intelligence that was being provided to the administration at this time. I think his res is significant, and it could send more to resign as well.
General, what do you make of this?
I totally agree with Sabrina. I mean, this is the timing of this probably couldn't be worse, by the way, because of course the Iranians pose a significant terrorist threat to the United States, but I mean, I admire him for making the stand that he has made, and I actually agree with him, and I believe that he's a war hero. His voice has mattered a great deal, and this is a terrific Trump administration, again, because of the timing. Because right now, Iranians are engaged in warfare with us, and of course, one of the cards that they hold is a terrorist threat here in the United States.
So you agree with him that Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation?
Absolutely. Well, I believe that they pose no threat, that this is a war of choice, not a war of necessity. And I think that we're going to be doing this we're going to be talking about this for quite a while, because I don't think that this is going very well for the administration, for our country.
That's the end of the clip.
you said you can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
I think that the fact that the general disagreed with him wholeheartedly and said it was a war of choice, not a war of necessity, says a lot. I think there's going to be more people starting to out Trump for blindly following Israel as opposed to being American first.
You know, I think this is real confirmation. This one right here is the ultimate confirmation of what everybody saw for the past couple of weeks. This whole thing again. Like, Israel is like a threat to American foreign policy decisions when people getting brought up to wars that they don't need to be in.
So are we this week, America as a country,
Absolutely.
that, okay, let me finish. Are we this week, is America this week, that they have to be pressured by a small country in the Middle East to go to war? Is that how pathetic we are? We do not have our own intelligence. We do not have our own giant military, that we get bullied by a small country, an ally, quote unquote, in the Middle East, that we can't make our own decisions? Is that how pathetic we are?
This is absolutely the case. This is not anti-Semitism. This is not the lost child shit. It's none of that. It's actual, like, confirmation from real intelligence people that this is what's happening. And he mentions in the tweets, he talks about the lobby, Israel, American lobby within that, and its influence. It's real. Like, we have to stop talking like this is some kind of conspiracy theory shit. We have these conversations now. I think we have enough information to understand that this is exactly what is happening. This is exactly what we're dealing with.
Awful lot.
And what the Israeli state really means. So it's kind of
Powerful country in our not the most powerful lobby in our country by any stretch. The largest foreign lobby in our country is Japan. The largest domestic PAC is the Make America Great Again PAC. Yeah, but they're not as influential as that sounds.
But listen, brother.
Yeah, that's dangerous, MJ. You saying that
It's not dangerous, brother.
That's dangerous,
It's not dangerous. The dude resigned from his position, and he cited why. He cited that this is not a war that we should be engaging in. And the reason we're in the war is because of the influence of this foreign entity.
No, the reason we're in the war is because we chose to be in the war. We chose. It's on us. That is like some big, bad, tough guy in the playground, totally being pressured to get into fights with other people in the playground by that little fucking pipsqueak who keeps egging him on to fight the other guys. You gotta stand up even to your allies and stop worrying about being pressured and do the fucking right thing and make your own decisions, because you have your own intelligence, you have your own military, and you have your own interests. So if you're that much of a punk-ass bitch to be pressured into a war, it's your choice.
Right, and Omar, one second, Omar, when you're saying that that's dangerous, what MJ is saying, MJ isn't saying it. We have a top U.S. intelligence official, right, that is saying, and I'm sure he has a lot more intel than anybody on this stage, right, because that's literally his job, and he's saying that we're doing it due to pressure from Israel. Then we have a general that's backing him,
Okay, good.
No, MJ, because I mostly agree with you, but where I disagree is that when we start saying, oh, they did it to us, they bullied us, we are taking responsibility off of us as a country for the shit that we do. Oh, somebody else, bullied us into us or influenced us. No, it is on us. We have to take responsibility for it. It's not another country. We're supposed to be the big bad guy in the playground. But apparently we're not, because we're a punk ass bitch.
To add to that, Omar, not only it was a war of choice, as Fergus said, even our allies, like the Gulf states, Europeans, everybody said, no, don't go there. They gave their advice, especially the Gulf states they're the one who's getting hammered with these rockets. So it was a war of choice. And as Marco Rubio said it out loud, this war is for Israel and Israel only, right? Blinken came out, the previous Secretary of State, Blinken came out and he said, Netanyahu tried the same thing with Biden, tried the same thing with Obama. This is a war of choice without no doubt. So to this guy, it was a conscience. His wife got killed. His wife got killed in combat. He couldn't deal with it anymore. I just, I'm out. I'm not gonna kill any other people, any American people anymore. I'm not gonna be responsible for this. And it was a conscious decision, Omar. That's all I'm saying.
Because I get it, like, there's been conversation of, what do they call it as a word for, there's a great Jewish conspiracy, that they run the world and all this shit, like, that's one thing. That's a different conversation than talking about a state that leverages the intelligence apparatus, like blackmail people, all of these things are coming out at once. They're leveraging everything that they can to get the United States to enter into real wars that they don't need to be in. Real American lives are dying for interests that are not in the interest of Americans, not American corporations. Nobody. This is something that is dangerous. This is a threat to America. We have to contextualize these things very properly in this conversation.
When I got out of talking to a guy who's a former submarine captain in the Cold War, which is just, it's one of the secret parts of our Navy, was that we couldn't afford to spend a lot of time there. We should have ordered back and declared victory, quote unquote. Yeah, we pulverized their equipment, he hit the goal, let's go. And the fact that we haven't done that, at least in his estimation, was a mistake. That we didn't quickly insert ourselves and quickly withdraw. And that just comes from somebody who doesn't have recent military experience, right? This is during the Cold War. And they did do a rather big job, and so that was at least their impression and the kind of consensus in their discussion with their Annapolis classmates.
I don't know if you guys heard that interview with Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson a couple days ago, I think. Tucker Carlson is saying basically, I went to the House 3 to 4 times within a month, trying to advise the president not to go to war with Iran. And what Tucker's saying, I think if you can guys pull up that clip, Tucker's saying is there's too many neocons, too many Israeli lobbies, AIPAC is surrounded him, and the influence is too large. It does not negate that he's the commander-in-chief and he's the one who made the decision at the end of the day, but just the influence of the AIPAC within the White House is massive and cannot be ignored.
I never personally made the argument that it should be ignored. I said it's not the largest lobby, right? There are other lobbies that are larger, have more money, spend more on campaigns, just as a matter of fact. The largest foreign lobby in the United States was the country of Japan, right? So I didn't mean to knock your point of view. I was more saying,
I understand.
I think it's AIPAC. I mean, are y'all familiar with the history of the United States and Israel? Like, what's going on?
And that's why I said it's dangerous when you say that, groups like AIPAC or Israel's the largest lobbying groups. That's the problem. I mean, it's dangerous about it. But yeah, you're right.
Believers. Like, I don't know why.
But doesn't that seem to be?
Might come to AIPAC to believe that shit.
Doesn't there
That's
seem
what
to
I was
be?
gonna say, like, sorry, real quick, I just get kind of confused over like, oh, this doesn't represent the interests of America. What do y'all mean by that? Like, you don't think Israel's in line with the interests of America? In what way? As a nation? It doesn't make sense to me. Who created it in the first place? It's definitely in line with the interests. Supporting Israel. It's in line with American interests. I don't know what y'all believe.
There are different interpretations of American interests. People don't agree with American interests. That's the point, right? But the people who are in government, like Mike Huckabee, definitely thinks it's in America's interest. And he's an American.
Correct. Neoliberal. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, kind of America as a nation. I don't know how now, like when MJ was like, oh, this is against what Americans want and American interests. Which American interests seem pretty in line with me, to me, in my opinion, not what I believe, but in what America believes, in kind of like a conceptual way.
Well, maybe that has changed. Holding on Israel all across both parties and support for Israel has favored to the degree that I don't know if it can be. So maybe not anymore. That's not the underlying opinion polling, although we'll see in election results that how the priority ranking how important it is those opinion pollings. It's hard to tell.
Oh, well,
it's definitely going through the Democratic Party on the every IPAC, anybody who received any donations from IPAC through the history. And going back to Joe Kent, could be interesting. Maybe Joe Kent is running. This would be a massive platform.
He ran before.
Tucker, he ran before for Senate, right? And he's white nationalist aligned, by the way. If he goes to Tucker Carlson and starts talking about it, or about mega betrayal and stuff like that. I don't know.
So people are talking about, like you were saying, kind of like, oh, people, American citizens will, in like opinion polls and say they don't support Israel. That may be true, but the American people also voted for Donald Trump, and we all knew that this was going to happen. So like, then what? That's what I'm saying. A lot of that stuff doesn't really mean anything. Also, to the point with like the AIPAC tracking. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with neoliberal, but everybody online on the left is like tracking. We're not going to vote for a candidate that got this much AIPAC support or whatever. Like, but what about the other policies? I don't know. I just get very confused when people pretend that this like AIPAC thing is like I vote based off that, right? It's the most important thing right now. So Americans really don't. It's not that important because Donald Trump's the president. If all this stuff was really that important, we wouldn't be here in the first place. So I just don't know why we're acting like it's outside of what Americans support or believe in. Americans is why we got here in the first place.
Do you think that it's that Americans in general believe that it's America's duty to engage in conflict that have nothing to do with the United States of America, or nothing to do with the priorities of the American people, like not corporations, not this long-term or.
Imagine you're writing a question for polling. That's a horrible question. You're like overloading your assumptions.
Yeah, so I'm trying to. I haven't watched out the question. Let me get back to it. Sorry.
Well, I was going to ask this earlier, right? I understand that they're not the highest spending lobbyists, right? That wasn't the point I don't think they were making initially. But they seem to have a disproportionate amount of influence when it comes to the amount they're spending. Fuck the money. We're giving them money. We're giving them $3.8 billion a year in military support. So they don't need to do a bunch of spending with us. It's the influence that they seem to be able to exert over us.
in the world in?
I didn't say we didn't have any interest. It just seems like it's over compensation for the amount that we spend with them and they spend with us, and that we have the fact that, as was mentioned earlier, we have a lot larger lobbyists that don't get the same influence over us. Like, why?
Because for a long time, American Middle East policy was centered around Israel. There is some inertia. There has been attempts even in the Republican Party to pivot to Asia from the Middle East. Since the shale oil revolution in the United States, Middle East is not as important. People realize that, right? But there is this inertia plus combined with the religious stuff and the geopolitics, less the lobby. The lobby just exacerbates those issues, right? Etc. Yeah, American hegemony was centered around the dominance in the Middle East. Since shale oil revolution, it wasn't as important. So American interests changed, but a lot of politics around it remained the same. Or, again, there is a single American interest. People have different interpretation of what is America's interest, right?
So this is the second person from the administration echoes this war is for Israel. One was Marco Rubio, and two, Kim, this gentleman, the national director of counterterrorism. So I don't know how, this is not a secret. This is not a conspiracy. If your main argument is American interests and Israeli interests are aligned, so yes, it is aligned. But going to war is not going to be on the terms of Israel. It's going to be on the Americans' term. When we're going to go and how we're going to do it. But it's not going to be because of Israel told us to do so. And that's where the problem is.
Well, and this is where it kind of gets too far. Just because Trump, there is no evidence that there is any leverage on Trump, that Israel tells anybody anything, and what Israel says goes. There is just no evidence for it. So, an equally more substantiated interpretation is that Netanyahu, with the help of Lindsey Graham, as it has been reported, talked his ears off, and Trump is, as we know, last person he speaks to is the thing that he's impressed on, and Steve Witkoff and what is the other guy's name? Kushner basically isolated him from the other voices in the administration, as the reporting shown in the past days on who was in the room when those decisions were made. And they got from Trump the decision that he was already, in some ways, given his long positions on Iran. That is not wrong, right? Like he did kill Soleimani and had to be walked off by Tucker Carlson off the ledge of continuing the war in the first Trump administration, if you remember, right? Tearing up the deal. So he has some tendency on all of this himself, and it's not just Israel doing stuff.
I understand. My argument here, is not that it's compromise or anything else. It's influence. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And the second point is, the primary point is, they did the same thing to the other presidents. Netanyahu did the same thing with Obama, the same thing with Biden, even though Biden did some strikes. But I don't think so, this is it's been a campaign on Donald Trump, an influential campaign. It's not a compromising campaign. An influential campaign from every angle, whether it's his Kushner, Steve Koff, this guy, and basically the administration. And maybe I misspoke when I said AIPAC. No, these guys are very, very close to the state of Israel, right? They're very, very close. So that's my point is.
Yeah, apparently Susie Wells has cancer, and Susie Wells was the person in the room that was opposing this. And I guess, that wasn't enough. But again, Trump makes its own decisions. Yes, there is politics, there is lobbying, there are different interests, but is that like breaking news? Different people want different things, different states influence other states to do stuff. Is news?
No, that's not news. The last person in the room gets, the last person with Donald Trump gets what he wants, so just be the last person. He's been known as extremely maneuverable. You can maneuver him to what direction you want if you're the last person in the room. There's also reports on JD didn't want him to be in this war, but now he has to stand up to this war and he tried to distance himself as much as possible. But yeah, to the American public, is this war beneficial in terms of gas prices and affordability and everyday things? Not we're talking about companies that's trying to always talk about, but we're not talking about billionaires or anybody else who's making money out of this war. We're just talking about the average Joe and just going doing 8 to 5. Is it beneficial? No.
Well, was Iran war beneficial to?
Never. Wars are never beneficial to people.
Yes, some people have a different interpretation of American interests.
Okay.
That's my point.
Point taken.
Just because you can show it in economic terms that war wasn't beneficial, massive amount of debt, some people still think it's worth it.
Yeah, we can't always sum up people's interests or what is valuable to them in terms of the economic ramifications of it. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So in a way where we know some white people, we've heard Americans on this app talk about why they thought what Trump did in Venezuela and in Iran was beneficial and aligned with their values. Not all about the economic ramifications. That's what I was saying Americans don't agree with Americans' interests. Y'all don't know these people's interests, man. Some of them believe in this kind of neocon America needs to set the stage for what morality is in the world. So it is in their interest, and they believe it's beneficial and worth it. America, and historically, and kind of in a way, this type of neocon perspective is what is in a lot of America's interest in 2026. So,
yeah, Lindsey Graham loves this. All the chicken hawks and the neocons, pretty much most of them love this. They've been saying bomb Iran for 20 years, at least.
Absolutely. So much so, Lindsey wasn't Lindsey just asking his constituents to send their sons and daughters? Okay.
I think the big difference there was that in the past, when we went to war as a country, our president actually gave a speech for conviction that gave us this is what we're doing. They provided some sort of mission, a guiding light to some degree.
This ain't gonna happen.
No, I know. That's what I guess that's what I'm trying to highlight is just one of the biggest differences. Is it a war or isn't it a war? The way that it was even framed at the beginning was is this just a mistake? Or no, it's just a days, or 3 days, or a week, or now I don't know how long it's going to be. And are there going to be births like that? We've had Americans die because of this. I don't even know what to call it. War, I guess, undeclared by Congress. Yeah, this type of will you or won't you with this president, this guy, I don't know. lose their patience and leave and resign the way that they did.
I guess we have to welcome Joe Candy to the resistance. The guy is
Nice guy.
white supremacist alive.
He really is. He's pretty bad. But he's like, everybody wants to be like, oh my God, Taylor Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, now this guy, they're all going to be worked together. This is going to be the new resistance. Oh, by the way, they're white supremacists and racists and a bunch of other things. So, just
Everybody in his first administration wrote a book about how insane the size decision making is. And if not for them, he would have bombed around like years before. So we just, I guess,
right,
lost
so how
track.
much that mattered. Didn't really matter.
Yeah,
I think it does speak to how important it is to actually have people with experience in an administration. So when you have fucking real estate people lords in the administration pushing certain foreign policy agendas across the Middle East, of which they know nothing, this is what happens. This is the likely result.
well, the other like major flaw that hopefully, like in retrospect, there will be like a review of this, but the fact that the State Department
There won't be a review of anything. Nobody fucking cares. People are gonna move on to short attention spans, and that's it.
there are too many shiny balls to target, but the problem is that we now have a jailbroken system. I don't know if any of you have friends or colleagues that are, or family that are in the Middle East, but it's still difficult for people to get flights to return to the United States. That's still happening.
Well, it's hard to get on a flight within America to get to someplace else in America at the moment.
Yeah, because of the TSA. Yep.
Ben, are you there? This is Neil the brochure.
Yeah, how you doing? What's going on?
Hey, so people come up, think that there's always tweet for something. Donald J. Trump in 2025. It is my pleasure to nominate Joe Kent as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. As a soldier, Green and CIA officer, Joe has hunted down terrorists and criminals his entire adult life. Above all, Joe knows the terrible cost of terrorism, losing his wonderful wife, Shannon, the great American hero who was killed in the fight against ISIS. Joe continues to honor her legacy by staying in the fight. Joe will help us keep America safe by eradicating all terrorism from the jihadists around the world to the cartels in our backyard.
Lord God.
And this is why it's extremely difficult to believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
So he ran in 2022 against a six-term Republican incumbent who he criticized for voting to impeach Trump for January 6th, beat her, but then lost in the general to a Democrat. And then he again lost in 2024 in the general when he was running. And then he was nominated by Trump thereafter.
Yes. He lost it. That's the seat with the, some call her quirky, some call her weird, others call her insane. MGZ or whatever, the lady from Washington.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce it. Marie Glusenkamp Perez.
Yeah, MGZ. It's a little E. She's a little weird. But she's our girl. Yeah, that's her.
Oh, Matt says fuck her again. Okay. She lives in the woods. Well, good. I mean, not more people should live in the woods.
She's fine. He's got a vote.
I mean, his resume is excellent, obviously, except, the part where he aligns with white supremacists and loves chatting with Nick Fuentes and Proud Boys people. God, he is right out of Central. You see a picture of him? He's right out of Central Casting for fucking America.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for sure.
Quick update. You folks haven't spoken about it already. About the TPS cases. I'm not sure if folks already reported on them, but the Supreme Court in the second week of April will be hearing the case, the consolidated TPS case in Syria and Haiti on merits. So that it means is that the federal government filed an emergency stay of the preliminary injunction, which we've discussed before, which basically means that the federal government wanted to end the freezing of the termination of TPS. The court denied that application, but took the application as a petition to hear the case on the merits. And so the court is actually going to hear the factual disputes and the legal disputes in the second week of April. Of course, keep in mind that this is going to be on the heels of the birthright citizenship case. And so we'll probably get a decision in June regarding the Trump administration's authority to end TPS. And as I've said before, if TPS is ended, we will probably begin to see surges again. At least that's what a declarant stated, a DHS declarant stated in court through their declaration that once TPS is terminated, ICE will begin immigration enforcement. Currently, they're doing targetedness, but you can expect ICE to be in sensitive locations like school, hospitals, churches, and so on. So, just wanted to give an update on that. I think this case has great implications
for Haitian immigrants. The federal government then filed an emergency stay to the Supreme Court, which the court rejected or deferred, just to use the language. And what it decided to do was look at the state application as a petition for writ of certiorari, basically saying, hey, listen, so they looked at it as the Supreme Court looked at it as a request to take up the case on the merits, which the court did. The court decided to take the TPS case up on the merits. And it's a consolidated case, so it'll be in the second week of April. And keep in mind that this is on the heels of the birthright citizenship oral argument, which is on April 1st. And so what that means practically is that the preliminary injunction is still in place, so the Haiti's TPS, along with others, is still in place. In June, the court will make a decision about DHS's authority in TPS, particularly through the right procedures, through the statutory procedures that the secretary has to go through. This case has great implications, particularly when it comes to, well, there have been two claims that, at least in the Haiti case, that have been raised. One, the secretary didn't go through the proper procedures laid out by statute, and then there's a Fifth Amendment equal protection claim, basically, the administration targeting black people who are from Haiti, but is willing to allow immigrants from white countries into the country. So that's where we are right now. A decision will likely come out in June, and the implications, along with the straight blatant racism of the administration, I think through its immigration practices. As I mentioned before, the declarant for the Department of Homeland Security, through their declaration, stated that once TPS is terminated, ICE will engage in immigration enforcement, which basically means you'll see a lot of surges in places like Springfield, Ohio, Eastern Shore of Maryland, Southern Florida, elsewhere. So that's going to be an interesting oral argument, again, right on the heels of the birthright citizenship argument, which is April 1st. I don't think the court will land date when it comes to the TPS case, but they did the week of April.
So when they're talking about looking at this on a consolidated format and the secretary following the correct procedures, do you know if that includes the Administrative Procedures Act? I know, for example, when he tried to end DACA in his first administration, he was told he could.
It's the ADA claim. No, it's the ADA claim. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to quickly answer your question. The ADA claim.
Okay. Thank you.
And for folks who don't know what that means, there's the Administrative Procedure Act, which basically means that agencies or officials and so on have to follow the right procedures laid out in the APA, like basically the statute that Congress has passed. Did somebody say something? Oh, sorry. Congress, there's an enabling statute from Congress, and the APA lays features that the agency has to follow in making certain determinations. The claim here, or one of the claims, is that Secretary Nome did not follow the proper procedures when making the decision to terminate Haiti's TPS. So Marshall, to your question, yeah, it's an APA claim. But then, like I mentioned before, there's equal protection claim as well, basically, that DHS is targeting, basically, in the Haiti context, this black country, but it's also allowing immigrants from white countries into our nation.
White South Africans in particular, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Johnson responding about Joe Kent's comments?
Yes, please.
Wait, should I? Sorry, I have my volume down. I didn't hear. People are okay.
Oh, I say yes, please.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Imminent threat that Iran, well, that proposition at the end is clearly wrong. I'm on the King of A. I got all the briefings. We all understood there was clearly an imminent threat that Iran was very close to the enrichment of nuclear capability. They were building missiles at a pace that no one in the region could keep up with. They were far outpacing our allies and friends and us in our defense capability because we had personnel, installations, America's armed services, and civilians in the region. Iran was building up ballistic missiles at such a rapid pace, and we knew that their plan was to fire them upon Americans. The commander-in-chief and his administration had a very difficult decision to make. I don't know where Joe Kent is getting his information, but he wasn't in those briefings clearly because the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, and everyone, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General King, they had exquisite intelligence, and we understood that this was a serious moment for us. Had the president waited, I am personally convinced that we would have mass casualties of Americans, service members and others, and our installations would have been dramatically damaged. And so we had to, the president felt that he had to strike first to prevent those mass casualties. That's the summary. I can't tell you the classified part. That's the summary that's made public and it's accurate. Well, that.
So, that's that would suggest a major structural problem with the administration. If the head of counterterrorism doesn't have the intelligence on attacking of Americans, then the administration is fucked. It's actually worse. If you think about it, it's actually worse. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
This does not give me any confidence in what they're doing.
Well, you still have that grocery system. Representative Pete Sessions, I believe that what these 2,500 Marines would be is to secure the island. The island is not, in my opinion, boots on the ground in combat circumstances. It's not like inside Iran in the cities. The real postmodernists have started on the what exactly is boots on the ground, whether an island is the ground.
Yeah, that's a hard one to spot. That's hard to get my head around right there. Because that's a big contiguous land. I don't know, it's very strange. Trump made a claim, which was kind of not interesting because he made, but he said it was a religious war, and more people have died in religious wars than all of the wars combined. I don't know if that's true, given the 20th century. I don't know.
I mean, was Stalin's thing a religious war?
Well, I mean, even if you take out Stalin killing his own people and people in the Soviet Union, I think World War I, World War II, you think of all the other wars where lots of people died. But then, like, Rome's wars, like those ancient wars, most of them weren't religious. I think that's true what he's saying about religious wars.
I don't think it's true either, definitely not in absolute terms, but to be fair to Trent, the way Trump actually asked those questions is to relation to overall world population or population of a certain region, because population growth is insane. So, well, you have to account for that.
You do. Trump said it, maybe Trump said it too. I think even if you account, I mean, how many people actually died in the Crusades? Not spiritual death. But there's a bunch of people actually died. I don't know the numbers before we check how they actually did. We should actually check the numbers. I don't know if they did. I'll have to check.
Did we have more deaths via pandemics?
I don't know. That's a different conversation. Now you're just adding in because you're bored at work. Sweetheart, bro. We just say it's a conversation. Okay.
I'm just...
You're doing paperwork. I can tell. I always can tell. It's great. Doing paperwork.
It's fucking... I'm doing my taxes now, too. This is...
I can always tell.
Fucking save me.
No, people say 1 to 3 million. No, that is a lot relative to the population. But then do you do regional population or world population? That actually would be interesting to see how different historians and others, how one historians and others would design.
I think world population, yeah, for the sake of conversation, is enough since it would be representative of the growth rate. So, what was population of world in 1,000, right, around First Crusade? It would be 254 million and 390 million of the Google, so.
Interesting.
Also, the projection of religious wars. The religious wars weren't super religious, so let's begin there. The Crusades, yeah.
No, but we can give it to them for the sake of argument. Back to you.
Well, anyway, somebody needs to count on outside.
Yeah, neoliberal. Define religion, exactly.
Religion is bringing together of a community of persons with common beliefs that is organized around the distinction or relative lack thereof between the sacred and the profane. There you go. Basic Durkheim, get out of my face. Basic Durkheim, go do it. Hopefully brother was here for that. That was the trigger. Durkheim's definition of religion was groundbreaking, though, because have you read much Durkheim, neoliberal?
Here and there.
Yeah, he was groundbreaking because he was really the first major voice. This is in the when the elementary forms come out, 1880s maybe, 1890s, or 1880s, or 1880s. He was the first major voice to say, religions do not require spiritual beings. Now, people were saying this before, obviously with less intellectual happening, but one of his major claims was around everyone would agree that Buddhists have as a religion, but there's no spiritual or mysterious being. But yeah, he was really groundbreaking, and so he really hones in on the sacred and the profane. And in that book, which is a long book, it's very long, but I read it. He looks at it like all good sociologists and anthropologists from that period. Primitive peoples, so-called primitive peoples. I apologize. But there's something about putting a string cheese in your pocket and then forgetting that string cheese is in your pocket. And then you eat that string cheese, and that string cheese has reached a consistency because of the heat, your so-called body heat on that string cheese. That string cheese is a delicious string cheese.
Does it become less stringy with the body heat?
It becomes ass cheese, yes ma'am. The ass cheese becomes, well, if you get too much heat on it, it melts a little, it'll melt too much, but it does melt a little, I don't know if it becomes less stringy. It's a softer string. It's a tender string. It's a loving string. It's a string dedicated to justice. Liberal, you weren't in here yesterday. There was a man who said that, ironically, he was Jewish, which is very odd coming from a Jewish man, given the ways in which Jews have contributed to our understanding of justice, at least in the West, probably more than any other population group, when you control for their small numbers. Same here from a Jewish man. Were you here when he was saying that the Jewish, that we need to forget about justice? Were you here for that?
So,
Oh my God, totally unhinged.
Wait, was it Randy by chance?
You know, it was Tom.
No.
well, I heard that argument many times. Yourov only makes that argument at home. It's usually embedded in some type of overly nationalistic thing, especially about international law, transcendence of nations and their revolt over ideas of justice. It's very Schmittian.
Yeah, I mean, some international law was written by British lawyers, so that's why that is the argument. For example, the Genocide Convention was written by London. He was a Jew, UK lawyer, for example. So a lot of times they will put that argument.
Wait, which argument? The end of we don't need to worry about justice argument?
No,
In the West, obviously, there were African systems that existed too. We don't really have access to, but I speak generally, but I just never heard that. We gotta get over justice. I just thought, oh shit, that was crazy. I don't stand any of the minor prophets. I mean, the major prophets. The only major prophet I stand, this is gonna be a basic bitch answer. It's Jeremiah. So I apologize. I know that's basic bitch to stand your mind, but it is what it is. Sorry, Igor, the Abraham, I cut you off.
That's why I brought up Schmidt. Like Schmidt does this in his friend-enemy definition of politics, right? That justice is universal, it's not particular. It is universality, and your universality of justice is. I don't remember I'm not super interested in Christian and in the religious aspect, but his whole book was about criticism of Christianity from like universalist versus particularist aspects of it, right?
Right.
Yeah, check out, yesterday it was on the front page of Tablet magazine. Probably not correct Jewish journal. There was an article called Zionism for Everyone. And if you read it, it's basically 101 Schmidt. Very strange, yeah.
We are at strange times. Part of it, I think, is a failure of the liberal imagination. In some ways, liberalism, it's like rock music. Its apotheosis was also the moment of its undoing. So you think about like, so who's the bald head guy Spears from? He was a Smashing Pumpkins. What's his name?
Billy Corgan or something?
Yeah, so I watched an interview with Billy Corgan the other day, and this is great. So he was arguing that the CIA, not that they liked rap, but what they liked about rap was that it allowed cultural producers and gave audiences another sound to kill rock music, he was arguing. And it was as if, much like neoliberal, he had spent, 8 straight weeks going into a black barbershop. I mean, it was just insane. You know how like black conspiracy theories among the brothers are so insane, but they also make sense at the same time. So it's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe that's it. And so he was arguing that the CIA introduced what was it? And this was his evidence. In rap music videos, you could like have guns. But like in rock videos, they wanted to have guns, you weren't allowed to do it. He argues that that basically rap killed rock and roll, but it wasn't rappers' fault, or black people's fault, or rap audience's fault. It was actually the CIA was doing that. It was a hell of an argument. What was the point? Yeah, it was fantastic. Oh, so the point was, it's like, oh yeah, that's not what liberalism. This was like rock. Rock actually died. And my thesis on rock. Rock, when it reached an apotheosis in the late 80s into the 90s, and then you get, what's it called, grunge? Is that the one from?
Yeah, Nirvana, the CIA, Soundgarden.
Yeah, they're all they're rock musicians, but they position themselves as anti-rock. And so they fulminate against rock, even though they grew up in rock. What's the name? You say, I was crazy about Alice in Chains, and yet he loved Alice in Chains. And so for people subsequently after that, that's what, this is the Chuck Klosternick argument. I don't know how y'all think about Chuck Klosternick. I don't know about rock music to make the argument. I just find Chuck Klosternick to be the most compelling person on this. And so I'm just aping his argument. I don't know enough to get my own. That's the disclaimer. That's how I feel about liberalism. It wasn't evergreen. And the liberalism was content. And here we are. I don't know how I got here. I apologize. It's like, I don't know how I got here.
I mean, I always thought, we don't have to go down this road too, but I always thought that grunge was kind of a reaction towards the kind of 80s rock, hair metal, all that kind of thing. And in the same way that punk was a reaction to like the classic rock and the singer-songwriter. So that's what I thought, because I mean classic rock stations were fucking everywhere, and so they did something different. And grunge was a great answer.
So Chuck Klossnick says that so basically rock got associated with the parents, and the grunge people refusal to call themselves rock, basically because it was rock, essentially unleashed a new sort of anti-rock discourse within a population that would otherwise be pro-rock. And so you understood yourself as being sort of counterculture in an interesting sort of way. That's how you end up being Gen X in a gay marriage and voting for Donald Trump. That's a different discussion. But it's kind of all there. I also blame Will and Grace for this, but this is a different discussion. Anyway, and I think about rock. I don't know rock as well, as I do jazz, but the way a lot of jazz musicians position themselves against Duke Ellington was one kind of respectful. So, the most obvious example would be like Monk. Monk adored Duke Ellington while doing music that was radically different than Duke Ellington. He did a whole album of Duke Ellington tunes, for example. Or, if they were more radical, they still understood themselves within the larger category of jazz. So think, for example, of like early Ornette Coleman. I feel like grunge wasn't doing that. But again, I don't know enough about grunge, and I don't have the time, and I don't like the music well enough to study it. I know that sounds lazy, but I'm just going to take Chuck Klossnick. I'm done speaking.
I mean, I do think it's all counterculture. The common thread, whether it's punk, whatever was going on in the late 60s with psychedelic music, whether it was grunge in the 90s, and even hip hop in the 80s. I think it's all counterculture. It's all against the yacht rock. It's all against the singer-songwriter. It's all against the classic rock, which was the mainstay of what American radio was listening to.
But Klossnick's argument is, yes, it was counterculture, but the main target of the grunge people were, in fact, an element within the counterculture. So it was, I never know Russ's word, is internecine, it was a sort of intramural affair. Whereas, the rebellion against the singer-songwriter or the Burt Bacharach or the American Songbook was something that they shared generally, but he said specifically grunge and the success of he used Nirvana as the main example in the book. I think I've read 2 books of his, and he talks about it a lot. Is that they position themselves less against the mainstream in meaningful ways, but position themselves more meaningfully against rock within the counterculture. So they were more interested in a kind of civil war than they were a war against the mainstream. And that's his argument for what happened to rock music. Because it's true, it does kind of die out. Although apparently rock concerts do very well.
Yeah, they do. Legacy acts, especially.
Yeah. But it's a good book, so maybe Chuck, I mean, I don't know, he's one of those guys, people might not like him, but I think he's the best sort of popular chronicler of the 90s. Actually, I think the popular chroniclers of the 90s culture are better than the academics. The academics kind of suck because they're fucking Marxists. CIA being a proxy or synecdoche of the government, allowed people in rock music to do things, rap to do things they weren't allowed to do in rock. And so rap became cooler because you could do things like cuss the police and have guns and stuff, which is actually untrue. Rap music videos got censored all the time. Like all the time. And when people did things with guns or curse words, they got censored all the time. One of them had to go to, you all know the 2 Live Crew case. That actually what he was saying wasn't true. But his claim was the government, it was a kind of interest convergence. They endorsed rap as a sort of devil's bargain to get rid of rock. It's the argument.
I mean, that's odd, as if to say, like, country music never talked about guns, or never talked about any of that stuff.
But it wasn't about talking about it. He was actually talking about music videos and sort of the depictions, like album covers. I'm giving you a little more credit. He didn't talk about the lyrics as much as, like, the imagery for him was key. And so, whereas rock was like, you could be counterculture in your look, not only how you dressed and spoke and what you said, but you have guns that depict violence in ways that they didn't allow rock to do. And so they allowed rap to do it, so people would move to rap. Like I said, the brother's been hanging out in barbershops. He's old bald white man, but they got good fish sandwiches in the barbershop.
Hey, David, does anybody know when Ice Cube was, Ice-T was moving with that band, Body Count? Does anybody remember the video? I actually saw them at, not Webster Hall, but that one on 34th Street, next to Madison Square Garden, the Manhattan Center, I think they call it. Anyway, I actually saw them perform. Does anybody remember, like, videos from that at all? Was there a video for that?
Did have a video, but Baron, I have a question. What did he attribute to people not forming bands? Because I think bands are integral in rock, and now music has really transitioned to like a very, like you could be a solo artist. Like you don't see many groups being successful long term.
Well, his claim was not about now, it was about the 90s. So I think people were still trying to do bands back then, to the 2000s. I mean, I think Klosternick's argument about grunge is correct. But I also think, I don't think we really, many of us lived through it. I just think the effect of 9/11 on American culture has not been as thoroughly understood as it should. And I don't only mean it in relationship to the world, geopolitics, Islam, security, surveillance. I just mean like the kinds of cultural productions that people were yearning for after 9/11 were very pop charting. That was always before, I'm not going to go into it. But Britney Spears' first album is before 9/11. But it was almost like, she was a Cassandra of sorts. And she knew what people were going to need, and she gave it. In the 2000s, it's just super corny. It's fun, but it's like super corny. And a lot of that is 9/11, and a lot of that is the Bush years. I think a lot of that has everything to do with the Iraq War. And so I think rock music is a little out of whack. It was a little out of place in a particular kind of way. But again, I haven't spent much time sitting down and thinking about it, but that's what I got.
The thing about what also happens in the 90s, man, right? You get this explosion of like individual artists, right? The Chronic, Doggy Style, right? This rap, rap essentially, 10 years after the 90s, essentially became the new rock, right? So you get these individual artists and record labels, right? Instead of paying 6-5 guys in the band, right? I can go to, Detroit and be a rap artist, and get a rap artist, and I think that helped to kill bands. You don't need bands.
Yeah, the economic demand, I don't remember what all he said about the economic demands, but the economic demands of the 90s 90s, of the post of the 90s and 2000s definitely changed the game in terms, like you were saying, in terms of the kind of acts that got played. Yeah, that's a good point.
Not necessarily true to Omar's point, because back in the 90s, you were more liable for the rap artist to be in a crew. So it wasn't a band, but essentially it was, because it would be like a crew that, like, you think about EPMD or Wu-Tang for that fucking matter, like it was a gang of rappers rapping together consistently. So that's not good for your point over.
I don't think they went right from having groups to not. I think the way culture only works. Oh my God, I'm about to. Oh God, that was not here. But as Raymond Williams would tell me, whenever you quote Marxists, it's always embarrassing. But like certain formations are ascendant, or emergent, and then peak, and then they begin to decline. So I don't think it just ends. So you certainly get rap groups in the 90s and 2000s, but you don't really get, it's not. At this point, those days have been over for a long time. You might get like collectives, but like I don't know, Wu-Tang might be like the last really of the major ones. Everybody's kind of a solo artist. Oh, that also reminded me. Omar conversation we were having yesterday. Because this person's a philosopher who wrote this book on a philosopher of religion. He was talking about the Christian term in rap, which I kind of knew was there intuitively, but I hadn't really kind of put it together. And he made connections to the rise in contemporary prosperity gospel, to the shit you see, to the shit you hear in rap, and how rappers kind of were a-religious, or if they were religious, they fucked with Islam. Remember those days?
Yeah, like the 5% and all that.
The days are gone. And he actually lays out, a couple of people, Spencer Johnson does this, and there's a bunch of people who work in religion, who like Joseph Surratt does it. But like, I had missed the prosperity gospel aspect and the self-help uplift aspect. And he says we would be a mistake to only read that as, it's really smart. He said it'd be a mistake to only read that as, like capitalism taking over. He said also this is always a religious impulse, an impulse of redemption, or lack of redemption, wounding, rupture, and healing, or reparation. And he said it's important to see when the creflo dollars effectively get in. I think that's right. That's right. I think Casey is the creflo dollar of rap. I'm done.
Well, I think about, when I think about the 90s in terms of men, in terms of rock music, non-hip-hop, non-R&B, because I think of obviously R&B, I think of, soul when I think of that kind of era, the late 90s, but in terms of rock, the guys in my mind were more groups, the Limp Bizkits, the Radioheads, you name it, and Korn, whatever was going on at the time. But then I think about the women being solo artists, the Little Affair types and all of that, and that kind of breakout. And I have to look into that more, but that's sort of what I remember in terms of, what types of artists stood out in the kind of rock singer-songwriter part of the late 90s, early 2000s.
Is there any way to confirm that they told rock and roll artists that they couldn't use guns?
No.
Because I can't imagine a world where like a record exec would tell Guns N' Roses they couldn't do a music video with a bunch of guns in it. I'm
telling you, man, that brother, he must have got a bean pie or something. He was in a barbershop. I was like, it's like, it's like it sounds right, but it's like, what? They couldn't have guns. But the blacks could have guns? Like, what are you doing here? Like, what's happening? It was totally insane. The assault on hip-hop in the 90s from the government was insane. Although that might have been the ultimate okey-doke, right? Jesse Helms and all those committees. Oh, thought they did. On rap, like maybe it wasn't real. I don't know. It's crazy. It was a weird take, you know. It was a really, really weird take. But it was an interesting take. I'll give you another interesting take I saw. I didn't actually see it. I think I saw a clip of Joe Budden reacting to it. And he was reading it, so I'm not taking his gloss or interpretation or anything. He was actually reading it. But Raphael Sadiq's claim about neo soul, you have to record it. Did y'all anybody heard this? Apparently, neo soul. Did y'all hear what Raphael Sadiq said about neo soul? Anybody hear it?
No.
He said it's not a real music genre. He said what it is it's a marketing categorization. It was a marketing categorization for certain types of black music. Alexa, stop. For certain types of black music, which told producers, promoters, and all interested moneyed parties, you didn't have to worry about bringing white people in. Joe Budden said, and it's probably like the smartest thing Joe Budden's ever said, it doesn't matter. Because whether or not that's how it began, it certainly now is a genre that we use retroactively and conceptually to describe a black musical subgenre. But all that was kind of interesting, you know, the reference to big thing. Anyway.
Wait, man, was he saying it celebrating it or saying it negatively when Raphael Sadiq said it?
He just read the quote, so I don't have the context. Maybe I'll go find it.
That's actually interesting.
Yeah. Quinn knows it well. Quinn said he's understand, right? Yeah, that makes total sense. But now, analytically, when we think about the music, that maybe tells us something historically and the provenance of something and its origins, but it doesn't mean anything to us now. So even if there was a group that we now call neo soul based off the sound, or an artist that produced the song that we now call neo soul, who executives didn't call that, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my segment is done. Y'all gotta talk about Iran, bring in Farad.
In 47 years ago, I just saw you Democrats and liberals, you coming here at silly times. I don't understand why you do it all to me and you let me speak and you can't understand me.
I want to stay on the neo soul conversation. Can we find a clip? Let me find it.
Yeah, you maybe find it. I mean, it might have been an interview. I don't know if there was a clip.
I mean, I guess the question I have is, would there have needed to be a distinction at that time in order to separate, let's say, the Janet Jacksons from the Lauryn Hill or Erykah Badu or D'Angelo? Because I think a lot of it, the neo soul, was about using live instrumentation and maybe even going back to more of a 70s R&B sound.
Yeah, I mean, I take his point, but it is also the case that those people sound a particular way. I don't know, I have to go back and really think if there are any outliers. I have to see. And whoever came up with the term, just orally, I think it's a good term. I think it sounds good. I know certain people didn't like the term. I know certain artists didn't like the term. But that's just what I call artistic prickliness. They just,
Oh, wait till you hear about how Steely Dan hated the term yacht rock. Forget it.
I understand not liking the term from artists. They don't like anything. They're artists. They're sensitive about their shit. They call it what they want, but that doesn't help us with anything. Everybody got to go back and read Rockford. The death of the writer is the birth of the reader. Well, it doesn't matter what their intention is.
Well, so-and-so said on an interview that he actually wasn't a neo-soul artist, but he was I just spent 8
$18 on that album. I got the deluxe. I gotta hide it from my brother who's trying to steal it because he's too cheap to buy it. I'm gonna call the motherfucker what the fuck I wanna call it. How about that? Well, I was listening to Lauren Hill and she referred to it as an amalgamation of black Afro diasporic sounds and the way. I don't give a shit what she said. I spent $17.99 for that miseducation. I know where I bought it. It was an old Tower Records down near off Astor Place. Huh? Y'all not ready. Scotty, you remember that? You remember that Tower Records?
I was in the basement in the jazz section, just trying to figure out, like, oh, this album art looks cool, who's playing on it, let me buy it, not knowing anything.
It was a great store. I think it was Tower. Virgin was the one that opened in Union Square. But it was a great record store. I remember there's a scene in Mo Better Blues where Shadow, played by the great, what's the boy's name? Lord have mercy. What's that boy's name? Oh my God. Wesley Snipes. You know, he goes to buy some CDs, and I don't know if people remember that CD packaging used to be fucking insane. Remember when CD packaging got really insane? Like the CD was in a box. There was a little booklet at the top. It was a long rectangle. It was like
win awards for that.
yes, it was crazy. Yes, it was crazy. And he goes and buys all these records, and Clark. I remember Clark. Clark was fine as all outdoors. She's working there, and his credit card gets declined, and he's like, I didn't want those anyway. She said, what are you here for? He said, to see you. And she's like, really? Because Blake was tripping at the time. I've always convinced myself that record store he goes to is the one down here in the NYU area. I don't know, just makes you feel good.
Yeah, I think that was down in the Virgin was the Union Square.
Yeah, Virgin was Union Square.
Yeah.
That opened later. That Virgin store was like the beginning of the end of the old Union Square. Because you remember this, Spirits, they had, it was like, obviously, if you go down 2 blocks, they had the Strand, and there was nothing there. And then they put the movie theater, and they put the Virgin, and then they put like a Cozy's, I think it was, something like one of those.
The sandwich.
Yeah, sandwich shops. Yeah. And then a few years later, that's when the Whole Foods, if you went up, it was the Whole Foods right
and Best Buy.
And Best Buy. And you had to, they did that horrible thing in New York City where to go shopping, you have to go up a massive escalator. Yeah, that was the end. Anyway, the New York segment is done.
Yeah, we can go back to Texas for the next 4 hours. And Iran.
So the Spirit is this what I sent you about that song Radio Mode?
Wait, where? You sent me?
Instagram, yeah.
Oh.
So how that song becomes it's a very interesting story, but I didn't see it, and it's got Instagram.
Alright, I'll look. Any distraction from what I have to do is welcomed. One thing that is the RIP is the small record stores in New York. I mean, there's a couple left, but they used to be fantastic. And now they're barely existent.
So, man, I have a major item has to be done for work, but it's going to have to wait for this neo-soul research I'm doing now. So, remember when was it you who had the discussion here where we were talking about neo-soul songs? I think Spirits was in here too. And we went through a bunch of them. We're talking about them. I'm pretty sure you were here. This is in response to that. So I posted the article. That's what triggered the discussion when they did the 20 neo-soul albums that everyone should own. And then his article was in response to On Vice.
Oh, thank you. I see it in the chat. I will check it out.
Now there's YouTube reactions to it, including Brian McKnight's, which I haven't listened to yet. But there's a lot on this. This is really interesting.
Wait, go through the list, brother Brian. Go through the list.
Oh, let me pull it back up. Give me 30 seconds. Hold on.
If you just go to the list, I might no longer be Persian, become a black man, and I can open my mouth when I speak, and you all can understand me. I'm gonna get rid of the phone.
I was gonna say something.
I don't need it anymore.
I'm laughing too much.
Someone pinging my brother Peter.
Okay, so these are not in order. They don't have them ranked. They just have 20.
This is 20. Hold on, this is 20 of
Neo Soul must have albums.
must have.
And I'm gonna start off with the woman I love, and I always pronounce her last name wrong. Michelle. You already knew what I was gonna say. So this is the
Peace Beyond Passion?
Plantation Lullabies.
Oh, that's her first. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
So they put Plantation Lullabies. So this was what was interesting to me. Second one is Tony, 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 Sons of Soul, which some rooms debate whether Tony, Tony, Tony was a part of Neo Soul. They don't debate Raphael Sadiq being a part, but some debate Tony, 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 which I don't. But so that one's on there. Joy, who I freaking love, the Pendulum Vibe. D'Angelo Brown Sugar, expected. Maxwell's Urban Hang Suite, that's the 96 album. The Love Jones soundtrack, that was the 97. Baduism, Erykah Badu, 97. Miseducation, Lauryn Hill, 98. Maxwell, 98. It's the
Embryo?
Yeah, Embryo thing.
That's actually underrated, I think.
That's a great album. Angie Stone, Black Diamond, that's expected, 99. Erykah Badu's Mama's Gun, 2000.
Wait, why did that surprise you?
I was surprised that people consider that Neo Soul. I thought that one was a little bit. Oh, I love that. I'm about to be fair. I was surprised that would make this list.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it matters, but anyway.
I love that one. That's Bob Gun, ain't it? On there too.
Lady, all that.
Yeah, Lady, Orange Moon.
Yeah, did you know it's definitely Neo Soul? You're right, that is. Jill Scott, who was Jill Scott, 2000. Another name I always messed up. We gonna say something?
Sorry.
Oh, go. I thought you had a response. Amel Leroux, Infinite Possibilities.
She was.
And beautiful. Alicia Keys, Songs in A Minor. That one also has been debated by some as a Neo Soul.
I'm not. Okay.
I think people want her to be Neo Soul, so that's the closest you're gonna get. India Acoustic Soul, 2001.
Alicia Keys is Neo Soul. I'm sorry, go ahead, guys.
You think she's definitely?
She's not.
Oh, she's not? Okay, well, I was curious. This to me is probably the greatest Neo Soul album of all time. Raphael Sadiq, Instant Vintage, 2002. And some people debate whether it's even Neo Soul. I don't. Donnie, The Colored Section, 2002. Great album.
That was a great album.
People slept on that. Here's another couple I love. Kendrick, The Family Soul, Surrender to Love.
There you go.
Responsible for one of my children. Anthony Hamilton, Come From Where I Come From, 2003. Love Anthony. And that's it. Those are the 20.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to point out something that was said earlier about the Neo movement. It was definitely, the vocals on it, people just really, they didn't cheat, they didn't use a lot of synthetic voices on that, with that whole Neo soul movement. It's really about, really the voice.
Surprisingly, the soul child that makes that list.
I was literally just typing that. Okay. At least whichever album that was, I'm thinking.
know how you can help define a thing and help to recall a thing and recall an era and all that, but when you then do lists of the best, you don't make it. Let me give you a good example. Family Matters. You can't understand television of that era for a good 10, 15 years without Family Matters. It's an awful show. And it should never be on the show list of great shows. But you can't understand 90s television without it, and it speaks to what 90s television is trying to do in a particular way. That's Music Child. Music Soul Child was the Family Matters of neo soul. I'm done speaking.
Nice analogy. I wanted to, y'all gonna say hell no, but I would put Bilal on the list.
That's not a hell no. Bilal didn't make that list too.
And I would put Tweet on there. Tweet's on the third album. Yeah.
Neo soul. There you go.
You would put Tweet on there? Everybody remember Cool, but there was the album cut. Tweet's album cuts that one single.
Taxi. It was a lot of neo soul. That was Music Soul.
Smoking cigarettes at night.
Yeah,
it was
smoking cigarettes. Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna argue on this.
Listen to that Southern Hummingbird again. That album to me is a classic. She was underrated. She's still touring though. Shout out to her.
It is a classic. I still play it.
Yeah, she comes on the app too.
Comes on the app? Oh, okay.
She goes to ADHD room.
Hang around. Tell you what, that Groove Theory album with the Melrose in the 90s, that was a fucking great album. But whatever. I don't know, people can define shit however they want.
So what category do we put like the Genuines and all those solo R&B?
That is R&B.
R&B, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of that shit
Cause they had like the bad boy aesthetic, like Jodeci and all that. Genuine and Jodeci.
I like them. They was good.
Why, when you said Genuine, I was like, not a club.
In those jeans. Yeah, so he has some catchy joints. He has some catchy tunes.
That's all that Timberland and Missy.
Yeah.
It was the survivors of Devontae that created that music.
Oh, that's a fact.
I just don't know how
You guys are like Jodeci, just so we're clear. Devontae was a monster.
He definitely was a monster. I heard some stories.
But how can you call Love Jones, which is not consistently quote-unquote neo-soul, how can you put that on the list of top 20?
First of all, that movie is a neo-soul movie.
But if you look at the actual soundtrack, there's a few neo-soul tracks. I mean, there's Groove Theory in there, and Maxwell. But I'm thinking like Cassandra Wilson. That's not neo-soul. Cassandra Wilson. I don't even think Brand New Heavies is. There's something else. So, I don't know. And if I remember correctly, they had Duke Ellington. So that's a neo-soul album.
I feel like that's the poster movie of me. What movie is more neo-soul than that?
That's not the question.
No, I agree. I'm just telling you why it's the answer. I'm not saying I agree with it.
I'm just saying it shouldn't be on that list. That's my objection. That's all.
It's like when they put up the top rapper list, everybody always has an issue with it. Like, why such and such ain't on the, I hate scripters, but you always gotta look at who makes these lists. I bet you we can come up with a better list than the list that Brian read off.
Have you heard the people who know this movie, Devon?
definitely biased with her.
I'm sure you've seen her in person.
I've probably seen her in person more than any other artist live. And I just saw her last summer, and she was doing her like Baldwin album, spoken word / whatever. And it was actually pretty phenomenal. She had a couple of spoken word artists with her. It was fantastic, I have to say. And she always has top-notch musicians with her, top-notch.
Yep. She's pretty fantastic.
She went places that most artists don't go. Gotta credit her on that.
What I like about the conversations that Brian said he was having with some friends on here or somewhere else, I don't know where it was, is that because it's so good and because it's so meaningful, it means those conversations are not only worth having, but you can have them. There'll be no one 10 years from now, 15 years from now, having conversations on genre, form, aesthetics, mood of modern rap today, right? So what I love about the ability to have this conversation is that you can have them. Like you can actually have a fruitful discussion. Now it'll be a little dorky, but it's like take I apologize in advance, but take Flaubert's Man of Bovary. Is it realism or naturalism? People have those conversations and actually make lots of money having them. I don't know if people don't make a lot of money on Neo Soul having that conversation, but that's how good the music is, and that's how good it is as a cultural object. So you know, people yelling, fighting. That just speaks to the value of the conversation. Anyway, that's my reading of the conversation. I was listening to Erykah Badu, and when she said, "Didn't you know?" I said, "I didn't know no good, 'cause the people want to hear my song. Do the people want to hear my song? Do the people want to, don't you know, no good, don't you know no good, don't you know no good, don't you know no good." That is Peter as Mark, as Jerome, not Jerome, as Roscoe, as Peter. Yeah, that was deep. It was Peter as Mark, as not Roscoe. What's his name?
Jerome?
What's his last name? That's not Jerome.
Oh, well, who are you doing?
People want to hear my song, don't you know no good? That guy. That's not Jerome or Roscoe.
Jerome in the house. It is.
That's not Jerome.
Oh, the janitor.
No, that's Otis. The janitor is Otis.
No, Otis is the security guard.
I mean, the janitor is, no, he's the mechanic.
Mechanic.
Elroy, thank you. Elroy, thank you. It's Elroy. Yeah, so that was Peter as Martin, as Elroy, as Peter. Now let me do Peter as Martin, as Elroy. Let's see if you can get the difference. Did the people want to hear my song? Did the people want to hear my song? Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good? Don't you know no good? That is Peter as Martin, as Elroy. Now let me do Martin as Elroy, as Peter. See if you can get the difference first. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, back to the work. Do you I know. I take 5. I know. I take 3 minutes. I know. I take 3 minutes. I know. I take a few minutes to go through my silly jokes. Let's listen to Omari and then come and talk about Mac for the next 8 hours. That's more important. Do you think?
I always enjoy your shenanigans.
Oh, we always have haters. You know, my first memoir is being published by HarperCollins, by the way, about Clubhouse. It's a book study. It's called Retards in the Goop. I actually signed a 2-book deal. The second one is called Haters Everywhere and Everywhere Except in the Back Channels. That's the follow-up. Yeah, that's gonna be a follow-up text. Haters everywhere, including the back channel. That's what it's called. But anyway, I'll beat up. You guys go ahead.
Is that the sequel?
Yeah, I got a 2-book deal.
Okay. Sounds amazing.
Go ahead. We'll go to the Rambler. One mic on the Rambler.
First lady, you just showing up for the day? What's going on? Well, you was in and out.
No, this is my first time. If I told you, I had to kill you. So, it's questions.
Well, just saying, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Let me respond to Ms. Yoraj here in the chat. There is no chapter on Mary and Trent because they're in the goop. The book is about in the goop. They come up on stage, you see. So they're in the introduction. They're in the introduction. You know, they're talked about. But there's no chapter on them. They come on stage. You see.
So it's only for the non-talkers.
Yeah, that's the book.
Got it.
The shit talkers.
Well, someone said we had confirmation from real intelligence. Marco Rubio and this new guy. Good day, First Lady.
Hey, Jesse Chess. Is that you? Hey, how are you?
Well, it's just in your absence, there was a real listening to.
It's the thriller. It's the thriller. What's happening, Brother Jesse?
He playing like it's a brand new song. Go ahead, Jess.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. I apologize.
No, I apologize. I'm one of those guys in the chat.
Make your point about the
Well, I was going back to where I heard it was a war of choice, not a war of necessity. And someone else said there were multiple people, like Marco Rubio and this new guy. So they're saying there's real confirmation from real intelligence that this is about something else. And I was just wondering, like, why are we so quick to move off that?
Breaking news. Confirmation for our dear Oracle ban on his prediction. The United States Navy is investigating whether sailors aboard the USS Gerald R. Ford deliberately set fire to their own ship for deployment.
Wait, what?
I'm telling y'all, getting the 2024 election wrong was so bad, Brian. I'm telling y'all. Told you. Told you. Told you.
What happened? What's going on? I missed it. What happened?
What gave you? Hi, good morning, or evening, afternoon. What gave you the How did you
Inclination?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking like, an aircraft carrier. I think it was on the USS Gerald Ford. you're chilling, and a fire breaks out, and then it felt like what I would call a small protest. I was using French, but I won't. It just felt like a small protest, just a moment of resistance, like when the enslaved put some fecal matter in the pie of the master. Maybe you put some extra seasoning in here. The extra stuff, I can taste that cold damn girl. What you got there? Oh, that's a special seasoning for you, mister. Yeah, that sort of thing. It just was a small thing. I don't think they were trying to set the ship afire, ship ablaze. But it's just a protest. And I read the story, I was like, these are finally these are high function, high powered things. And if there was just a regular fire, like a regular kitchen fire, it wouldn't have made the news. So I knew in the preliminary investigations, or I assumed, that clearly something was off. It wasn't just a regular, somebody put too much grease in here and they threw in the potatoes, and the potatoes, they didn't dry off when they cut them up. They were trying to make, this type of cut fries type of thing. Yeah, it's all there. Yeah.
Coup d'etat for the French rep.
Nah, I just think it's a small, petite protest,
They set the ship on fire. Is my mic on? Yeah. They set the ship on fire. They set the laundry room on fire. They're tired. They're way over deployment. I don't think that those toilets have always had a problem. I don't think that was a sabotage. Could have been. But the fire, to Ben's point, where it started and how big it got, lends to me that some sort of sabotage wasn't wrong. They wouldn't have if they didn't think so as well.
Yeah, it's not a backup in the lint trap. It wasn't a lint trap type fire.
Is it Trent speaking?
No, this was McAdoo, or the Chestnuts. What's up?
Is Trent in the room?
I don't know. Blind girl, what's going on?
Trent, are you in the room?
I know you're being rhetorical.
Hey, for a second, what's up, man?
Trent, you chickened out the other day. You made accusations and bounced.
Made accusations and I bounced.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What are you talking about?
Oh, you forgot.
Oh, shit, man, what are you talking about?
You forgot accusing us of your prediction.
Let me help. Are you referring to when he called you and neoliberal out that particular
Yes.
day?
Yes.
Remember that, Trent?
I don't know what I said about her, but go ahead, Karen, go ahead, what are you talking about?
When you said neoliberal, so your neoliberal was speaking, and he called you out on something, and you said, all the times I let you ride with the things that I could call you out on, and then you started calling him out on, and then you mentioned Miriam. We never really fully understood what your claim was towards Miriam. So we got pieces of it. I think that was the reason why Miriam was a little bothered, because she didn't get a chance to get to the bottom of it.
There ain't time, but I ain't got time for all that discussion. I called what I told
He said either give it to him or not. So Miriam, do you
You said you
remember?
ain't got time for it, but you were ready to berate people, to berate us, and say, we didn't agree with your predictions and how your predictions have gone right about Venezuela.
To be clear,
Iran and all of this.
is next time he calls me wrong, to put his money on the table. To have some gumption, like Jim and I, and put his $1 million on the table. We can agree. That's what I said, man.
And that
I hope the Rockford should have that's fine.
like winning these predictions shouldn't be so much for your self-esteem. It means absolutely.
That's what the Eagles said, son.
Or hit, but keep trying. Nobody, no, I mean, so you won, so you got it right once, you got it wrong 100 times. Who gives a fuck? Like,
Yes, but ma'am, I didn't see it be different if I got it wrong. I was wrong on the exact date that it would happen. I didn't recognize that we need to send the girl
we
forward.
don't care though.
Okay, well, ma'am, apparently Marion cares.
No, man, that you tried to call her out and then ran like you woke up.
Okay, well, then let me finish talking to Marion. I don't think we're talking to you.
Here is my issue. If you're going to start something, stand your ground until it's finished. Don't dump shit and then disappear. Because that's what you did. You dumped shit and then you disappeared. And now Omari, poor Omari, was busy trying to protect you. And you know what he said? He said you need to be kind to you because you're a kid. You don't really know what you're talking about most of the time. And how we just need to be soft towards you. And I was like, what? You're telling me Trump is a pussy? Is that what you're saying? I thought Trump was a man. Why the heck does Trump need softness? What is this? When he can come and blast people and bring predictions, bring statements of things that happened a week ago and make it seem like, oh my God, I just read the greatest breaking news.
Okay, ma'am, I stayed on Sunday. I think I was on here for about 6 hours. Okay? I get the criticism that I actually have a life and have shit to do, that I can't be on here all the time. But I stayed on here for 6 hours.
No, not at the time when you made that statement. No, you weren't here, you left that
I'm speaking. Hold on. I'm speaking. If you couldn't get out what you had to say to me on Sunday within a 6-hour time frame, okay. Now, what I said.
John, hold on. You left afterwards. You were talking about when you were there, you didn't make any of those accusations.
I was talking to neoliberal
before you disappeared.
I was talking to neoliberal, like, not you, but
and then you dragged me. No, and then you dragged me into it.
Ma'am, if you would like to get into
about the Venezuela regime. You dragged me into it.
What about Venezuela? What was I wrong about on Venezuela other than the timing?
Oh, you said it was a regime change.
It was a regime change.
No.
I can't say so let me take that back.
You said it was about.
It was about, okay.
And you said, yeah, Miriam, you said that. And then you bounced. You don't try to hear my kid, right? If you start things out, wait so that people have that full debate before you disappear. You come and you drop things all the time and you say, well, I gotta bounce you.
Yeah, I have to
start fires. Yes, so
if you don't think that the removal of the president of Venezuela and the fact that we now have we're on the verge of having multiple agreements from oil companies to take the oil out of Venezuela, and the fact that 15 oil companies went to the White House to discuss it, if you don't think that was about oil, and if you don't call that regime change, okay, we can end it right there.
It's not, Trent. That wasn't a regime change. That was just removing one leader, replacing them with another. The regime is still intact.
Why did they do that? Hold on.
And here is the thing.
Okay, let's
what do you mean?
Why did they want Maduro out?
Because they just want someone who is favorable to them. They are not changing the regime to supposedly free. Hold on. They're not changing the regime to supposedly free Venezuelans so that they can have a democratic system and have great governance. No. They're doing it for selfish reasons to have someone that would be a pussy for them to use. That's what they're doing it for. Whichever way they want to.
What was it for? You can't say.
Whichever way they want to. They just use as countries as they can, whether it's oil, whether it's the US uses them whichever way they want to.
Okay.
But the issue here is that you were saying that you were accusing me of saying it's not regime change. Well, according to you, it's regime change. It's not. It's just replacing one leader with another.
Do you think specifically for American-friendly countries? Yes or no?
One of the primaries having the
No, don't jump in.
hard lifting.
I'm asking Miriam.
The primary
No,
definition that
I asked Miriam.
No.
See?
No.
No, I asked Miriam. I asked Miriam the question. Miriam wanted to get in the vote.
Should I pay you for every time I troll?
No.
Just trying to understand.
Miriam asked the question. You'll let
Friend, here is the thing. I say that what's happening in Venezuela is not regime change, it's just a change of leadership. And that's exactly what it is. Right? The neoliberal told you about the oil and you were accusing him of saying that it's not about oil. Okay? The problem here, it's not that you accuse people, it's that you did that and you bounced and you didn't sit and wait to finish your business. You started your business, you left your shit and you went with tissue in your ass running with it. That's what you did. If you started and say, yeah, after conversation, we will finish it up. You didn't. This is where the issue is. You keep coming here, you dump stuff and you run. Don't run. After you've stated your statement, stay in that room for 30 minutes to an hour until that issue is closed. And then you bounce. Until you finish, wipe yourself, wash your hands.
Let me ask you one more time. We don't have to go around in the circle. I've heard what you said about me staying. And I'm staying, I'm talking to you. Do you think one of the primary reasons for the change in leadership in Venezuela had to do with oil and oil contracts? Yes or no?
No big reason. Again, Trent, over time you have moderated.
Why can't you let the woman speak?
Okay.
Trent.
Because you're talking about me and
Trent, that position you're talking about was something that Neil was standing on. My position was on regime change issues. That's what I was standing on. Okay?
Can you answer the question?
That's what I was standing on. No, I don't think so.
You don't think oil is back?
And that's what I was standing on.
What do you want to say? She said no. Go ahead.
Over time you have moderated and have developed a more reasonable position on Venezuela. I vividly remember both me and Ben saying that oil is one of the factors. You remember that?
I remember that. I actually remember people saying that there was no way that the oil could be processed in Houston, and there was.
That's correct.
Yeah, I remember all sorts of things that it wasn't about oil. I'm not going to say that nobody said it. Let me finish. I'm not going to say that nobody said it was a factor, but I distinctly recall people saying that it wouldn't happen, that it was all a threat. So anyway, what I said is that there was going to be regime change. This was going to be a regime change in Venezuela, and it was around the world. Now I got a whole third call, and I got to go.
That's fine. You know what's fascinating about it? Yeah, fine. What's fascinating about it again? Only America can do this, and they can only do it to American citizens. You put a bunch of sanctions on a place. You inhibit trade, contracts, etc. with X place. You then do a thing and change what you were doing with that place and chalk it up to the change that you did. Makes no sense. If they wanted to do what Trent is saying they wanted to do with contracts in Houston, they could have done it with Maduro. That's the logical thing. Trent's not the only one. There's other people. I'm not going to name people in the story. They're in the book. Retards in the book. Their real names are on it. I'm Docs. Everybody's Docs. Everybody's name. Your real names are in the book. Just so you know. That's what is so bizarre about the conversation. It makes no sense. The United States put on sanctions. They kidnap a head of state and say, well, now we can do X, Y, and Z because he's something. You could have done it before. Huh? It's so ridiculous.
nationalize and allowed American companies in if Maduro was still there?
Yes. I don't know if the oil is fully nationalized, but I think given I think it still is nationalized. Not to just put stuff up, but I'm saying given how decrepit the oil infrastructure has become, given how horrific the conditions on the ground were, in large part because of the sanctions. That's what's also really bizarre about America. You sanction this place, you put a fucking blockade on Cuba, and you say, well, it's because of the regime. What would it be like if you didn't have the blockade on it? Huh?
Man, we actually completely agree.
Okay, just making sure.
We completely agree on that. Yes, it's the sanctions that cripple the economy. And when you cripple the economy, then you replace it. Then we try to replace it with a regime more friendly. But to say, here's the only point we have a contention is just to say, this was about the oil. It's plainly, hold on. It's plainly simple that it was. I think there were a few other factors. I'm not going to say that there weren't. There were a few other factors there. But primarily, repeatedly, from the president's own mouth, and even from Congress people, it was about the resources and the oil and the privatization of Venezuela if American companies could have access to it. And that's what's happening now.
Okay. So because Donald Trump said, the logic, I'll be honest with y'all, it's clear. I can see how you people write and make arguments in real life. You were just saying how Donald Trump lies. You were just saying about how Donald Trump lied about speaking to a president. He said, oh, I spoke to a president. All living presidents and dead ones via Ouija board have said they didn't talk to him. But now we can take his word that it was about oil. When the reporting came out, he said he talked to all the oil companies, and they all said they hadn't talked to him. Then they have a meeting at the White House. They show up at the White House, and that's proof that they have to know. It's proof that you got called to the White House, and you have a petty dude who'll probably sanction you if you don't do it. But look, if people think that the main thing here was about $1 billion in contracts, fine. The fallout from this after Donald Trump's president and maybe before he leaves office is going to be far worse than $1 billion in contracts. I'm not convinced they're going to be able to prosecute him. I'm not. So I got it.
Anybody in the group can feel free to check the chat. It's now been publicly reported that Chevron and Shell are closing in on major contract with Venezuela, which...
How much is it?
I don't know.
How much is it? I did not say oil was not a factor.
I didn't say that you didn't say it was. I'm just talking to them. You can look at it. It'll be an expansion of the current Chevron contract, and then Shell coming in. Apparently, the servicer is reportedly to be Halliburton. I can land right there.
You made no point, and you don't even realize it. You're so slow.
We got it. We got it. Literally could have done the same deal, like literally, with Maduro in power. Like literally the same exact. Now, if he had said it's about the oil in terms of its effects on Cuba and other ways in which they want to control that region, since we just saw them blowing up boats, it's amazing how people don't connect these things. Because young people don't even talk about the boats anymore. They're not just saying, okay, I can see that. It's one way, or it's a vehicle, or it's a method or strategy of a larger geopolitical thing. But if we took our head of state for if we took a head of state for $1 billion oil servicing contract, then the United States is done. Now, the neoliberal myself never said oil was not a factor. It's the world in 2026. Oil is always a factor.
Yeah, there's a new one. I'm just reading about because I hadn't looked at this. Restball, who is Restball is Spain. They're not American, but they were at they're Portuguese. They were at the meeting with Trump, and they are also now reported to be working on an agreement.
Cool. I look forward to seeing what comes of it in 2 years when Donald Trump isn't president. It'd be great to see. And people have really convinced themselves that Donald Trump is going to be president for life. It's utterly insane to me.
What happens is the people here may agree with Trump or agree with the actions. That is actually far from the truth. I actually agree with you a lot, man. There is some illogical notions about the way things have gone about. There probably is an easier way to have gained in especially with our allies, much better diplomatic solutions to negotiations as opposed to the way we've gone about things with tariffs and some of these military interdictions. I am not disputing that. I am just telling you what some of my friends, and I happen to have friends across multiple industries, have said. The oil one, they had a lot of insight on. Not on our end, but on Venezuela, they had a lot of insight. Had said, and did take place. Why is that? I don't know why that's not my fault.
Trent, I think there are two conversations. One, you are trying to predict what the one is the conversation you're having. Another conversation is when Donald Trump says it's about oil as a justification for the war on Venezuela, right? The blockade, the striking of boats, all of that. We can analyze how credible that narrative is, right? That doesn't mean that if narrative is credible or not credible, there aren't going to be, as the outcome, oil companies benefiting, contracts, etc. That's a separate conversation, right? But can we just analyze the credibility of justification for going to war? And to be fair, this is not only the single justification that was given. There were competing, 5 justifications for going to war. And one that was the most popular was it's about oil, right? So we can't just critically approach and figure out whether, as a justification for military action, that narrative makes sense or doesn't make sense. So that was the conversation in which we were engaging. Not whether Chevron is gonna, or some American company is gonna pick up a contract.
No, that is part of the conversation because I remember being told multiple times that these companies weren't going to participate. I remember when Exxon went there and said that it's too risky for them to invest. And my response to that is there's a bunch of independent firms there, and Exxon is one company who has been burned there. But there are other companies operating there that would be willing to take on the risk for such a vast amount of oil.
Yeah, so I vividly say that some companies that have risk appetite will go for it. I vividly remember saying this.
Chevron and Chevron exactly risk appetite. They're not like an
Chevron has the risk appetite.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll agree with you completely that the narratives out of the Trump administration are disjointed. They often changed by whether they were soft or Charmin on the toilet that night, I will give you that.
It's not only Trump, it's as an administration.
You're right, it is not only Trump. It is the entire Well, actually, I think now is probably going to be our next president. That's a different story. Or at least the leading Republican candidate, because my God, Katie's being so small, sitting next to Marco. Marco looks like the adult in the room every time I see him. But it is like from Christy Nome to all these things that have gone out with these people who are not necessarily qualified to be in these departments that look good on TV. I'm with you. It has not been a professional organization. But that doesn't mean, like, also, at the same time, when Trump says something that he's supposed to do, it tends to happen. As crazy as it may sound, it tends to happen.
Nobody's arguing about that. Again, I'm trying to remind people who are in the room, and you, apparently, because you don't remember the conversation. The conversation was about whether, as a narrative, the best possible narrative, whether it's coming from incompetent people, not incompetent people. Let's imagine the best possible justification of energy security, specifically fossil fuels and oil, as a reason to go to war with Venezuela or do a military action against Venezuela, including the boat strikes, right? That narrative, even packaged in the most best possible ways, using the best arguments, right, of energy security, does not make sense on the numbers. That was the point of that whole discussion that we now colloquially refer to as whether it was about oil. That was the conversation. Period. We disagreed about that.
I don't even know what you said. That was a factor. Let's just drop it. We all know it. It's okay.
Again, you're reframing the conversation.
I'm not reframing it.
You said oil wasn't a factor.
I got it. This is what I said. I said oil was the major factor for them going in, and that they were going to take the leadership.
That's better.
To me, I get the regime. Miriam is correct. The regime has not changed, but the American flag is over the embassy, and Maduro's sitting in prison. And it sounds like there's going to be. I'm not right yet. It sounds like there's going to be oil contracts for some major companies that were there.
That's a great conversation that I just
Let's stop talking about it. It's a circular conversation that apparently never agreed with. Fine, I was wrong. Who gives a fuck? How about this? Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can put your rules or your shields up.
Okay.
Okay.
I like my trolling.
I would stand on
trolling.
Do what?
I like my trolling to be free, but if you insist, I'll pay you for the privilege of trolling you.
My man. All right, how about this one? I'm going to stand by.
Shout out to the rules.
Shout out to the rules. I'm going to stand by my April 1st date of this regime in Iran, and as unlikely as it sounds to repeat it, I stand by this regime will be fall. I said it will begin to fall on March 20th, we're almost there, and it will fall by April 1st. I'm willing to stand by that, and I'm willing to take more bets on that. If anybody would like to get in. Name of you, Neil.
Yeah, all the reporting, which Trent himself quoted in the chat from intelligence agencies, is that if you try to have a popular uprising, which Trent said would happen, that should be over by now, that they would get slaughtered like lambs. That's what they average understanding of history. It's slightly above average. It's obvious though. We hear them when they come in here. I don't want to fight. I've got to go to the Mercedes-Benz dealer in Brentwood. I'm getting it detailed, and as I do, I'm going to wait for my other G-Wagon. And I also have a Ferrari because I live in Calabasas. Hey, we got no fights. Huh?
Ben, you missed yesterday. One of them saying they are the higher tax bracket. They've contributed more to America because they are the higher tax bracket and have high income jobs.
Well, that's definitely true for you because they cut USAID a few months ago. We know you've been struggling.
Well, I need donations then. Help me.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer donations to make up for them cutting USAID? Miriam was a spy for USAID, for people that don't understand. So, no, they were saying they were funneling money. That was Miriam. Would you rather have the donations or would you rather have the man? Because you've been thirsty for both on the app now for about a year.
Does the man come with the money?
There it is. There it is.
You been looking for a man? You been looking for a man, man? We talking like you like that, girl? You should. I'm gonna say one thing. Man that took a they do drive G-Wagon. Like almost every Iranian that I know that's got some money drives a G-Wagon. There's no doubt about that. But Neil, before I go, I wanted to that general.
Chris, I'm just looking for his baby, but
I can't handle it. Yeah. I probably do not want like 20 but the general they have confirmed, can't remember his name, or Rajani.
He's not a general.
Not a general, supreme.
No, you know what the other guy, there was a general they said they hit too. I know what you're talking about. He was the head of the
Bashish.
Yeah, he was one of the Bashish men.
Yeah, he's dead for sure, but there was conjecture as whether or not I can't say his name. Larjani, thank you. That Larjani was dead, and now it's confirmed that he's dead because now some Iranians are starting to say it too. So
that brother was just on the street last week for the parade.
Last week, that's what I was saying. Y'all was talking about it. Gary's out there on the parade.
But the Israelis took him out. It wasn't the G-Wagoners.
No. Well, look, hold on. There have been some assassinations. This is what's giving me hope, man. There have been some assassinations inside, I think it's Tehran, inside Iran. 2 officers were killed with a shotgun, or assassinated with a shotgun. They don't know who did it. But there are some, and they've got to be pointing these people out, because there's no way, there's got to be Iranians helping out the crowd, because there's no way to know that all these, because it wasn't just him, there were like 10 other commanders killed. So somebody's got to be giving real-time intelligence in order for the drones to know to hit these places.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. Okay, follow the trail. The yellow brick road.
Look at Buddy Bean. Hey, Buddy. I like your photo. It's nice.
Hey, girl, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Good.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you seen Sister Sai in the last 3 months?
Yeah, she be in the audience. She's been coming on stage.
I want to ask her about some radio stations. She promised me. People always promise me they're gonna put things in the chat to prove me wrong, and like En Vogue, I'm never gonna get it. Gonna get it. Never 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 gonna get it. I never get it. It's not fair.
She kind of took a break. She really hasn't really been, participating that much.
But she said she was going to bring someone on to prove me wrong. We were going to get that
she's been like on a hiatus. She hasn't really been speaking much.
All right, that's fair. All right, that's fair.
I gotta go see a man about a horse. Is there anything else before I go there? Do I have the permission to leave?
Yes, sir, to given permission to.
Well, you can play out, of course.
And if you're looking for a man,
Are you purchasing a horse? Are you gonna purchase the horse?
it's a Texas thing.
It's a pink Tony.
I just wanna fly. It's a big girl, I'll tell you.
Actually,
Just wanna fly.
you're
I'm gonna come get up and trust.
You're from West Hollywood. You're from Trenton, Texas. You're from West Hollywood. And we all know what goes down in West Hollywood.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I gotta say this because it is St. Patrick's Day, and it's almost 5 o'clock. I'm getting ready to put on, I have a McAllen's 18. And, actually not, I'm not Johnny, I'm going on bullshit. I'm not Johnny, I'm going to support of my brothers from, y'all be good, I'll talk to y'all soon.
That boy crazy, huh?
Yeah, St. Patty's Day. I'm giving me an Irish car bomb too tonight.
I thought we wasn't celebrating.
What? I celebrate St. Patty's Day. Yeah, I'm in Philly, man. Give me an Irish car bomb, have me a couple beers, nice balls, man.
And unseasoned potatoes, because I have a knife.
Hey, it's just, hey, man. Come on, Patty.
Come on, who?
My bad, I thought Patty was old school.
Dang, everybody just be calling me anything. They just put any on me. I'm telling you.
Well, you got Patty on the brain, because she goes to that lunch dates.
That's a fact, man.
But I was gonna say, for the black American, if there's any quote-unquote white holiday that you might want to celebrate low-key in the crib, it might be St. Patrick's Day. Because many of y'all come from Irish stock. Oh, it's some black redheads in here. I'm done speaking.
Hey, man, I know when you was growing up, your parents were like, oh, yeah, you wear green today for school. I think that's a North thing. Northeast black folks thing.
We still do that.
Yeah, I used to do it.
I have 8 children. I have 8 children who all wore green today. Like, yeah, that's still done, yeah. I want to tell you, the black Irish. And the black people in Ireland, you are familiar with the blacks in Ireland. First, you know what the black people in Ireland?
What's the singer? The black people where? Hey, Billy Bill?
In Ireland.
In Ireland?
Yeah, the blacks in Ireland, there's a few.
Oh, soul singer.
Which one?
Her name starts with an I have to think now.
Dublin, Ireland, near the Bruxelles Rock Pub. I actually saw this statue. Couldn't remember his name. I know y'all never heard of him. But Phil Lynott, there you have it. We everywhere. We awesome.
Before? No, I don't like Guinness. I've had Carl, I've had what are they, Boilermakers and all the other things, but I don't like Guinness. The Irish has Guinness, right?
Yeah, Guinness, whiskey,
Whiskey, yeah, I've never had that. I don't like the Irish drinks. I'll drink the whiskey if there's nothing else there, but I don't Baileys. I don't like Guinness. I don't like Irish whiskey.
Yeah, with the car bomb, you gotta drink it real fast, or to curl up, you know?
Yeah, because you drop it in, right?
Yeah, that's a fact, yeah.
There's a Guinness Stout Punch my pops used to make. It's good. He used the stout, he used condensed milk, peanuts. West Indians know about that Guinness Stout Punch. It's good stuff. It's good for things and stuff. I don't want to go down that road. We always end up there. Some breaking news out of New York. We had a skyscraper on fire. I know Spirit Troops is here, 43rd Street, Rambo. Big fire, 43rd Street, along the route of the parade today, St. Patty's Day. I don't know if anybody was hurt. I'm done.
I put her tune in a chat. I think it might have been in the top 30, 13 years ago. Yeah, I should say top 50.
interviews. If you haven't, you should see it. It's great. The way she breaks, the way her questions and the way things get broken down, and she gets emotional. It's really good if you get a chance to watch it. It might be on Netflix. It might. Well, how'd you watch it? I think I watched it on Netflix. Oh, you don't remember? I don't. You must have had the bootleg. Speaking of that, what was that you were saying about Michael B. not deserving? What was that? What you meant by that?
It's, I can answer this very, I thought it was excellent film. I was just joking.
Okay,
Let me ask this quick question. I'm from IG. I saw he went to In and Out after the Oscars.
No, that was propaganda from the CIA.
Miriam, his handler, instructed him to go to In and Out.
I mean, was there something significant about In and Out?
Yeah, I like the burgers, and it was one in LA.
Okay, so because it's in LA, that would be
like you know how it is, you accomplish a big thing, and it's like, I just want a burger.
Yeah.
Like when you went to the prom, I went to 3 proms. But when you went to the prom,
Jesus.
Well.
With the same girl?
No, different girls all across the city. Hello? Oh God. You know how after they're we're gonna get burgers after. Well, have you ever seen the movie Sideways? No. And the Sideways, after it all ends, he ends up drinking this very expensive bottle of wine. It's called oh God, what is the wine? It'll come to me. Baby, come to me. I can't remember, but he ends up after everything breaks down and he sees that his ex-wife, who he's really still in love with, anyways, they go to Jack's wedding, remember? And then she actually has a man. Oh, she's actually pregnant from her new husband. He ends up going to a burger joint and just drinks the wine in this, very unremarkable styrofoam cup. It's like that. It's like, I'm gonna carry my Oscar around and get a burger. It's the thing. It's the trope.
Yeah, similar to, when Jay was like, oh, Blue got a new sippy cup or another sippy cup for his latest Grammys. It's a trope.
I think it's also I'm just a regular guy. I know I won, but I'm not going to wherever Mr. Charles or whatever the hell is, wherever they go. I'm gonna go to In and Out. I'm regular. I'm just like.
Don't get it twisted. He went there too.
And plus,
that's why they In and Out don't get full because all they had was fucking sushi and
yes. But not going to go eat first.
It's similar to how a couple of years back, I forget exactly who was all in the photo, but a couple of artists went to Waffle House at the Grammys, and that photo went viral as well.
Yeah. Didn't y'all do that after prom? Didn't y'all go to
We did, yeah.
Diner or the fancy stuff, and after you still had your tuxedo on, or you're kind of cool.
Yeah. And everybody, all the way, not this way.
One second, miss. Excuse me, miss. 70% of you remember that. It's a good 30% of you didn't go to the prom. Continue.
I'm thinking that might be the new trend since this whole, Hollywood party scene has gone sort of not so favorable news-wise. So maybe people are just doing something different.
Oh my God, why didn't y'all tell me my phone was unlocked? Well, yeah, no, I just asked the question because I saw it and I didn't know if it was somebody special there or, if it was special food, but now I know. You said it's in LA.
Maybe he has a connection in and out I don't know about, but I just thought he was just getting the burger.
Got it. I mean, I didn't know if it was a black establishment.
No.
Okay.
In-N-Out Burger is a favorite.
Yeah, it's more of a pride. It's people very prideful there about their In-N-Out burgers in LA. That's their thing. That's their local delicacy.
delicacy. It's the low-high thing of it all.
Really?
Yeah.
They're good burgers, if you ask me.
They're fantastic. I love them.
And they're also inexpensive, so it's kind of, it's like much less than Shake Shack, arguably better. So it's like the people's choice. It's the people's choice.
Is that the only place in the Middle East? Is that the only place?
It's expanding now.
Is it in the South?
I mean, in Tennessee, I believe. But it's not like Cookout at all.
It is a family-owned burger joint. Is it like in Florida?
They carry on a stretch.
It used to be.
In Florida.
Okay.
The lady that owns it moved very famously, like, California is horrible for taxes and all this, and it's really bad. I gotta move to Tennessee. But of course, she had made a fortune, and now she's whatever. It was, you know.
I just have to mention White Castle. For those of you who don't know what White Castle are.
I'm a big White
I'm
Castle.
from Ohio. Oh, definitely.
You gotta let people shine. You gotta let the California people have a moment.
Well, my son who moved from here to LA literally joneses for White Castle all the time, and actually talks about driving to Las Vegas just to get a White Castle. He's totally into what's the ones that you were just talking about in LA? In and Out. He's a major, and he has stock in and out, but there's nothing like White Castle.
My mom calls them fart burgers.
Yeah, they make you cook the bathroom.
Isn't Cookout black owned? No, it's not, is it? I don't think not.
I don't think so.
I thought that, I do remember when Biden went to Cookout with a black family. And they ordered chicken.
No.
And people tried to act like it. Those were the days. Remember we had to say that you're allowed to eat chicken as a black person and not be racist with a white person? Now we're in war with Iran.
Believe it.
Wait, what's Cookout? Where's that at?
In the South.
It's nothing.
Nasty after the middle of the night.
Oh, so is it like?
No, it was banging when they first opened up. They turned to trash later on, but when they first opened up, it was really good. First place I had it was in North Carolina. It's not bad. It ain't nothing but hamburgers and Franks.
First Lady, did they turn to
Hamburgers and Franks.
Did they turn to trash First Lady, or did you taste buds and
No, it just wasn't the same. It wasn't. Before, I felt like the meat, the ingredients, everything was real. And then when I went back years later, I think I was like, maybe it could have been the state that I was in that made it different. It just seemed very chain from that point on. When I first went, it seemed like it was authentic burgers and fries and stuff like that. But when I went years later in a different place, it was just like, ugh, this ain't the same. Even down to the milkshake. Milkshake wasn't even right.
I think your palate and stomach are more discerning now.
For those of you on the West Coast.
Well, I haven't had it lately.
Sorry.
Go ahead, West Coast.
For those of you on the West Coast, like, what are they talking about? It's sort of like the Southeast version of Jack in the Box. They have a bunch, it's a very eclectic eclectic sort of menu. Not as Jack in the Box. Not as Jack in the Box.
Terrible. Jack in the Box is nasty for real.
Oh, for sure.
Like, Jack in the Box is one like, okay.
We're talking about California and Gemini's in here. I can imagine. So Jack in the Box, I think people like their tacos. This is what I discovered. Like, that's their thing. People like their tacos. I didn't know.
Yeah, they like the tacos. They're known for. Let me read the room. They're known for munchy food, if that makes sense. That's why if you notice Jack in the Box, 24 hours, and they have some very unorthodox menu
just like loaded nachos. It just looks like a bunch of just shit thrown together, but that shit sells. So, yeah.
Well, my conspiracy is that Arby's is actually a front or something.
Because
I don't know who eats Arby's.
Well, then maybe Jack in the Box is the same.
it's not about the food. No, I need to speak to somebody in this room. Let me click on this. Who was keeping Arby's in business? I don't never line right now. But if you notice, Arby's owns a lot of everything. Like Arby's owns, let me see, hold on, we looked this up one time.
I think it's a front too. Ain't no fucking way.
It stands for Arby's though.
So Arby's owns Buffalo Wild Wings, they own Sonic Drive-In, they own Jimmy John's, Dunkin' Donuts, and Baskin and Robbins.
Well, Sonic done close. Sonic done close.
Yeah,
The ones in Atlanta closed. The ones in Atlanta need to close.
Yeah, so they're backed by World Capital Group, but Arby's itself owns Buffalo Wild Wings, Sonic, Jimmy John's, Dunkin' Donuts, and Baskin Robbins. Yep, like the whole chain, like not like the store.
The only thing that's worth anything at Arby's is they fries. That's it. They fries is the only thing that's edible. Everything else is, I don't even know what it is.
Drive-through, there's always cars in the drive-through up here.
I've never seen cars in the drive-through.
Arby's is kind of like Dairy Queen. It's like trailer park trash cuisine.
Not too much of Dairy Queen.
You
gonna put Dairy Queen down right now?
Not too much of Dairy Queen.
Listen, I need me a good steak fingers every now and then, but but at the same time, I do have to.
Dairy Queen got decent burgers. I ain't gonna lie. They burgers are decent.
The thing about Dairy Queen is when there's people faithful to it, it's like it's six of this strong. Like it's six of y'all strong. Okay, so I don't.
That's it.
Not Dairy Queen parts. Drive-thru be pumping. I don't know. Try to go all of the ones that I pass by. It's always somebody in the parking lot.
So I found out the hard way that the steak fingers are only sold at the Texas location.
Yeah, I've never heard of steak things. That's why I was looking like, what?
I think chicken fried steak is a Texas thing, and it is.
Yeah, I had to learn that the hard way.
Yeah,
that's the Oklahoma, Texas thing for sure.
Yeah, they're not ready for us, girl.
I hate chicken fried steak. That shit is disgusting, but yeah. It must be.
Do you like Cotton Patch?
Girl, it's an elephant. We gotta go to lunch. Oh my God. Girl, I be trying to, I try to act sophisticated in here a little bit, just a little bit. But girl, Cotton Patch, what you know about Cotton Patch? What is that, girl?
That sounds country.
That's just like the one. Okay, have you heard of Cracker Barrel?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
see,
so
that makes sense.
Imagine like a Cracker Barrel without the breakfast part. It's just lunch and dinner.
Southern home-style food.
Yep, Southern.
Is it the same people that make Cracker Barrel? Because it would be Cotton Patch. That is just that's racist as fuck.
No.
What is happening?
No, but I love Norma's Cafe as well. That's a Dallas staple.
I bet y'all not giving it up.
Cotton Patch.
If we're going to Cracker
Patches.
I can go whenever I have a taste for dumplings. That's where I go. I just go and I listen. The drinks are chicken good. The food is good and cheese. Yes, I go get me a bowl of dumps and a spiked iced tea, and
guys have to hear so much money.
I can't get over the fact that the name of the place is Cotton Patch. Texas is a
Hey, you guys, you have to hear this new Burger King commercial that's just out, and it's narrated by the president of Burger King. It's really short.
I can't fuck with Burger King, so there's that.
this out, Brooklyn.
What happened? There was a time Burger King used to be king. Flame-grilled burgers served by folks only happy when you had it your way. No matter where or when or who you ate. Every meal felt special. Spotted at the Tables House. Felt special.
You have to watch the commercial because it's all, like it shows 60s black and white footage. And you see him in his office with like this wall of Post-its behind him as if he's like looking at thousands of messages from customers. It's a great commercial. I saw it, I was watching the Oscars, and I think it came on during the Oscars.
I haven't eaten Burger King since '99. I don't even know what the fuck Burger King is like, so there's that. That shit could go away too, I wouldn't care.
I love how he says but there's no fast food anymore, and that's not good.
I think Chick-fil-A is like the king of fast food, to be honest with you, because it still has like a health component. Like it's fast food, but it's not like guilty fast food, if that makes any sense.
Strongly disagree.
You sound like a health nut. Me at 666 pounds is saying that the Chick-fil-A is healthy, okay? There's that.
I think it's grossly overrated, Chick-fil-A. I was so disappointed when I tried it the first time.
But of course, y'all don't understand. I'm in the birthplace of Chick-fil-A. Y'all don't understand what it's like. You have to come to Georgia. Unless you come to Georgia, you don't know nothing about Chick-fil-A.
I had it. I'm saying I was really excited about it, but when I experienced it, I was like, this is some bullshit.
I literally lived up the street from the 24-hour original Chick-fil-A for years. They got a different menu than the rest of the Chick-fil-A's. Like, they got home country meals, they got fucking all kinds of shit you can't even see on the menus.
That was like
none of them are open. It's 24 hours, but it used to be when they redid it, they did regular hours, but it used to be 24 hours, but they were closed on Sunday. They were closed at midnight on Sunday and won't open up until midnight Monday.
That's like Krispy Kreme. They made their transition to New York. They did pretty well. Like,
is it just for me, or when y'all see that light, do y'all do a U-turn in the middle of the street?
Of course.
Okay, because I thought I was.
No.
I've almost had several accidents fucking with them summer.
No.
I'm a glazed donut connoisseur, so they got, their brand, they definitely, it's like crack. I could just like stay away.
I'm not a sweet person, I'm more of a savory person, so they have this new donut chain down here that has savory donuts. I said I was gonna try it because I've heard good things about it. But I like sweet stuff sometimes.
What do you think about canines? Can?
I haven't heard anything about canines. I don't eat that shit though.
Game, so my Raising Cane.
Raising cane, yeah. And then
Isn't no chicken?
You mean a cannabinoid that can turn around cancer cells? That's what you're talking about?
Oh wow, really? I didn't know that.
Wait, what happened? Wait, say it again? I was being funny.
Oh yeah, you scared me just now. I was like, what?
So, did you all, I'm sure nobody watched it, there is actually a documentary called The Donut King. It is about the Cambodian refugee in LA who started a whole donut empire in Southern California, which is why they have arguably so many fucking donut shops. But about 90% of them are owned by Cambodian immigrants. This guy escaped the Khmer Rouge. It's actually an interesting documentary.
Don't they have a lot going on?
You guys you want to be on your Krispy Kremes and your fucking trashy Dunkin' Donuts.
No, but like,
the real donuts of Southern California.
no, but I've been told recently it's been kind of hard to find like the smaller donut shops. Like now here in Atlanta, it's more and more like places that's opening up this like mom and pop donut, like artesian or whatever the fuck you call it, donuts, the fancy shits. Before it was just all you had was Dunkin' and Crispy. That was it.
Dunkin' ain't even a donut, but I will say this along.
I like Dunkin' powdered donuts.
I think, but they have some artisan donut shops along 14th Street, Irving, around there, man. I can't remember the name of them, but what's the name of the joint I'm thinking about? Oh my God, those donuts.
Yeah, but they're newer though, right? They're not like a staple.
It's not called like the donut shop or something like that.
I don't remember.
Yeah, not that one. It's another brand. I have to find, but they're gourmet donuts and they are delicious. They're pricey to myself.
Yeah, but I don't remember growing up in New York where we just had fucking donut shops all up and down the street.
No,
it was, you know what I'm saying? All we had was Crispy, well, not even Crispy, because
Crispy came in
I don't think Crispy ain't come into like the late 90s.
We had Dunkin' and we had a few dope donut shops, shops here and there.
That was it. That's all I remember, Dunkin'.
God, I remember.
Dunkin' back in the day was good. They powdered donuts. That was it, though.
I remember when Krispy Kreme came and people were lined in front of there from like 4 a.m.
The one on 25th Street open, it was on and popping.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It was weird. Like literally people, it was like a thing, like a huge deal.
In the 90s, when I lived near Normandy Court, right, on the Upper East Side, they had a donut spot near Asphalt, the Asphalt Health Center. Yo, they had this little donut spot over there. It was just like a little hole in the wall. The best recently glazed donuts in the world, I swear. I wonder what ever happened to them. I have to walk around my whole block. But so to your point, Brooklyn, we didn't have a bunch of like donut shops like that in New York like that. It just wasn't the same growing up.
No, donuts wasn't a thing.
Bagel shops, we've had plenty of too much.
Oh, bagels, yeah.
Too many.
And some of the bagel shops, they would have like their own like gourmet donut type shit, but that was it. Like all you had was Dunkin' until Crispy came. Was really the only. Isn't there any other Krispy Kreme besides the one on 25th?
There used to be one on 23rd, I do remember that.
Oh yeah, the one on 23rd, yeah, I remember that one.
And Penn Station as well. I don't know, I'm grown now. What do you want to do? Let's do it.
Conversation there is breaking news. Across Iran, TV, multiple celebrations have broken out for Syria against the regime's wishes. There were multiple calls in many neighborhoods praising the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi's call for unity. One neighborhood in Tehran, police did open fire, and it looks like a couple of people have been hit. But there are other cities in which there has been the regime has not responded. So they are on the streets.
I'm confused. What are you talking about exactly? What was celebrated? I don't. Trent. That's why I be wanting you to post the stuff because I don't be understanding what you're saying.
I recognize it's not chicken fried steak and donuts.
Oh, you got jokes. You got jokes. I'm listening to a lick it up fucking mid-aged weirdo, and I can't understand what his lick it up ass be saying. That's all I'm saying. And then you be lying most of the time, so that's another reason why I want you to post shit. Don't be funny, cause I could be funny too.
You bought out on Brooklyn?
Right, cause he tried to come to me, and I didn't even said for his big headed ass.
Earlier was the exercise. I heard y'all. I couldn't even speak. I was a little frustrated because I'm like, just listen, but that was interesting.
So this chicken fried steak did originate in Texas, and it was a Germanic dish. The celebrations, there's a celebration called.
Did you say Germanic?
You said all of that shit just to make this fucking stupid ass play. That shit you said about Irene was probably a lie. Look at you. You just wanted me to get on the mic to say something. Should have been candidates.
I'm getting out of Iran. And it's
Shut up. No?
Yeah, in Iran, it's a celebration called the Suri Festival, the fire celebration. The regime had told people not to go onto the street to celebrate this. The people did it anyway in multiple cities. In some neighborhoods in Tehran, it was fine. In other neighborhoods in Tehran, snipers and the police have opened fire again on protesters to break up the celebrations. But there are other neighborhoods, there are other cities like Quasi, I can't pronounce these names, like Quasi, where the police did not interdict. Does that help Brooklyn?
So now instead of being 50,000 people getting killed, that got killed is gonna be 1 million? That's what you're saying? You giving the people something else to come on here and complain about more people killed by the Iranian government? I need to see the information. Cause you could be lying.
You'll find out about it in probably about 8 hours because it's midnight there. But yeah.
Why the fuck you found out about it? Why I can't know what you know? Why I can't see what you saw? That's what I'm saying. You gotta post your shit, Trent.
No.
That's all I'm saying, cause you be lying. I'll
post it.
Fucking lying. Thank you.
No problem, I'll post it.
And then better be in the fucking chat. I'm gonna curse you out real bad.
Well, I'll give some quick Iran news. Russia is reportedly expanding military cooperation with Iran. The U.S. aircraft carrier that had the fire in the laundry room, USS Gerald Ford, is leaving to go to Crete for maintenance. 29 sirens were activated across Israel in the last 24 hours. And what else? And other shit going on. Russia condemned strike on the territory of Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant. Hope I said that right. And that's it. So that's from my perspective. I can post links to all of that.
Kids, buddy, I know you can. This big head fool feel like post nothing. You be lying. Liar. Hands on fire. Damn, you fried steak, you could have did that. You have to come up here making shit up. Oh.
Wait, what's up with chicken fried steak?
So who did they kill? It says Iran confirms 2 top officials killed at Iran.
Oh, it's one of their citizens. I believe they're, well, Israel says it's Iran's de facto leader, Ali Larijani. But, you know, I guess it depends who you talk to.
No, they killed that.
No, I know he's dead, but in terms of what his role was and it depends who you talk to.
So Larijani was who was expected that, because he was kind of considered a reformist. And so he was expected who we would work with in order to be a transitional leader for the cause. But apparently, according to CNN, an article just came out, after he was so aggressive in support of killing the protesters in January, they put him on the target list. He was the one that was, a couple of days ago, the man was talking about walking around in the parades and, you know, telling people to resist. So he was killed, and then the commander of the Bashir's force, which is basically the secret police that goes out and does the actual killing, he was also killed along with 10 other commanders. So that's why it's significant that the people are now on the streets after being told not to be on the streets. The people are on the streets celebrating a different festival, but they're also chanting anti-regime chants. That's why it's significant.
Roughly how many people are out there chanting, Trent?
It's multiple cities, so hard to tell, but I would call it, I'm looking at the aerial shots, maybe 2,000, you know what I mean? It's hard to tell when you're looking at close-up photos, but it's multiple places, like it's neighborhoods. It's definitely not 100,000 people out there, you know, that's definitely not the case, but it's definitely a few hundred.
So I can read the statement from Netanyahu. He says, this is meant to enable the brave people of Iran to celebrate the Festival of Fire, and he encourages or urges Iranians to go out and celebrate the ancient festival now seen as an anti-regime protest. This is according to the Times of Israel.
That's the coolest festival by far, by the way. It's worth looking into. I forget what it's called right now.
Suri Kamani, I think you pronounced the second word, but Suri something.
You say Festival of Fire, that's what it is. It is Shorshambi Suri is seen by the Islamic Republic as a pagan holiday, and its celebrations often feature anti-regime protests. This is according to the Times of Israel, so take it for what you want.
That's already there. It is the Israelis that are the Israelis that told people there's not time to get off the street. We will let you know when we can. And so the thought is maybe, I'm not sitting in the room, but the fact, I didn't know about the statement from Netanyahu until Scott even said it, that maybe that they have now taken out enough of these police checkpoints, and the police are afraid to go out because of the drones, that maybe this is the beginning of a term, and a bill with, so it's not enough for me to return, but it's the fact that
He doesn't give a shit about the Iranian people. He just wants them out on the street protesting. That's his motivation. He's not thinking, oh, it's safe and you guys can go out there. He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, get out there, celebrate your festival, and also like overthrow the government and protest against the government while you're there. But I don't give a fuck about it.
I would disagree with that because the statements previously have been it's not safe yet, and they have warned people not to go out because they were afraid of what would happen to them. So the fact that there is now statements that are encouraging protests, that is a big change in what has been going on for the past 2 weeks.
So you think this is a big moment, Trent? People are going to rise up, they're going to overthrow the government?
I think this is the testing of the show. It's not a good sign, obviously, that people have been killed or shot at. There's also reports that they shot indiscriminately at residential buildings. So I don't know if they have enough. I don't know if this is the stuff or not. It's hard for me to say at this early stage.
I mean, I think one thing we know is that they're going to shoot at people who are rising up, if there are going to be people rising up. I don't think anyone expects that to be some sort of like bloodless revolution.
Significant in some cities of West Michigan. I think that's the more significant thing. Not that there was shooting, but if it were me, I would want to go and try to take out certain territories. Like looking at us, you want a Texas or California to begin to succeed, to start something in the rest of the country. So if we notice a certain part of the country where the police are laying down bombs, maybe that reaches to which ultimately leads to the complete entire vulnerability.
What's the water situation, Trent?
Situation in Iran?
Hey, didn't Tehran have like a massive water issue, like maybe, I don't know, 3-4 months ago, something like that, where they were worried they were going to have to move millions of people out of the city because they didn't have enough water to drink or bathe or, generally operate the city.
Well, what about the water in South Texas? we got a water problem here.
Your Honor, that is true. They are in the middle of a water crisis, which is annoying when we have all these fake Iranians come on stage and they talk about drop bombs, but they don't talk about the water crisis, the food shortage. They estimate that if this military operation, or whatever people want to call it, goes on longer than 6 months, then 40 million people will be facing a
So for this, can I speak about?
Thank you, DT. I thought I saw that, and I assume having your infrastructure bombed has some kind of, I don't know how to avoid this bad downstream effects. So hopefully they have what they need to survive. This whole starving people out approach to war is filthy. I really hope that's not what's happening here.
And in addition to that, their economy, I think that their money is worthless. Like $1 equals like $1 billion within your currency. It's crazy.
Well, they bombed the bank. That was smart. They took out the bank so that the IRGC could pay. Now your army can't get picked in. They took out the servers.
No, Trent, their money is worthless. Like the paper
Is more. So Trent, this is my problem with this. These people are suffering, and yet we have people come in and say, drop more bombs. We love this. Drop more bombs. The people, it's so oppressive. It's tone deaf. It's tone deaf. Because people are suffering.
They've had high inflation they've had ridiculous inflation for years now. It's part of the reason why the January protest started is because their money became worthless, and partially because they locked with our sanctions. So while I'm in with you, don't want to bomb water, bomb power, so that people can leave. The bombing the banks and wiping the servers so that the IRGC and the secret police can't conduct business and take police stations does work, because that's what allows of this oppressive regime.
That's nuts. I'm just gonna say that.
Why would that be nuts?
Oh my God. Let me count the ways. Are you serious?
Yeah, explain to me.
Yeah, okay. Well, the first one is when you have a plan, you can't just do like steps 1 to 3 when it's a 10-step plan. And I don't think that there's anything to signal that the Trump administration is actually gonna, like, first off, it's hard to even tell what their objectives are. And like just the basics of strategy are, you have to know what you're trying to accomplish and what your success rate looks like to successfully deploy that plan. And right now, no one's really sure what's going on, and there's a lot of evidence that they don't really know. So that's the first thing. So if you just kind of bomb them into greater destitution, that first off doesn't actually, I don't know what objectives that achieves. And second off, what you're doing is you're creating like a powder keg type situation where what you're most likely to do is to like weaken the regime, but not in a way that leads to their overthrow. And pushing a country of 90 million people into like a factionalist hellscape is not a good thing. So like, what are the outcomes that you're actually trying to achieve? And on top of all that, like if you're going to cause the level of human suffering that they are, already starting to cause and potentially could very substantially deepen, there needs to be a good reason for why you're doing that. So, what is that good reason? Like, where is it actually going?
Yeah, regardless of that, the plan, what you're saying is the plan, and what is actually going on, and the police stations that just 20 to 30,000 people and taking out the command leadership in which those people live or operate. You don't think that is a good idea?
Not necessarily. One of the things that is clearly true is that, like, when you take out Warlord A, the 10 smaller warlords that might take over might be worse. Like, this is what we've seen in all kinds of military adventurism that the U.S. is engaged in. So, yeah, it's not clear that it's better to do that. I'm not saying that, very bad people aren't, being hurt and that there's, like, I'm not saying that. But in terms of what the outcome looks like in 1, 3, 5, 10, 20 years, no, I don't think it's clear at all.
It's almost like an argument of saying we should leave the Gestapo and the SS intact.
Trent, that's not the argument. Trent, I just want you to listen for a second. Trent, you can't listen when you're talking. You can't listen when you're talking. Nobody is saying that that's good. What we are saying is that we can't do good by doing bad. These people are suffering. Nobody's saying that the Ayatollah should have been there. Nobody's saying that. What we're saying is
that you cannot have peace through CENTCOM. That's what we're saying.
You can have peace or what?
CENTCOM, military action. That's what we're saying.
Okay, but, so again, you can disagree with going in, but now that you're in, the strategy that is happening across the country is to take out these police forces that have killed 20,000 college students, basically, very recently. And right now, as of tonight, you can see them pulling up and sniping these people. You're saying that the United States and Israel shouldn't use their drone technology. Hello? Dear?
Oh, you cut out. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you cut out. Oh, my bad. The United States and Israel have drones over Iran and can see these police forces killing these people peacefully protesting. Well, are we making the assumption that the United States and Israel should then not use our technology to eliminate those police forces and eliminate where they operate at?
What's the point if you're killing kids? If you're trying to protect people, what's the point if you're blowing up the people you're trying to protect? How does that make any sense?
But you're not.
But they are. They just kill.
Well, they are. No, I should say that. There are some instances that they have. But
no, it's not even. It's multiple, bro. It's not even some. It's multiple.
A lot.
It's every fucking time they do it.
Yeah, but again, why? I'm looking at video right now of police pulling up on a protest, pulling out weapons, and the people are scattering. If I'm a drone operator watching that, are you saying that we should not fire on those police forces firing at those protesters?
Sure. I don't understand how this is, but how do we not know that this video was airing? How it's legitimate?
There are people that are trying. I'm probably going to go and protect the civilians. We're probably going to go about it a different way rather than bombing them. Bombs don't have names on them. You need to do bullets, but I mean, fuck, you could send out guys out there that can take care of that.
You think you should send it?
I mean, special forces, if we have them. If the goal is to really protect people, no, because I'm going off of your logic. If the goal is really to protect people and really help these people, you think bombing exactly where they're all at makes sense and just killing everybody? Because that's how bombs work, Trent. I don't know if you know that.
I know how bombs work.
Doesn't sound like it. Because you're arguing, well, they're protecting people. Well, how do bombs work, Trent? If they're aiming where the people are at, how do bombs work?
Yeah, the missiles that we have fly in and they explode. Unfortunately, to your point, they do kill innocent people.
But you're supposed to be protecting.
Yes, again, fly. But the escalations that they are targeting, for the most part, are the operation centers for the secret police force that is responsible for not only the recent killings, but the killings over the last 2 decades of people who have tried to overthrow this government. So we are using, instead of sending in ground forces, by the way, we can't send in special forces into a city like Toronto, they will get left out. But instead of using ground forces to do so, we are using drone technology in order to eliminate the threat where they see it. I don't have a problem.
So basically what you're saying is if I'm a gang member, right, and I have an opposing group at a child's birthday party, it's it's okay for me to go and shoot up this child's birthday party because the target's there. That's basically what you're saying.
What the fuck? What is this party? I said it's
I
okay.
think that's what you're saying.
No, it's not. No,
I'm
it's
putting
not.
it into words. And
No,
it's
I'm
simple
really not
as
okay with the
that's
bomb.
literally what you're saying.
No, what I said is I'm
Because
okay.
there's a target, it's still okay to go.
No, Fly, that's not what I said.
That is literally what you're saying.
No, Fly, that's not what I said. What I said is it's okay to bomb the police organizations. It's okay to bomb the police checkpoints that they're putting out. That's what is happening.
Where there's innocent people at, that's okay. Where there's multiple civilians, where there's a children's school, that's okay.
While they blew up a military installation, they got rid of a strategic military position. It's okay though, because it was only 165 students.
The children's school was a mistake, and unfortunately, in the war, you're gonna have mistakes. But
So I literally just said exactly what you said. I just said it using gang members, and then you told me that it was wrong, Trent. I honestly don't think you even know what you're saying.
no, but nobody would say you should go bomb a kid's school party. No, I would not agree.
Well, there's police over there. There's people who kill a lot of people over there, Trent.
Have you seen them hit these checkpoints? Have you watched the videos of them hitting the checkpoints, Fly?
Yeah, I do.
You have?
I have.
You disagree with it?
Yeah.
You think we should sit in ground for?
I think so, yeah. Is that not what I just said like 3 minutes ago? I said you should special operations and do it.
Why?
We went to Venezuela. How did we do that? How did we go and capture?
We use a microwave weapon to disarm.
We have multiple ways that we can go about this, right? Without blowing up innocent civilians.
Okay, well,
That's my point. Like you're just finding ways to kind of justify this shit. Like
No. Venezuela, what we did in Venezuela and capturing one person is completely different than extricating a regime that has a very sophisticated military that's built up and been planning and is being assisted by Russia and has been planning for this type of action for the past 2 decades. The big difference.
It's not, no matter how you flip it, it's not. People have to go out there and pick their fucking kids up out of rubble. So, again, you trying to justify that is absolutely insane to me. And the fucking goal is just crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Tia. Tia, it's not AI. I'm looking at it. I know the difference. These are real videos. And you're on the left, but I'll say this: if this could continue for another night, then I'll say it's the beginning of a real regime push. But you got to eliminate these people that are willing to kill these protesters, and that's going to take, unfortunately, there's going to be some collateral damage there.
Yeah, how do you tell that these are real videos, Trent? What is the marker that shows these are real videos?
How do I know that they're real videos?
How do you personally know that they're real videos? I mean, I know you're in marketing for Ford, but certainly they've got some kind of professional video, program or something that makes you a professional. Telling what a real video is? Are you fucking kidding me?
The trend say that collateral damage is accepted. Those 160 kids that were killed.
I'll say this. Conflict of murder and a bunch of other things have these videos. I just want to say that. So I'll give Trent that. Some of these videos, most of these videos aren't AI because there's multiple.
I'm laughing though because every time we have something, he's got either an expert in his family or he's an expert of some sort that he knows everything that's going on or he knows.
He's just repeating stuff he's getting off on.
It is, and it's ridiculous. It's a bunch of
severe notifications on and he's like, I have have inside information.
He's right there on the border.
He's on fucking Instagram reading you a story. So it's cool. Everyone's a character. You can do whatever you want on us.
Dude, I'm not sound enough for
You
this
can do
shit.
whatever you want on here. So it's cool.
I don't mind answering you succinctly, but money, that's a fair share question.
Okay, cool. Be succinct.
There are, to Fly's point, there are AI programs that will locate other AI. That's one. But two, the easiest way, look, it's not me vetting all these videos. There's multiple viewpoints of the same activity. When you have multiple viewpoints, and usually, if a video is under 10 seconds, you should be, and it shows something spectacular, you should be worried of it. But if you see a 30 to 40-second video with multiple things happening in it, and then you see it from multiple different angles, that's usually like from a different poster. That's usually an indication that you actually do have a real video there.
And I just want to say, I went back and pulled up the article. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just say this. I went back and pulled up the article. It's actually 45 billion people that are at risk of a food shortage due to this conflict.
Can I ask you a question in the room? It's a theoretical question. If there was a United States, it's called a law enforcement agency that was known to harass its own citizens, shoot its own citizens, shoot at its own citizens, lock them up without due process, violate their rights, and it was on camera, would it be allowed and okay and permissible and acceptable for Iran to launch a drone in the United States and blow up their city or regional headquarters? I'm just wondering.
Before you had the oil in those cities. So the answer would be absolutely not, and you'll probably galvanize people.
Yeah, okay. I'm also thinking about the fact that we are currently blockading another country that hasn't done anything to us, 11 million people on an island that no food, no water, no electricity. I guess that's okay. This is an interesting world we live in now with this kind of thinking reform policy. People talking about regime change and the people that no one really even gives a damn about. So you don't care about the actual people.
Oh, I was thinking of actually pointing something out really quickly that that's already going on in the United States. We have three-letter organizations that are shooting at their own citizens, killing them, going against their rights.
You don't say it.
United States right this second, I mean, why wouldn't it be happening at a different shore if they're doing it here on their own? So why is this surprising? What? That's not even rhetorical. That's like, what? My thing is that the surprise that people are displaying when we've been seeing this crap happening over and over and over and over again, and why people are even shocked. Why are people outraged that they've seen this shit happening? I mean, how many people in Gaza have died in the last year? And it's like Tuesday, no big deal. It is Tuesday. Oh, it is Tuesday. Look at that. And there's like what Trent said earlier, basically 20,000 students. Well, was it 20,000 students or wasn't it? Were they students or were they people? Do you know? Or was it AI?
Were the people who were killed?
I mean, were they killed or were they crisis actors? I don't know.
Were they crisis actors?
Never mind.
Yeah, I didn't know your joke. I didn't.
Is it, is it Walmart or is it Maybelline? I mean, what do you want? You guys think it's surprising that we're gonna sit there and send cluster bombs in the middle of a country that we started the shit to begin with? And that's surprising. And then you got a guy that's sitting here saying that, no, those weren't our tomahawks, but they used their own tomahawks and sent them towards themselves, which we already know that there are only 3 people that have tomahawks, and Iran is not one of those people. So, why are we even surprised by all this crap?
Hello, can I talk a little bit?
Yeah, talk a little bit, please. Thanks.
Okay, just wanted to say that I'm gonna ask a list of questions, and my answer to all of those is no, obviously. First of all, was it right for Trump to start this war? No. Was it right to, and the other thing is, how this war goes forward is what matters now, because it already started, right? I don't think Iranians wanted war on either country. I'm saying this as an Iranian. But I think the choice of what happens forward is matter. Would it be right for US to occupy hard and take the oil for itself? Do you think that would be right?
Wait, why are you asking us questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there are immoral things to do at this point, right? Like occupying hard.
Instead of asking us questions, why don't you just tell us?
My point is that a very serious mistake happened. US attacked Iran. But it has now moral responsibility how to carry out what they began. Because by starting this, they created a situation that the people who've been already oppressed are going to be much more oppressed. The government has power over them, and the government has been threatening people that they will take a revenge beyond what they did already a month ago. They killed back then 45,000 people. Now they are claiming they will do something that what they did a month ago is minuscule compared to it. A revenge on the people. So when US started the war, it has a moral responsibility not to put people more in danger and finish this war proper.
All right, so let me ask you a couple questions. So they have a moral responsibility after starting a war and accidentally or not killing people, that their moral responsibility is to kill more people so that the regime could get out of power and the Iranians can take over. Is that your claim?
My claim is that the only moral solution at this point is to make sure this regime goes with minimum casualty out, because otherwise what US did created a situation that will be hundreds of thousands of people will die. If they say, okay, you know what, we don't want to continue at this point because we will take the oil and we are done. We will occupy hard, we will accomplish our own goals, we hit the military target of missiles, we are done, we are out, you are on your own, whatever problem we gave to you. That would be immoral.
You're kind of preaching to the choir, sweetness.
So, wait a minute, is she?
She's definitely not. She's definitely not. I think what she's saying, what's going on is wrong. Am I not?
I'm missing the part where she wants us to continue
to accelerate, and literally wipe out the whole regime. That's perfect. Oh, you think we should wipe out the whole regime?
Take the heads of the regime out, because you shouldn't have started this war if you were not planning to end. If you were planning to end.
I have a follow-up question.
I mean Americans. If the plan was, let me finish. If the
government?
No, I don't think Pahlavi should be the next government.
If you had your choice, would you have just said America stay out of it and let the status quo be the status quo with the IDRC?
I don't think the status quo should have been what it is, but it would be the Iranian people should have found another way to fix it. But they will not be able to find any way anymore. That's my point.
So now that the U.S. has gone in, you want them to finish the job, quote unquote, and if that means killing and bombing the fuck out of Iran, then so be it, because we need the regime.
I didn't say go fuck, kill, and fuck out of Iran. For example, the U.S. has been there for 3 weeks. Of the most important heads of the government, they have taken out maybe 10 people. Wouldn't have been better if the heads of the government were taken more and less civilians? Yes or no?
How do you propose to do?
All right, wait, before we continue.
They nobody know what are those people.
Listen, is it Maria?
Yes.
Maria, I need you to stay around because in the first week of this situation, and the talks leading up to it, the Iranian people were coming in and saying, U.S., you need to go over there and take them out. When Trump said he was going to go and do it, there were a slew of people. And what we kept saying is, what if they just go and do what they need to do? Exactly what you're saying. And now you're crying for the other half and saying, hey, well, you got to finish the job. Well, we don't know. That's the whole thing. That's the whole reason why we can't say you really don't want that to happen, because what is the plan? If they're going to start it, what's the plan? We don't know. We are in this place right now trying to figure it out, and we continuously keep asking the same question. So what would be the next step? If in fact they take out the leaders, then what? Then what happens?
Okay, it's a very simple thing. In Iran, there are lots of people that belong to different political parties. There are multiple political parties, multiple ethnicities. There are people who are in political prisons. It's very simple. You created people, Iranian people. If this government surrenders to people, I'm not saying surrender to US, surrender to your people, what will happen once most of the heads of the government are gone? You create a committee. Iranian people will create a committee out of their political parties, multiple ethnicities, and that political committee will sit, create the new constitution, put it for a referendum under international observations that is done fairly, and a new government will be created approving that new constitution. A secular, democratic government will be formed by participation from all ethnicities and all the political parties that have been suppressed. Solution. The problem is nobody wants.
Well, wait, before we hear about the problem, because I think I have a problem with the solution that you just provided. Why aren't they doing that now? You can't wait and then form, because then it's behind. But if they were to come forward now and try to start working a deal, then possibly they can get the whole situation. Do you think that's what's happening in the background?
I think what they want is, I do not know what Trump wants. Trump is
we don't know.
Can I say something? Trump, in my opinion, is not so trustable. I do not know what he wants. Nobody can read his mind. I don't trust him much. But I can say this. There are 2-3 things he can do, and probably those are what he thinks. One is, I will damage their missiles. I will damage this country. There will not be power in the region or something, and I'm done, I'm out. I think that will be similar to what happened we have historical ground for this, what happened in Iraq after the first Gulf War. I'm not saying the second time that US went to Iraq. It will be what happened happened after the first one. And Saddam Hussein became 10 times worse after the first attack of US than he was before. That's maybe one thing Trump is thinking of. Is he really thinking about changing regime? I don't think so, because if he was thinking of changing regime, why are they not taking out more head of the states out? Because there's so many prominent people that they know where they are. Actually, they were in an open protest a week ago, and they are still walking around, but nobody did anything to them. So apparently Trump wants to get some kind of photograph out of them.
Oh no, I thought the war was over until somebody told me. But I don't know what's going on. Well, there's two reses in here. I wonder what they have to say.
Thank you. I'm pleased. I am pleased to explain how the war will end soon and how it will be successful. The bottom line is that there are more than 1 million people committed to the IRGC. And when the new government comes in power, that new government is going to be fighting for many, many years an insurgency. It's going to be exactly like what happened in Iraq, where the insurgents never put down their weapons, and you had to fight them for years and years. So the bad news for the bad news for Iran is that there's this very substantial number of religious crazies who are going to fight to the death, and they will set off bombs, whether me runs it or someone else runs it. You're going to have crazy jihadi killing people for at least 5 years. And no government can prevent the religious crazies. Now, the vast majority of people of Iran hate the religious crazies. The vast majority of people want freedom, but the religious crazies make up a substantial 5-10%, and they're committed to terrorism. So bad news for whoever is the new government. The second thing I would say is no one in America, no Democrat, no Republican, not one fucking single person in America wants a single American to die. So if there's terrorism and an insurgency in Iran, there will be 0 Americans fighting it. It's going to be 100% Iranians fighting their own insurgency. America's going to provide air support and weapons, but the Iranians are absolutely on their own to fight a bitter civil war, and there is nothing anyone can do. Now, the final thing, and everyone in the room can shit on this, the final thing I will say is, it's totally retarded for there to be like a constitutional convention where civilians get together and draft a new convention and civilians try to run Iran. When you're fighting an insurgency of 1 million killer terrorists, you need strength. You don't need pussies. So the new government of Iran will have to be a military government. It will have to be elements of the military that are not religious, who are tough and battle trained, who are hard asses, and they're going to be running the country for the 10 years that it takes to defeat the insurgents. Now, after the insurgents are totally killed and defeated 10 years from now, then Iran can become a democracy. But until let me fucking finish. Just let me finish. Until all the insurgents are defeated, let me fucking finish. I'm bleeding the stage. Until every insurgent is defeated. Anyone that calls for democracy is a retard. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Okay, who that wants to talk? RJ.
I'll just
President, please don't talk to Jane like that moving forward. I appreciate you. Go ahead, RJ.
I'm going to let other people talk in depth. I just want to say that I appreciate the way that Snoopy and some of his calls, he's like, you guys can bukkake me when I get off the stage because I'm going to give you my opinion. That cracks me up every time. And I just wanted to give him that credit, even though his take was insane, because I think it's pretty interesting to talk about having
has mountainous terrain. American troops will leave in caskets. That's not a smart idea, right? The reason why Iran is hard to conquer is because it's a very mountainous area, and the population numbers I think might be good luck trying to do that. Trump he's putting the American soldiers at a death wish, which is very unfortunate. I was talking to this friend of mine, his friend, soldier. He said if we get sent there, we're worried because logistically speaking, it's going to be a nightmare. You know what I mean? So I think it's not that smart to go in somebody's home. We've seen what happened in Vietnam. What happened now is got embarrassed. Afghanistan, Syria, this is not a smart thing to do. You don't go to somebody's home, they're gonna fight like hell. So, and you're in their terrain, they know their land better than you. So I think it's not a smart idea for Trump to, sacrifice American soldiers like that's crazy, man. You know what I mean?
May I say something? A lot of the people who are supporters of Patty, they go ahead and they undermine groups in Iran, for example, Kurdish group and so on. I'm not myself Kurdish, but I hate it when they undermine them and consider them separatists because they are one of the groups and a couple of groups that have weapons and they can actually come to help. And they are Iranians. But parallelly, because
She's on the phone. Let me ask somebody else.
Oh, that's on my phone, bro.
I thought God stepped in.
Stop writing on time. Oh, there you go, First Lady. I was gonna say he's a long time guy. Yes, he is.
We have His Highness right here on stage.
Yes,
Reza.
he is.
Is that Reza?
Who's your highness? Who's highness on stage?
The Shah, he's right there. Reza, next to Mario.
Oh yeah, he was just talking.
He was in here last night.
I just want to say, and you can dump on me for my
Crown Prince himself. Oh, no, there he is. That's good. He has entered the stage. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
May I ask the moderators, which of the two Rezas would you like to hear from, me or the other Reza?
You're the real Reza.
They're both of them.
No, he's the real Reza, the one that just entered the stage. He was with me last night. He was hanging out. Oh, damn. Reza Shah.
Respectfully, this is Some people have accused me of having a split personality.
Wow.
Only two?
It's not.
At this point, I think it's more than split. Multiple. I first lady. I feel like I haven't heard from you in ages.
Welcome, Katrina.
Well, not me getting the silent treatment from First Lady. What did I do? What happened? Okay. I thought I was punished. Well, I said hello to you. I said hello to you and I said I haven't heard you in so long. So glad to see you. You said that when? Today? Just now, hon. Just now. Oh my God. No, girl. I heard Scotty say something, but I didn't hear your voice. Yeah, when I heard nothing. How are you? Oh no. What did I do now? Oh no. Just busy. This dog keep asking me for a treat. What? Got you. See, Gemini said I gotta stop talking to you like a baby. I gotta take a man. Good afternoon, everybody. What you got from me?
First Lady,
There you go. Ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I'm done speaking.
Oh, I thought you were the dude. And I was thinking, how much do you spend on treats? I'm not trying to watch your pockets, but you always got a treat for that dog. Oh, you dropping a bag, huh?
So I want to answer
doggy treats from, gourmet. Any like cheaper?
Divine, you know how I give the treats to my dog? I buy a chicken. I put it in a whole chicken. I put it in an air fryer, and then I just literally cut it up and then just give them pieces of chicken. It's actually compared to buying the biscuits and all this other stuff. But speaking of dogs, Janice, I don't know if you saw my comment because it was so long in the chat. But I have a twin brother for the puppy that you have in your PTR. If you look up my PTR.
Oh, shit. That's a nice dog. Divine, there's the breaking news. Amari, I hope you can hear me in the chat. Or in the group. I don't like that term. People who are not on stage. But there is breaking news.
That's a good one, fine.
The U.S. has signed now a total of $56 billion in deals with Asia. As Asian countries are now diversifying from the Hormuz crisis, including liquid natural gas and major coal projects, given the political instability in the Strait and in the Middle East with both Tokyo and South Korea. Wow. The reason I got this is because it includes Hyundai. Hyundai will be...
Wait, are they the car? The Korean car people?
I guess Hyundai Heavy Industries for supply of coal power plant equipment generation in Alaska. Yeah, I think that's the same Hyundai. No, I'll have to look.
But they have more problems than that if their riders are riding words like instability. What kind of dog is that?
I didn't want to be the asshole so badly.
I was wondering what kind of dogs is that, because I'm blind and y'all
I'm sorry.
What kind of dog?
I'm sorry, those are Shih Tzus. They're black and white.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a grammar bitch, so I did pick that up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, hey, Ramon, it's Divine. How are you?
Hi, baby. I'm doing good. I'm doing 7 days, no nicotine today.
Right, congratulations. Hold on. Let me do this.
Thank you, baby. I'm working on it.
Oh, let me give you a horn, too. Where the horn at?
I don't tell nobody that. I can say that.
So now it's now not just Iranian soldiers. The report is that Trump will make the Strait of Hormuz reinforced.
How else was he gonna take it? The fuck? Asking nicely.
But we don't need any help from NATO. I thought that NATO was like shit and they can't do anything. And NATO, like, literally is just a horrible agreement. And the US is pretty much was the one that's financing everything. So why are we asking NATO for help? I don't get it.
NATO for help. This is we're going to do it by ourselves. You guys take care. Go see a horse. Bye, Ramona. You have a good one, sweetheart.
Did he just say he has to go see a whore? Bye,
They usually say, I got to see a guy about a horse, but he's just cut it short.
Oh, I thought he said he had to see a guy about a whore, and I was like, wait. I'm in Nevada. We got those legal here, but I mean, Texas.
No, Mama, they're very legal here. They're called exports.
Oh, my bad. Well, Colorado's working on legalizing too, so,
Hey, I'd rather have it legal and
totally. I'm all about that. Always respect the world.
Yeah, at least a woman get protected and they will even
statistics from other countries that actually did make it legal and made it better, not worse, and we have the more taxpayer money. Like, come on.
But no pimps. I draw the line there. No more pimps.
But has a lot of pimps.
Huh?
But has a lot of pimps. What are you talking about?
Not legal ones, no.
Well, the reason why
You work in a house, you make your money. The house is their money, but
they're legal off the property because they want protection from the
it's never legal off the property though. Either you get protection or you don't.
Yeah, but people don't move like that. The biggest is the strip capital was called the escort capital. People
Yeah, you go on the corner and pick up a hooker and see how quick you go to jail.
Yeah,
or you can go to Old Bridge and you can get a whore like you're supposed to.
I think what the difference is here is that we don't have legal prostitution in the United States like they have in Netherlands.
Actually, we have legal prostitution in Nevada. It's the only state in the country that does.
I'm asking the same way how they have it in Netherlands.
Oh, well, I mean, you hitting the corner in the Netherlands?
You don't need to hit a corner in the Netherlands because you have the red district where everything.
When you hit corners in the Netherlands, that's in the red district. I mean,
yeah, they have rules and regulations and health checks and everything else.
We have in Nevada too. Every 2 months, they have to be a doctor. They have to have license.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, but you're so smart, you already know. The fuck? I live here.
Yeah, not to mention all those girls that are in the casinos on the Las Vegas Strip. They became guys in the strip. I've seen it before.
Well, I'm just saying, they don't, I mean, you're not gonna be, hooking on corners and not going to jail. We have a specific way that you have to do things.
Oh yeah,
we have.
Ramona.
Yeah.
I thought it was only specific places in Nevada that prostitution was
only certain towns.
Yes. Yeah, Mustang Ranch, Old Bridge Ranch, Bunny Ranch, Cherry Pack.
That's what I'm saying. Like you say, ranch. I thought it was like
their houses, their whorehouses.
I know what I'm saying. I thought that these places were like more rural places, not in places that had like more population.
No, it is a place. It's called Mustang Ranch.
Okay, so you're not talking about the Vegas Strip.
No, baby, you don't. That's
the Vegas Strip is illegal, but they still do it. I think the casino.
They still do it. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, like if you already looked it up. If you go in any casino, all on the strip, right? Bellagio, what's it called? Venetian, all of them. What was the other one? Caesar, all of them. You know what I'm saying? MGM Grand there. At a certain time, you'll see the girls. You see the girls. They're saying about the slot machines. And you know there's tons of stuff like that.
As well?
No, I just know. I've been.
Oh.
Yeah. Just letting them dig it. That's okay. Keep going.
I just know. I've seen it. I know people live there. So, but it's like, you'd be surprised, man. So, nighttime, especially at a certain time, see those girls by the slot, just chilling. Of course, that's what they're looking for.
That's what you know.
If you can tell a girl is working, then she's not making money because the girls that are working, you can't tell they're working. They will go to jail for working unless they're at a legal brothel. Yeah, what you're talking about are women that ended up in and out of jail for solicitation. But the girls that actually know how to work, you can't tell they're working because they don't make it obvious.
Yeah, they're smart.
Yeah, well, since you know.
No, but I'm just saying the girls were just sitting down. I see it.
Right, well, those are the ones that end up in and out of jail.
100%, they get fast.
You can tell that they're hooking.
All right, y'all arguing about girls and dancing and dressing. What's going on?
Listen,
Let's go.
I'm trying to teach him about real hookers, and he's talking about $2 hookers. We're talking about the legality in Nevada versus the illegality.
There was a documentary on Hulu.
Yeah.
That actually exposes some of this, and even when you think there's protections for people, it's really not. he ran.
The original owner, like 3 owners ago.
Yeah, back in the day, this man went
He was actually the original owner. He bought it from something. He actually found out of timeshares.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
Well, it's definitely not luxury life. That's all I'm saying.
Trump said U.S. is doing very, very well. They are ahead of schedule. My thing is, what schedule? I thought you didn't have the schedule. I thought it was a feeling in your bones. Maybe the bones is talking to him, and we're getting closer to the end of this. I don't know.
You know, Miss First Lady. Miss First Lady, you remember yesterday when you played the Trump? Yeah. You remember he said, basically, he insinuated that there was a past president that said, I wish I did, I wish I had.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be crazy if when elections come, general election come, and he finishes term, let's say, what's the name, gets the power, the vice president, and then Trump becomes his vice president, and then the vice president steps down, and then Trump becomes president again, because that's a loophole. That'd be crazy.
But what if Trump was to go over there and become president of Iran?
That'd be crazy. No, I think he's gonna start with
I'm just saying, because listen.
We speak English now. Yeah.
The people said they want their freedom. They said they want to be able to drink beer and have naked ladies on the beach. Hello? With their bikinis on.
First lady said he's gonna start with Cuba.
But I'm saying though, like we can't continuously be over there like we are without having full control, because clearly the people want what they want, and the people want their freedom. That's what they said. That's what the people tell them, that they want their freedom. So, I don't know.
Are they gonna take up the arms?
Take up the arms? No, that's what I'm saying. I think they want Trump to let over there to be their president.
Trump said that they were going to take up arms in 3 days. Jesus rose in 3 days. They're going to take up arms in about 52. Hallelujah.
Wait, is that the same people that Maria was talking about? Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, the 7,000 Kurds? Yeah.
I don't know, sis. Hey, man. But what you think about the people wanting their freedom?
So let them have their freedom, but let them fight for their own freedom. I think the society, the group itself, has to want to have it. If you do everything for them, they're not going to appreciate the freedom that they have because they never fought for it.
It's like that whole metaphor with the butterfly and the chrysalis. If you crack open the chrysalis, it's never going to live because it wasn't strong enough to fight its way out to begin with.
Exactly, Robert. And then when people, Katrina speaking, when there's shit that's gonna happen in their countries again, and they're gonna have some issues and problems, if they didn't fix their stuff the first time around, they're not gonna be able to deal with issues that come along the way. So, we're all united.
Breaking news, or somewhat. Cold this one. Joe Kent, the guy that resigned, is expected to record a live episode of the Tucker Carlson show on Wednesday.
That is so funny, neoliberal.
I told you. What did it say?
Are you Oracle Junior now?
Yep.
What's gonna happen? Who's going on the show? Talk show?
Go ahead.
I was like, firstly, I'm not sure if you were here. So Joe Kent, who was the director of counterintelligence for the Trump administration, quit on Twitter because he doesn't agree with the Iran war and he doesn't see basically the reason for us to send troops and people over there to die. His words, not mine. Is now going on a podcast with Sheila LaBercar earlier today.
A podcast with Tucker Carlson,
Yes.
which I think is very important detail.
I called that detail, yeah, predictably. I mean, it's not a big call, predictable. He's been around for something.
But Tucker is a Trump supporter, right?
Well, he is, but he's very much against the Iran thing.
Okay, so once again, who is the person that's going on the talk show? I heard you start, but I didn't hear the person's name.
Joe Kent.
Okay.
He's the director of National Counterterrorism Center.
And TC, did you say he quit?
He resigned and he posted a whole message. I can read it if you want.
Oh, shucks. Go ahead.
So it's a letter to President Trump. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were trapped that robbed America of its precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood, I'm going to skip this first administration and early administration stuff. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and co-star husband who lost my beloved wife, Shannon, in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation of to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who are we doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and serve our great nation. I'm kind of slightly disgusted reading this because, again, he's also a white supremacist.
Oh, what I didn't know he was a white supremacist neoliberal.
Hold on, repeat that again. Wait a minute, which part? Are you okay, Marion?
Hands is a white supremacist. I'm like a white supremacist.
So wait, how long ago was this?
This was, he resigned
Today?
9 hours ago.
You can take something that long? The hell? He quit on Twitter, is that correct?
Yeah. I'm looking at the tweet. 9 hours ago.
That's what I'm saying. You got that many fucking character counts on Twitter? No, it was a JPEG. Hello?
It's a photo of the letter.
Honey, I'm blind. I didn't know. Fuck.
No, I think Miriam was asking you to repeat the white supremacist. Miriam, did I understand you correctly? Because I'm hearing this for the first time as well.
4 people repeated it. He's a fucking white supremacist, and this is crazy. What is a movie?
That was my whole fucking point, bro.
why he's going on Tucker. He's very much on that side of the divide on the right. That is anti-Israel, right? And,
Yes.
And also, not only anti-Israel, to be fair, he's also I haven't gone through his record, but Tucker is definitely anti-Semitic. So I would expect in that new interview, he would be either straddling the line between anti-Semitism and anti-Israel, or he'll fully lean into Tucker Carlson's show.
Yeah, what is bizarre is that until you said that piece of information, I sat there and listened to his letter that you just read. I wanted to give this man a standing ovation. My God, sorry. ADHD meds I'm wearing out. I'm crashing. I was like, damn, this guy has some guts. Like, this is the guy, right? Like, he stands up. I think he's a good guy. And just the fact that we live in a world where it's like, clapping for somebody for their views in regards to the president, not knowing that they're white supremacists. This is insane. This is idiocracy. Didn't he do January 5th? Or did I get the information wrong?
I don't think
I heard he supported it. We heard that he supported it, but I'm not sure I was actually there. Okay.
But are you surprised?
No, I'm surprised that y'all are surprised that he's a white supremacist. That's the support of January 5th. No, I am surprised that a white supremacist has decided to resign from this presidency.
he ran against Jenny, a Republican, in 2021 because of her decision to vote to impeach Donald Trump.
And his bitch ass lost.
Yes, and he was she's a Republican, right? She's a Republican. So she ran against her because she voted to impeach Donald Trump following January 6th Capitol attack. So yes, she's for the January 6th.
It's crazy, y'all. I'm not sure if I even know who this guy is. And while you were reading it, I'm like, the last people, like, yeah, somebody's finally got some comunas, but the white supremacist shit slapped the fuck out of me. But I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, at least he's speaking to Trump and saying we not with it. But this is crazy, man.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy a little bit more.
I mean, am I supposed to like this guy? He's a white girl. You don't like
I
him.
didn't say it. No.
He has
First of all, let me tell you something. If you get them whitey tighties stuck in your drawer and up your butt one more time with me, it's gonna be even again. Am I supposed to hug him? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking.
I know.
What do you mean about not, how you supposed to feel? I'm trying to figure it out. I don't understand when you say that.
I was ready to support this man until I found out he was a white supremacist.
Oh,
So, yeah,
okay.
yeah, that part.
Yeah, I don't want to support him, but I definitely am grateful. And really, to be honest with you, what I wanted to chime in and say is he better be on some kind of security watch. Cause you sitting there like if he knows some stuff, I don't know that that's a good idea for him to get on that talk show and get the jabbing. But hey, to each his own.
Where is he supposed to do that? His security. Cause he's right.
So First Lady Hillary exposed that he said different in his confirmation hearings. Mitch McConnell came out and said that he had a different response on Iran. And then they also exposed his tweets from January 20th that I just put in the chat for you, Divine. So from January 2020.
Yeah, so here's why I'm not going to jump and be excited about this particular individual resigning. The resignation letter in itself, the content of it, if you look at it, he's literally saying, when you ran in 2016, 2024, you understood Iran threat and everything. You even took out Qasem Soleimani. And then basically what he's trying to do
and neoliberal right viewpoint so is okay, it's all Israel, right? And basically absolving Donald Trump of any complicity in doing whatever. I'm not comfortable with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, regardless of whatever it is we believe that they have on Donald Trump, the fact is Donald Trump made the ultimate decision to pull the trigger. No one forced his stupid ass to start this war. He did, they influenced it. When you have someone like Lindsey Graham trying to coach Bibi on how to persuade Donald Trump to do what he wants, it tells you Donald Trump is the ultimate decision maker. So you could resign and say, Mr. President, in as much as I love and respect you and I believe in your policies, you're clearly wrong and I can't stand by this. That's just what it is. But to make Donald Trump be this victim who is, controlled and all of a sudden they have something on him and that's why he couldn't do anything, good luck. Eventually we might see some more resignation. But you see what his boss just did? Tulsi Gabbard, she decided rather than take a stand, she also issued a letter basically saying the decision that the intelligence community's job, which we all know, so I don't know why she's telling us this, is to provide intelligence to the president, and the president makes a decision. He decided, based on the information that was provided to him, that Iran was a threat, that it needed to be dealt with right away. So that's what the job. Why does she need to remind of us the fact that, that is what they do? But she's basically standing with Donald Trump because she's decided she doesn't have any future in politics. No Democrat is ever going to allow her anywhere. She's never going to be in any other public office. So why not ride the Trump's curtain? I'm done.
Not really. I understand what you're saying, but if you saw her message that she put out, you will see some very careful language about the intelligence not being provided, the intelligence being selected.
Yeah, I saw that. We have like the 17, 18 agencies, and so another thing you have. I'm sorry.
Well, it is good.
So one of the things that they're also saying is that now Tucker and him are going to be the new leader. I don't know if you saw that on, was it Polymarket?
Bro, we're talking about intelligence and you're telling us about Tucker being the leader? Are you serious right now? Sorry, I gotta go run to the gym. Sorry, bye. Lord, don't leave yet.
Sorry.
Don't leave yet.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to understand what's going on. Y'all got a short attention span. What you saying, Amari? Let me turn my phone on.
Yeah, so basically they got this guy Joe Kent now, who has retired. Now they expected him to run for president. They're trying to say he's a hero. He has served his country, and again, he definitely has an impressive resume in regards to serving his country. But because of his, in my opinion, he's been focused so much on Israel, we now have dead Americans from the last several weeks because they're not focused on the homeland, they're freaking focused on Israel, right? So, good, I'm glad he's gone. Let's get rid of Stephen Miller, and let's get this administration dwindled down to the bare bones at this point, because at this point it's not working.
Can we for a minute stick with the news, because there is a lot of news on this, right? And then we'll do the interpretation. I'm not blaming anyone. I think firstly we wanted to get through what happened on the first.
That's fair.
So Tulsi Gabbard, which my Lord referenced, issued a statement after Joe Kent's resignation. I'll read this one now. And this was again, here. Donald Trump
I'm sorry. This is supposed to be the good part. I can't miss this now. My ass is fucking
Will you go to the gym?
Donald Trump, you can wait for 5 minutes. Donald Trump has overwhelmingly
accusing herself, like, listen, y'all not gonna get there. I see this shit about to fall down, and what I'm not gonna do is go down with you. Is that what you?
That's Joe Kent, that's the previous read. The one that I read just now is from Tulsi Gabbard, who is his boss. He's now resigned. He's out.
Tulsi resigned too?
No. Tulsi is in, but she issued this statement basically saying we have nothing to do with it. I can reread it. Do you want me to reread it?
Can you reread it? I was at my action here to read it.
Yeah, the Office of Director of National Intelligence, which is her, is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion.
That is definitely mistaken intelligence. The president concluded, not I, Tulsi Gabbard, concluded in my intelligence. Are you guys aware? I think either tomorrow or Thursday, she's supposed to be testifying in Congress for worldwide threats. This thing is going to hijack the entire proceeding because this is what at least Democrats are going to be talking about, and rightly so. Republicans would have done the same if they were in our shoes. The other thing I was going to say, Neil, throughout this entire thing, she has every right to distance herself because guess what? She's not in the inner circle of the decision-making body. She's literally not there. The president is going to Mar-a-Lago.
There is news on that too. So the administration is leaking like a sea over this. Washington Post has an article up already on this about the inner working of those decisions. So I'll read the important parts. Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard, before all of this, met with Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House on Monday, per sources. During the meeting, Kent presented his resignation letter to the Vice President. The VP encouraged him to speak to White House Chief of Staff and POTUS before making any final decision, said White House official. The VP encouraged him to back food to POTUS. A spokesperson for Vance, the Vice President, believes that it's imperative for the national security team to remain cohesive, trust one another, and avoid mouthing off to the media about the internal deliberations. The interesting thing about the meeting is that it consisted of three senior Trump administration officials whose careers have been closely associated with foreign policy restraint, particularly related to Mideast wars viewed as peripheral to America's core national interest. Side note for me, this makes it sound like Elbridge Colby was there. Vance continues to support the president's justification for war. The Iranian regime and the revision and questionably endangers U.S. President Trump's leadership is making our country stronger and safer, Vance spokesman says. That view is coming under increased strain within NATO, where a growing cohort of conservatives view Trump's decision to bomb Iran with all its attendant risk to energy supplies and potential global recession as betrayal. Today, Joe Kent was the first high-profile official to potential scheme in that game and resigned. That's it. That's from a reporter of the story.
Do you want to share the letter, Yellowbrook?
I just read it.
Oh, you read the letter from Joe Kent, the resignation letter? Oh, I missed that, I'm sorry. I thought it was better.
So the other guy, he tried to put it on Noam, but Noam ain't been nowhere near this.
No, he's disappeared. We haven't, heard her for a while. He just fell out.
How can no be near this when she was out banging Corey Lewandowski at every meeting opportunity she had? Come on now, be nice. I'll be nice.
That's what I'm saying. She ain't been nowhere near this. She hasn't been the person, but that's the thing. A lot of these people have positions or titles, but they're playing different positions than what their title is. That's what it seems like to me.
So if I may make a submission for 2 seconds, and I will be succinct. So what we're seeing, which we've seen for a while, is a little bit of a fraction or friction between the, like, I'm an anti-Semite, white nationalist, part of the administration, or part of the MAGA crowd, which you could argue is the Tucker, Marjorie Taylor Greene, now Joe Kent, people who are not feeling the whole Israeli involvement, yada yada yada. And then you also have the neocon, the Steve Witkoffs, the Jared Kushners, the Lindsey Grahams, the Mike Huckabees and all of that, which, are extremely pro-Israel and doing that kind of stuff, and who's getting their ear. So then when you see somebody like Joe Kent, who has been aligned with white nationalists, Proud Boys, January Sixers, all of that, you see him going on Tucker, it makes total sense. And then you also see Laura Loomer wanting to fire all of the, DNI people and hates Joe Kent. So that's sort of the divide that has been happening for a little while, and it's kind of exposed here once again. I could be wrong, neoliberal, but...
No, I agree. But I have to say the divide is very much in the elite of MAGA rather than in MAGA's.
Oh, yeah, totally.
What does that mean, the elite of MAGA?
Well, the Tuckers, etc., at least as of now, this may change, right? They're not representative of MAGA people who have rallied around the flag around Trump.
So you have like would you consider like the Hodge twins and like Cater elites?
I guess I have to.
I know, and work at it. So yeah, there's definitely a huge divide between. I wouldn't call. I hate. You could call them elites, and I don't hold that against you. I would say between these weirdos, sycophants, and I would say that it is bad. I mean, right now, if you just go down to all of their social medias, it is a war, literally a war. It is worse than I said ever, like in my whole history of being watching folks.
Yeah, and the other aspect to not overshadow the political kind of civil war, elite civil war of this is the guy is head of National Counterterrorism Center, which is, as an agency, right, it's supposed to be exactly the agency that you would rely on in countering terrorism over this threat, right? Like, it was created for the purposes of stopping the 9/11. It combines the intelligence streams from reporting from CIA, FBI, and DOD, and Department of Homeland Security. This was the agency that is supposed to plug in the whole of between all of these different agencies that could have prevented 9/11, but didn't because they never talked to each other, right? So it is very important that to have this guy resign, it's significant.
And I would even add to that, having Trump, there should be more outrage here, as much as I hate Joe Kent anyway. His resume is pretty fucking solid. So when Trump's saying that this guy was soft on terrorism or whatever, that's like literally attacking somebody who arguably has spent, much of his life in the military and quote unquote defending America. And that should be offensive to people who are from that side. But, what about...
Good call, Mr. Spiritus.
Brother Messi, if you're listening, being summoned to the space. Brother Messi, if you're listening, you're being summoned to the place. Correct.
Thank you.
Flash will be here in a minute.
I'm alright. Chill. Wow. So this guy didn't see.
But Trump can't keep his mouth shut, and the MAGA cult is gonna do the cult thing. And they're not gonna pay attention to it, or they're gonna just...
I think this one's a little bit harder because he is respected, but like the Flynn, like Michael Flynn and them.
Okay, let's actually see, because they certainly love turning on the military, like, oh, I don't know, Mad Dog Mattis and other people. So let's see what actually happens.
Yeah, this one's kind of tough. I mean, because he is. I mean, anyone that hangs out with what's his name, Nick Fuentes, is a piece of shit. I mean, Kanye West. I mean, again, he was a manager, but he wasn't on his meds, so he gets a pass. But this guy with his resume should not be hanging out with someone like the Proud Boys and they had and Nick Fuentes. No, Trump had.
I mean, but that's not good.
This is dishonest.
So.
Dishonest. Trump did not have dinner. He had dinner, but he was invited by Kanye unannounced.
Before you go down that path, I mean, do we not give this man props for pretty much handing Trump his ass and giving Trump his ass to kiss?
No, it's self-serving.
He's self-serving?
It doesn't matter if it's self-serving.
Because he's saying a lot of shit that we say on the stage every night. I get it, he's a white supremacist, but he's calling the president out that this war is some bullshit.
Yeah, that most people ain't doing.
I hear you.
Exactly. He didn't call the president out.
I hear you, Brian.
What do you mean? You didn't hear what he said in his resignation letter?
Listen, regardless whether you blame it on Israel or not, he's still saying, hey, I don't agree with this, and I can no longer serve the United States of America. He is probably doing that because of the fact that he still doesn't want to completely, throw him under the bus, but still making a louder noise. Y'all gotta recognize some type of win when it's a win. I mean, it's not the whole kit and caboodle, absolutely not. But it is a win in regards to people or even noticing the fact that people are waking up.
I hear First Lady Divine. I'm not trying to be contrary or anything like that here, but just in response to your question, Divine. For me, it gives, one, it's about time to do the right thing. Two, it's like if you have like a licensed driver and they go and stop at a crosswalk because people are supposed to cross the street, they have the right of way, pedestrians. As a pedestrian, sure, you can like put your hand and say like, thank you. But like, am I supposed to like give you tea and cookies and flowers for doing the right thing?
I don't think nobody is
asking
that.
If you can.
Wait, I'm sorry, but I heard the question was, did he get props? So,
That's what the props that he get. Like, I mean, stand up to the situation.
Well, it's no different than the same. It's no different from the same props that we would say give to Marjorie Taylor Greene for criticizing, but understanding who she is. We've done exactly who this guy is. We also, all those fucking coward senators on the Republican side that are critical of Trump, but they're retiring. Yeah, we can be like, thank you so much for calling it out, but also you voted 98% of the time with him, so shut the fuck up. So, yes, but we can also remember who the fuck they are.
But can we say like his own words, and again, like we did with Donald Trump, we can look back at his no worse tweets, and now look back, same thing with Joe King. We can go back and say Trump did the right thing on attacking Iran. It's like, which one is it? Is it?
The older ones. I don't know the fuck out.
You might have just came in and put it in.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
So, I posted his old, so people are calling out his old tweets from 2020, where he was big up in Trump on his attack on the general, the Iranian general. And now, from now.
Earlier this month?
No, January 2020.
Oh, 20, okay, 20, okay.
Yeah, 2020, excuse me, my apologies. And so now he's like going against them, and then also the fact that maybe, and this is just reporting, that he's been on the outs with some, and that's the reason why he's actually now coming down, because he's him and Tulsi are not in the circle. I think someone else said that on here.
That's not even comparable. Like,
That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying I'm not thankful that it happened. I'm just saying I don't feel like it's personal. For me, it's personal to me. I'm not saying you're wrong or right. You're wrong, First Lady. I'm just saying I don't see why you should get props.
I'm not using the words props. I'm just recognizing a win as a win. Now, some people say it's self-serving. You know, George Washington was self-serving. I mean, there's a lot of different people that become self-serving, but at the same time, it also helped us. And
at the very least, it proves that the Democrats was right along all the
exactly to the point where, as in, I'm hoping. My thing is, you can't change it all at one time, but if different people begin to see, wait a minute, okay, now this guy, he was close to that, and then y'all are saying, oh, well, he's doing it because of that, then to the people who are also seeing it, then they're putting him in the same bucket versus saying, hey, listen, this guy is waking up. Y'all need to wake up. That's what I'm talking about. Like, point the finger to show that, hello, people are starting to come around.
Let me add one thing, which I made this distinction before, and it may sound small, but it's very important. The fact that he said Israel pushed us into the war is a very important thing that he said, because what he's not saying is that America and the United States are wholly responsible for doing the actions they did. But if you want to put a little bit of kind of not anti-Israel, but like anti-Semitic fairy dust into it, then you were going to say Israel pushed us here, which is not dissimilar to what Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and all of them do. Instead of taking responsibility that the big bad America, the one that he has been a part of on the military and intelligence side for a couple decades, is not responsible. It's the small little guys responsible, and that's the important distinction here.
It does that.
I was calling out the actions of the state in Testament.
It's a little bit of fairy dust. That's all I'm saying. It's not saying it's anti-Semitic. It's saying if you are of that camp a little bit and you're tinged with that, you are going to blame the state of Israel, instead of putting the onus on America, because you want a scapegoat that is not America, but it is somebody else. So that's all. And people equate, whether we like it or not, and it shouldn't happen, Jewish people with Israel. So that's where the connection is. I think it's wrong because the state of Israel is the state of Israel, and they are fucked up, and Netanyahu should be in prison. However, the anti-Semites like to put the blame on Israel for everything that goes wrong with America.
Yeah, but that's not going to change anything. I don't think that they should equate Jewish people with Israel. I understand what you were saying, though. I'm not saying that they are, but the fact that, that he's even saying that America is doing Israel's bidding is something that people have been thinking for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
So it's factual, even though it may result in this whole anti-Semitic bullshit that y'all experience, but it's a factual thing. Something that's actually happening.
I agree, and that's why I said if you're sprinkled with a little bit of that fairy dust, it's more like saying if you're subconsciously inclined for that and you are super MAGA pro-America also in that MAGA camp, then you may want to say, hey, let me pivot the blame a little bit over here, just because. But I'm just saying that's what those people do. That's what the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Tucker Carlsons, the Nick Fuentes, all of them. That's why there's an incessant thread between all of them. This is separate from the conversation about Israel, anti-Semitism, and all of that. Criticize Israel, the Israeli government, Netanyahu, all you want, I agree with it.
So, I don't know what it was. Let me just say this. Possibly, Spiritus, is it possible that he's also trying to separate the United States from Israel so that the blowback, I mean, people gonna feel how they feel, but at the same time, just trying to separate, hey, listen, United States, we ain't really had nothing to do with that kind of thing. Trump was over there, he playing around with that BB person, and we ain't got nothing to do with this shit.
It would make
Could that possibly?
Yeah, it would make perfect sense, wouldn't it?
Okay, makes sense to me. I'm sorry, whoever that was.
What's that was really I just had a follow-up question for Spears and the point that he was making. Is what you're saying is specific to the resignation statement that Kent put out and not as cut on what Tulsi Gabbard has put out?
I'm not sure what Tulsi put out, but I was specifically speaking to what he put out, but then looking into his history and how it's tied in with that same kind of faction, it makes more sense. I'm not sure what Tulsi put out though.
Alright, got you.
Spiritus, do you mind if I kind of ask if you agree or disagree or what you thought about this? Again, there always has been this speculation and rumors and stuff like that Bibi has been trying to convince U.S. to go into Iran for a very, very long time. Right? He tried to convince Obama, he tried to convince Joe Biden, he tried to convince Eric Bush and for the last how many years, decades. And the fact that nobody, because I saw this meme, right? And I was like, that is kind of partially true to me. That even Bush Jr., as goofy as he was, didn't bite on that particular thing. So it doesn't kind of look like Trump was kind of like the stupid clown who everybody else knew not to do that, and then he's like, oh, I did it, and now they're trying to cover their ass and say, no, it wasn't Trump that made the bad decision, it was the Israel.
Yes, and here's the thing. You have to even sometimes stand up to your quote-unquote allies, and when you have somebody that is as inexperienced as Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, you're taking cues from fucking real estate people, and you have no experience in your cabinet and just a bunch of bootlickers, then yeah, Trump is going to be quote-unquote duped or inclined to do whatever he feels in the moment is the right thing with no actual input from experienced people who can push back on you. So that's probably what happened. And I'm sure for decades, the American government has been like, yeah, we're going to do the thing that we think is the right thing for us, irrespective of what our allies want us to do. And so and Trump, as an incredibly weak and pathetic and unintelligent man, along with his bootlicker administration, is going to be susceptible to somebody that is, suggesting, hey, go into war. Because it's the right thing to do, and you guys are vulnerable, and he's going to believe it.
I can see what that kind of pre-story. Sorry, is my internet bad? Did I cut somebody off?
No, you're good.
Okay, sorry, I'm in Texas and we have issues with internet. I'm just kind of thinking like rationally, right? Like to think this through. He kind of stepped in a pile of poop and he was swayed and duped, like you said. And now, hey, let's try to backpedal and get out of this, but not try to make Trump look so stupid and ignorant.
Wait, who's trying to, you mean Joe Kent? Or no, who? What do you mean?
One second. I mean, people around who care about his reputation.
About Trump's reputation?
Like yourself looks stupid. anytime you go on TV and say something about somebody walking around losing their legs and their hands, nobody told you to say that.
Come on. But what are you talking about? You had too much butter pecan. What's happening?
She says something about she was saying that, I don't know what she was saying there. But you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got you, shorty.
First lady, Scholar List was here, by the way.
Who?
The Scholar List. Remember you saw much out?
Why do you want to beat him? Why?
So I just want to give you a heads up that.
Shut up. Gosh.
That's your second warning, in case you have a hard time keeping up with mine.
Thank you, James.
How you know he? I understand.
Breaking news. I was sitting at the edge of my seat for this one.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Kim Jong-un has won North Korea's parliamentary elections with 99%.
Wow. Why not bad?
It should have been 100. Can you
Wait, Neil, can you confirm they used Dominion voting system to vote?
I just want to know why it's not 100%.
Well, you don't have to sell it, Miriam. You don't have to sell it. I mean, if you do 100, come on. Just take it.
He's right.
No, he learned from Putin that, you can't do 100%.
Wait,
Come on.
Putin is not at that level yet. Putin have a 99%, 97%.
60s, is it 60s or something?
87%, Neil.
Yeah, that's still lower.
Alright, so listen. I don't know who actually wanted brother. I just read it in the chat. Somebody asked him to look up a brother. So glad to see you, brother. They said they hadn't seen you all yet. I think that's what the claim was. They hadn't seen you. So wanted to make sure you was alright. The January. Huh?
Is this proof of life with brother?
Maybe. I don't know. Okay. So, but listen real quick. You know the little boy, well, I don't know why I'm calling him little, he's 30. But the guy from the January 6th, the black guy that planted those little pipe bombs or whatever, he's pleading that he should be pardoned based off of Trump pardoning everybody else.
He's right. He's going to
I ain't so blanket pardon. First lady, you remember when I wrote this up like a while ago after he was caught? No, I said that. No, I said that.
no pardoning.
I'll text you over that. That was the first thing I said. I said, now, wait a minute, why don't they get it big? Because I thought he was younger. Oh, no, I remember you saying that, but I said that Trump might have accidentally pardoned him because of any of our crimes committed in the Capitol. You did say, why can't they get it big? So you did say that. Let the record reflect. But what if I got you? Yeah, I said something different. I think Trump might have accidentally pardoned him already and didn't even realize it. Exactly. To my
If they don't pardon him, no,
if they don't pardon him, that is racist. But yeah, also DEI, so. Because why wouldn't they pardon him? His stuff didn't even go off. He didn't even really, do nothing. And they say he's autistic.
That's what they tell you.
What you said? Why y'all saying lady, please? Why are you saying that?
get arrested or why is he even?
Y'all should complain. He's autistic.
Oh my gosh!
Y'all didn't know that?
He should.
Wait, he shouldn't even.
So why are you saying first lady, please?
Because he planted a bomb, or multiple bombs. What's going on?
Yeah. But that don't mean nothing. I'm with Katrina. Go ahead, Katrina.
As a mom who has an autistic child, it doesn't mean that there's no mean autistic people, right? Majority of the time.
Fragile Syndrome X, which is very developmentally, intelligent, developmentally very behind, then, they could be swayed and they're very naive, like little children, but there is statistics who are very, very smart and gifted, and just because he committed a crime, people can commit crimes, number one. And number two, if he is developmentally disabled, then I don't think he should be in prison. That's all. Exactly.
Okay, so let the courts,
How is he developmentally disabled if he does the dog?
No, he didn't buy it, but y'all have to understand, perhaps maybe y'all don't understand autism and how it works, which I know that you all did. I'm just not understanding why you're being so oblique at this point in time and why.
No, I'm just not being oblique. I'm just saying that, these are circumstances that color the case and should be factored into the case.
Right, but if it was somebody else, right, who may not look like him, would they have already considered those things? Why is it that he has to wait for his consideration to be put into play?
Because he's black.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I totally understand that, and I agree with you. But I also think that, he did do something, and he should be, prosecuted, and,
There's every single person who took an AK-47 to our Capitol and tried to break in, who actually disrupted. They should be prosecuted. Why is this guy not?
Because there is an issue when you have, not an issue, I'm pretty sure we have a law, right, that if a person is mentally incapable to understand and take responsibility for their actions, you cannot prosecute them in the normal way. So that's why if you have somebody who is intellectually disabled,
I'm sorry.
They can't be prosecuted the same way.
I stated that incorrectly. I guess what I was referring to is why was there a blanket dismissal of all of the prosecutions which were reasonable for people who literally assaulted our Capitol, and this guy is being prosecuted. That was what I was trying to bring.
Well, let me just say this again. His lawyers are actually arguing that he was given an unconditional pardon by Trump.
yeah,
So even though he's being charged, they're arguing that he's been already pardoned.
yeah, and this whole case came to a flow, well after the January 6th pardon, people got their pardons. It was only, late last year or early this year, I remember.
It was in 2025 when the vast majority of people got their pardon. He did that as one of the first acts, one of the first executive orders.
I know, but I'm saying that the feds only found out about this guy after the January 6th people got their pardons. That's why this is happening now. It's working its way through the system.
Well, for everyone's sake, I hope his special interest is not building up, but otherwise I agree.
But it is the language of the pardon that was given. It was to any and all on January 6th. It didn't include him, to Mel's point, because he wasn't found. And nobody, I guess, thought to put an exclusion except for this person.
I wonder what your lawyer wrote the language of the pardon. That would be interesting to know.
I don't know, somebody off mic? Or TT, you got kids in the background?
My nephew, I'm helping him. You hear his little voice. We're doing math right now. Yay. We love education.
Oh, that's sweet. Katrina, your dog is too cute. Medicated God. Along with Johnny, she kidnapped somebody else's dog. Anyway,
I'm not saying my dog is cute.
People always say your picture for us to look at, so then we can say it over again.
That's they bad though. But I'm a white woman in that regard, man.
That's crazy. I have a dog and she does not come on the bed. That's insane.
You're insane.
Those beasts are too big to be laid cute.
Beast?
Nerd.
Not Esther.
We're not doing that.
What was her name? I'm coming to join you. What was her name? What did Sanford say? Elizabeth. Alright, Elizabeth. Coming to join you, Elizabeth. You can't kill her girl, Sam. That's not nice.
I remember when my dog was a puppy, and I had a little step for her to get around on, and this girl that I was dating at the time, slept over, only for to be at 6 a.m. for my puppy to get right back in between us and start stooping and she would pee in the middle of a bed, and it was a very strong wake-up call.
That's why you don't let your dogs on the bed, because he was not it. If I go to the top, dogs know better. Okay, my dog doesn't have to use the bathroom in the house at all. Let alone go do it. No. I mean, if I went to the...
But if you let your dogs on the bed, I know you gotta have a little brown things all over your bed.
Damn, Zuko, what's going on? Zuka. They be doing that. Y'all know Zuka? Who knows Zuka? Who vouches for Zuka?
I don't know him.
He has a Jamaican accent. I tentatively vouch for him.
Yes, I'm vouching. You're not. Your name is Zuka. Why are you answering phone? You know this guy? Well, to be honest with you, A-Day, Azoki, whatever. I don't know you.
Whatever. Not so much
That's my dog.
That's the whole.
You don't know him.
That's my boy.
I don't know Zuka. I don't know Adesoji.
You don't know Adesoji. Where you be at?
I know Adesoji and Damo. Duh.
Who's Damo?
You know Adesoji from King Dog.
He's from Nigeria. He could better be on us, brother. Okay.
You know him from there too.
No, I don't know him from there.
That's the king of Nigeria.
But Adesoji is the homie.
Lord, stop.
I don't know Zuka. I ain't never met him a day in my life.
Yeah, but first you have to agree that when people are not, I remember seeing people from other countries, it's specific countries, that they keep dogs outside, they're not even allowed in the house. And I remember having an uncle come from Russia, this crazy ass Russian. Well, there are countries where dogs are not
Oh, yeah, in the house.
and when they come to the United States and see how people treat their dogs in the United States, I've had experience, they literally say, how do you allow your dog to sleep on your blanket that you cover yourself with you on the bed? That dog should be not only on the floor in your bedroom, but it should be outside. For them, it's crazy.
Hey, baby, English is them too, but fuck them people.
It also depends on dog size. No, for real. In Jamaica, Katrina's dog could be in the house, maybe. But Brooklyn's dogs are straight outside dogs. Because of their size.
Not too much on my dogs.
Not too much.
How they gonna protect me in the backyard? I just want to know.
In case somebody breaks in.
Yeah, he done barking.
That's exactly
I'm not telling them, Mark.
Because if they in your bedroom, they sleeping with you. They don't know what's going on.
That person.
You can't speak on this. You can't speak on that, Zuka.
I got dogs, but they outside dogs.
Yeah, but you can't speak on that. so you can't speak until Brooklyn.
What was they
What you think of her
Oh,
dog?
that's okay. Hold on, let me get rid of it. Can we get rid of it, First Lady?
No, but I want you to read what.
My dog here.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I don't worry.
I like that.
I don't worry about nobody coming to know my dog. Matter of fact, leave my dogs open. My neighbors know I got dogs, so they know not to even come near my. That's how real shit is over here. So you just don't worry. Y'all stupid. Y'all gonna get killed by the killers while y'all dogs is outside chilling.
That's antisocial, okay? That's antisocial.
I might get pink eye.
Shit.
I'm not gonna get pink eye. Y'all don't clean your dogs, first of all. Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all need to look at Rain on Instagram. It's this girl.
Oh, yeah. That shit will big.
That's how I do my dog. She got 3 of them now, like me. I'm about to get another one.
Oh,
The issue with millennials are too broke. Millennials are too broke and we're treating dogs as if
But how? Wait a minute. What's your millennial?
The nerves.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
He is today, huh?
When is the millennial?
I don't know. Oh, so you younger than the millennial?
79.
79 is millennial cutoff? Maybe I'm younger than
No, it is not no 79. It's cut off at 80, 83, 81. I mean, that's when it started. I don't know, forget it.
Yes, this is good now. It's around that.
Wait, let me ask you the cutoff time. The cutoff time would be the
cutoff time is like 93 or 95, one of them two.
I think it's 2000.
No, that's no, I'm not 2000.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go back on my app sheet. Y'all look at it. Millennials, 1981 to 96. So it's between 30 to 45 years old.
Wait. Isn't there a Generation X somewhere that has that little?
Yes, that's between 46 years old to 61.
Yeah, it's 1965 to 81.
I'm the one that's before that. I'm a boomer.
No, you're the greatest generation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the greatest generation. Okay. I'm the silent generation then. Whichever one. I don't know.
Part of Generation Jones, First Lady.
Back in my day, we didn't do it by generation. We just made it through.
She the Jim Crow generation. Oh my God.
Way before that, way before Jim Crow. I suffered through Jim Crow. I went
The
through
first black code.
Yeah.
You see what age has to do with how you treat your dog to begin with? Hello?
No, they were saying that you spent too much money on your dog.
Exactly, you should be spending money on kids. Being a good patriot. Being pro-black.
Oh, well, excuse me. Look, you starting to sound like Daryl.
It sounds like you're like part of the Republicans in Texas. They're like whipping old women and making them stay home with their babies. So
They're also taking rapes, immigrants to Texas.
Okay, all right.
They're literally putting them in facilities and making them have idea that Katrina mentioned, and it's literally like documentation of women that are like young girls. The fact that you would like to kick us is because it's an inconvenient and you're all just being fishy. I'm sorry that you made I feel like it's something that you could actually like think about for a moment. Instead, we're waiting for drunk Uncle Brooklyn.
I'm the only person in this bitch that don't drink. What's going on?
He said your uncle.
Chat the VIC. The nerve of you to come to me at all. Okay. I was trying to save you. I was trying to save you from getting cursed the fuck out. But here we go. You clearly like to get cursed out. So let's do it. What you gotta say? Because you done called the black woman a bitch. That's what you said. You said we're being bitchy. You AKA calling black women bitches. We really should kick you out.
Trying to white you being queen. So please, you have this secret with your nigga because I know.
You can't trust him. I knew it.
You have this thing nigga with your nigga because it's not good for us, brother. Come on.
Y'all gotta trust me there.
Victor, you Puerto Rican, ain't you? I hear it. You from the Bronx.
Born in Spanish from Jamaica, but yes, I live in Brooklyn. Right now I'm in LA though.
Yeah, but you Puerto Rican, ain't you?
Cause I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought that was a little Trump, to be honest with you.
You are a Mexican.
I heard it. I heard the
Neil liberal saying one mic on each. Are we fighting that fair?
To be fair, that's what before she said the D word.
I'm trying to keep her alive. Why would you want to put her on Front Street like that? You don't want to.
The shit.
You don't want
He's with the shit.
Ever since he admitted that he watched the fire, he's been off the chain.
This man, he is like non-white, okay? He is with the shit. Y'all gotta stop pretending like, I'll tell you something. He has been an agent of chaos for a while now.
Yes, that's true. And I have definitely seen the transition. He has definitely accepted the dark side.
He done got his plan back on to everything. That's changed me up.
I had to.
Let me say something. I saw him verbally dog walk.
What? What? You say? What?
Dog walk who?
We dog walk.
He said a troll.
I think God don't want him to get it out.
I thought he said Somali troll. Yeah.
Y'all didn't hear that. Y'all did.
We did. What you talking about?
Brother.
He said a troll.
You're back.
Yeah, that's it. He dog walked the Somali troll the other night. Came in and said that he was a Scandinavian. And then he wanted to go back and forth. He said that we were dominated and let's say subjected or something like that. All of a sudden, like something shifted. And the liberal started getting this man to yell the word shame. He was like louder. Say it louder for me. And then all of a sudden it just broke. It was, I was like, like the mood shifted, the lighting shifted in my house, like something, I heard music playing. I heard like, there was a lot going on. But he dog walked him. And then eventually he left and then he started talking about, before that, Liberal was talking about guilt, shame, and there was a punishment involved, and this was, and there was a lot going on. This was right after the Oscars. This was a lot going on. And so y'all have to understand, this man, I don't know who he really was.
watch it?
I did watch it, but I didn't know that was him.
He was a little boy in green.
I know. Until now, that's what I'm saying. Until today. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. Did y'all know you played him the lawyer?
Yeah.
Y'all didn't know that.
Yeah, they only he got killed off kind of early.
Matt Wild did too.
Who?
Never mind. Nobody. I never watched The Wire. But you know what else Michael B. Jordan played in? All My Children. He was on there with Susan Lucci. I said, no. She posted a picture. Susan Lucci posted a picture congratulating him.
Did you say All My Children?
Yes. I remember
Stories?
Yes. Susan
I don't
Lucci.
think I watched All My Children. He old enough to play on All My Children?
Yes.
When did All My Children go off? I thought they went off in the 90s.
No, it was like early 2000s, yeah. Erica Kane, that he was in her wedding when she got married to Jack Montgomery.
Y'all was saying anything on this app. Anything. I have been waiting hours for someone to actually say something that was like factual. All My Children is still on. What's happening?
Oh, well, if you said I'm not going to watch stories, sorry, I didn't know that All My Children was still on. I had better things to do than watch stories.
Because no, but this is the thing. After it went off ABC, it was supposed to be, it was bought by Prospect Park. And it was actually supposed to continue, like, through an online format. But this was like this was pre-Netflix and stuff, so it actually just went away. But I was like, wait a minute, did I miss that? You had me really tripping.
Is it All My Children is still going, or is it Young and the Rescue?
Young and the General Hospital are still. Or hospital. Yeah.
And what's that one? Bold and Beautiful. Bold and Beautiful.
Bold and Beautiful, yeah, it's still on.
And now they got the new black one. On the gates.
I don't like that. That shit ghetto.
I tried to watch it on Paramount, but
y'all don't know about
the first couple of episodes wasn't working for me. Go ahead.
It's a direct it's an actual no. It's like a what I'm trying to say is like it's the storyline is a typical soap opera. So like the soap opera drama, like the whole drama around soap operas are like a reality TV. Like it's like a version of reality TV that like where it's like really over exaggerated and like
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm not used to saying that. I'm used to saying that from the other side. Wasn't used to saying it from this side.
We had that have and that have not. That shit was like a soap opera.
It was. But when the Have and Have Nots when it first started out, it wasn't as soap opera-ish. As it continued, it started to get real like, come on now, you're just going too far with the.
I thought it was a soap opera the whole time.
I mean, you can consider it that, but to me, it wasn't as. I feel like the soap opera-ish just got thicker as time went on. But right from the Beyond the Gates, correct me if I'm wrong, your mama. The girl that was on Beautiful, the lady with she had the big brown eyes.
Yeah, she played Danny, I think. She left that show. She's not on that one yet. They got a lot of
friend, but her friend started sleeping with her husband, and then the husband marries the girl, but they all still live in the same community. Yeah, no, that's not.
So it's not her friend, it was her daughter's friend.
Oh, it was her daughter, but she like took her in and was working with her or something?
Yeah. She had like this very bad, like kind of pitiful story, like, she ain't had no family and all that stuff, so they kind of treated her like a family.
Right.
Like she was family and then she was sleeping with the husband, yeah. It's very soap operas, there's some, they got some,
like legends on there. I'm forgetting the guy's name. He always plays a bad guy. He's on there. He's like a regular. They got another woman who's like, I can't remember their names, but you know they got some regulars that was on the soap opera, like on the soap opera junket. Like these are this is the only kind of acting they've ever done in soap opera. Okay. Like it's very. I mean, soap operas are very different from other parts of like, you know, TV and stuff. Like it's just unbelievable. Like you just have to like that kind of stuff to like soap operas.
So, Maya says House Democrats are launching a Hail Mary push to effectively end the Department of Homeland Security's now month-long shutdown by funding all of its sub-agencies except ICE, Customs, and Border Protection. So that's that new thing that they, looks like good news. Okay. I mean, if in fact they can get it passed, like,
They'd rather fund ICE than TSA. We see that right now. This is crazy. Why can't they just fund everything? It's always, we're going to fund this, but we can't fund that. You know, they got people
trying to change. And ICE, if the people would just accept their changes, then they could move forward and fund it. The problem is they're holding out because they haven't made the changes and requests for an ICE. Remember? Like they wanted certain things that like they don't wear masks anymore, they wear cameras. You remember the list?
I remember.
Is TSA part of ICE? Are they under the same budget, right?
No,
the same department.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're the same department, but then when they're giving budgets to that department, so basically if they fund TSA, does that mean that they have to fund ICE as well?
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to separate it now.
ICE is being funded right now. ICE got money right now, but TSA does not. So
but both folks under Homeland Security, is that correct?
Yeah.
They're both under Homeland Security, so that's my thing. It's like y'all want to flip it, just fund everything because GOP is not having it.
So this is the thing though, like how they got funded now is because the way emergency funding happens when there's shutdowns. The administration gets to allocate where actual money goes. So that's why they have money now.
But well, your mama also was it through the big ugly bill or something else where they had they raised the ICE budget? I remember oh my God, there was a floor debate about the budget, and Moskovitz was saying, wait a second, the budget looks like what you're asking is a bonus for each ICE agent of $49,000 a bonus. Do you remember that? So didn't they get a budget already before this holdout?
So yeah, budgets don't have anything to do with appropriations. So in order for you to receive the agencies to receive their money, they have to go through the appropriations process. And this specific piece is around the CR, the continuing resolution. So just because it's in the budget doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't communicate it properly. Clearly,
so this is not. So let me just tell you, this is not this current conversation isn't about the budget. It's about allocating the money to its agencies.
Yeah, and my question was, didn't they allocate already? And the appropriation committee did happen that they gave ICE already extra money, or no? That was my question.
So there's a budget and there's actually funding the government. This is funding the government, and those are two separate things. So what you're talking about before where they got increased has nothing to do with CR right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Maybe I'm a little dumb subject. I'm sorry. And can I just circle back for 2 seconds? Brooklyn, I am very embarrassed. I know I am very annoying. And I'm not the flavor for everybody. But
like they're embarrassing as hell, and I just want to apologize. Like that was just oof. That was cute.
I appreciate that, Katrina.
I just came up here to ask y'all, and then I'm gonna leave and go back downstairs and maybe out. But I just came to ask y'all, can y'all imagine, you know, going in a room full of people and nobody wants to talk to you and you keep coming back every day? Can you imagine that?
How long you talking about a people like that?
That's messy. I gotta be nice to them.
I ain't say no names.
You put a name.
They put a name because we all don't know.
That's sad.
It's many people.
But
If you
not
come
really
here every
one
day,
person.
they come here every day. Every day that I'm not here, they're here. And they engage in the conversation and nobody will be talk to them.
They in the room right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. And here's the thing. I don't seek approval from other people.
Wait, I ain't talking about you.
No,
Wait.
I'm joking. That was a joke. It was a joke. That was a joke.
Oh, okay.
You gotta understand, Katrina, we don't get white people humor all the time.
I know, and
You gotta slow it down.
I'm really bad at it. Like, I really am practicing.
Really? Mexican? So why are you even talking?
Everybody knows Black American, you know.
Now with them songs in the bed.
Right, exactly. That's hilarious.
First of all, that's their bad, number one. What is wrong with y'all?
Brooklyn got little brown poopy spots. I don't know
They got their own room, yeah. They got their own bed? They got their own room. What's going on?
They look like they sleeping in your bed.
You got no kids.
Y'all gotta leave Brooklyn songs.
Why? And nobody said nothing to the cat people. Y'all don't say nothing to the cat people.
I don't like that.
People just go over the pillow and you sleeping on it.
Stop talking to me. Your mother was nasty.
You wake up with poopy face and poopy lips. I bet your breath smell like dog poop when you wake up.
Yeah, I bet you, yeah. I smell like
Your face all over
I
the
bet you
pillow.
guys feel like and your fucking girl.
Okay, wait, hold on.
This was too far. Okay, this was too far. This was too far.
No, why are you coming to me? Leave me alone.
It's that y'all know you bad black people.
I don't know.
Y'all don't know each
Don't
other?
know that bitch. No.
I call them Mexican because black people know.
No.
We don't do that.
This is why I told you don't go. I told you he was. I told you. I listen. Yeah, but no, Brooklyn. But wait a minute, Brooklyn gonna sit there. I don't need anybody to take that from me because I don't. And I was sitting there taking her for, but she didn't want my help earlier. Anyway, let me move on. My question would be to the Israelis. Okay, that's my question.
Oh, Jesus. Why?
I'm going downstairs. Bye. Wait a minute. No. Hold your seat. No, because seriously, because I just seen that is possibly considering sitting in special forces, 1,000 of them, to capture the uranium. And my question would be, okay, once they have the uranium, let's say they go in and get it, will this be the end? Will the paranoia stop? Will it go away? Are we going to move forward? Are we going to try to live in peace? Like, what's the idea? Is it a possibility that they're going to actually get the uranium or no? Like, help me out.
For the purposes of this conversation and my PTR, these let's read bowls that you see my PTR, you have 6 gas that I'm extricating from. That's an insane plan. Multiple peer experts have commented on it. The uranium is stored as possibly, but most probably as US6 gas. It is probably in Isfahan. That's not been hit as hard. UFC does
maybe like 5 days ago. Do you remember? I actually read that they were saying Special Forces of Israel, Special Forces of the United States, and then they're going to bring in scientists, right? Nuclear scientists with on the team. And options was basically take it with as option was to destroy it. And the third option that they actually said it on Fox News was to basically dilute it or sabotage the uranium so that they could leave it there, but the Iranians can't use it. Remember when I read that you were telling me that it's impossible how can you sabotage gas, right? It's in gas form. So for some reason, this is not the first time they're kind of floating this idea out there. This was like a week ago. And I agree with you, neoliberal. It's complete insanity. This is not James Bond. James Bond movies are not real. It's fantasy.
Can I ask a question to neoliberal, please? Neoliberal, why do they have to telegraph everything? Or spitball, or just whatever? Like, why is it that?
Because they don't really have a plan about this. According to at least the Democrats that were at the closed briefings, they said that there is no actual plan due to the presumed.
Why would anyone expect a plan when the people that were supposed to be at the forefront at the negotiating table were Jared Kushner and Steve Woodcock? I mean, I'm pretty confident we could have drawn a better plan from Clubhouse over here. You know, I'm just saying, unless some of us, even if not travel, we've done a little bit of reading or understand cultures enough to appreciate the nuances before you dumbass decision and briefing a dumbass president. Thank you. I'm done.
Lord, that's not true. All the people ain't reading, these people reading. I guarantee you, the people who talked, maybe 1 and 1.5 of them know what they're talking about.
And did you think my statement was all inclusive?
Well, they was happy about it, because they was getting ready to open a room and say, well, we writing a plan for Trump. This is silly. It's gone.
Listen, I'm mad at you, Moroccans, and all that. You've turned my entire confidence. I'm not supposed to cuss right now, but I'm gonna cuss anyway. Into a effing joke.
Why you not coming at me for?
If you are the self-declared Moroccan on the south, and I can only go after you.
I was in the room earlier, I was in their room earlier, and I didn't hear nobody talking about it.
Yeah. I could be very weird, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Was it because of that goal? Remember they had that contested goal during the game? It was because of that? Why?
No. It was because, remember, the players walked away because of the penalty that was awarded to Morocco. It was a joke. And the Senegalese players, by the way, that's something that classics. There's a term for it. It means someone who has, I guess the direct translation would be someone with balls, because he literally ordered his players and was like, we're not going to participate in this bullshit, and walked away for a little bit. But then Sadio Mane, the team captain, was like, come on guys, let's just go ahead and do it. And I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but the guy missed the penalty, and Senegal ultimately scored a clean goal, so it wasn't something that was going to be contested anyway. But now CAF is saying, because they walked away for a few minutes, however long that was, they forfeited the match.
That's correct.
So I'm wondering which North African is going to have the balls to go take that trophy away from the Senegalese. They'll beat your ass. They don't play with that stuff. Anyway.
By the way, we have, I didn't cover this. Oh, sorry. Don't want to jump in the middle of it.
Yeah, don't that's some ghetto stuff, man, that give up the tooth, man. Come on, Lord, what's going on over there? Oh, go ahead.
Omar.
was saying. He was at the talks. So, have you read this, my lord?
I did not read it, but I did see a tweet alluding that there was an individual from the UK Security Services. I did not.
Yeah, so how it was the negotiations, his description of what negotiations entailed. He's saying that he was very surprised by the Iranians' offer. UK officials have subsequently explained they were impressed that Iran was prepared for a deal to be permanent, and unlike the 2015 JCPOA, would not have cut-off dates or sunset clauses ending the restrictions on the program. Iran also agreed to down lengthy 440 kilograms stockpile of highly enriched uranium under supervision of IAEA inside Iran. It agreed no stockpiles of highly enriched uranium would be built up in the future. In the final session of the talks, Iran agreed to a 3 to 5 year pause on domestic enrichment, but the United States in the afternoon session after consultation would grant a 10-year pause. In practice, Iran had no means to enrich domestically because of the bombing of its enrichment plants in 2025. So basically confirming the amount of the deal on the table, just based on what it's better than JCPOA.
It also explains the reluctance as to why Keir Starmer wouldn't go all in. If you're telling me this guy was at the negotiation, he probably told Starmer, you better yourself involved in this.
Yep.
Alright. We'll see. So, let's just sit back and watch.
See, when y'all edge me out of the conversation, then y'all start talking, and I don't know how to get back in.
Excuse me?
Wait, more. You didn't like that, right?
And you're bad, that's crazy.
That's insane.
What's insane?
Y'all be saying, you kind of word.
What's the
Your mom will since First Lady has been back.
No.
Is she worse than when she left? Cause that's
Listen,
just first lady.
listen. Let me go.
Do anything better than
I'm just bringing it up.
I don't know nothing about no anything about no
I said y'all edge me out of the conversation.
Oh, I thought you said you was edging. I didn't first lady.
See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all be wanting me to say stuff. Y'all bad. Because brother will say something and he'll twist it and he'll turn it around. Just like, but aren't you saying that? A poor little neoliberal, him just say the green balls in my picture, and you said I'm gonna need you not to say green balls anymore. And then I said, what's wrong with green balls? And then I said, I thought blue, I didn't know blue was. And see, that's what I said. I said I thought blue meant danger. And then Roger gives me the side eye. I can't see nothing.
They don't understand the girth of your vocabulary.
Exactly. It's small.
Your vocabulary is the girth. I'm just trying to understand.
The girth of the vocabulary. Y'all gotta see, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all, the way y'all mess with the English language has to stop. It has to stop. It really has to stop.
If you do know about Iran, do talk. Okay, motherfuckers. You do know about Iran.
Yeah, they were.
can't.
Oh, now you want respect. Oh, now you want respect. You come in disrespectful and now you demand respect. So harder, go harder, for harder, go harder, go for harder, go harder.
She said she's not gonna be edged anymore. She said you're gonna have to go right into it.
See, no, I said y'all not gonna edge me out of the conversation.
She said for Harvey, you're not gonna edge her no more. Okay, she said get to the point.
And you spent all of that time, and you listen, Fahad, if you took all of that anger and emotion you got, and went over there and fought, we wouldn't even be in this.
Ain't no carbs, that's a fact.
Use that energy and do something about it. But
that's a fact.
Why the fuck you keep bothering us?
Yeah.
We like in America, we really don't care.
You're 1979. You're not black in America.
I'm definitely black.
No.
It's not being black.
I done took your card away. Nah.
Cause I love my dog.
I didn't say that.
Black.
No, I didn't say that.
You're a bitch.
Ooh, who said that?
What did I say, Dad?
No, I just come down talk.
What?
I'm telling you, right?
Who called somebody a bitch? I thought Fahad said it. I did. That's Mimi.
Mimi. No, I did not. I was just joking.
Fahada.
It's not Fahad, it's Farhad.
I say Fahad right. Fahad, what's going on?
It's not Fahad, it's Farhad.
Fraud. That's fraud. That's the name.
Imagine coming in cussing at us and then wanting to put your name right. That's crazy, isn't it? I try to tell you, girl, these people are crazy. Fahad. Who's it? We got it, boy. We know. He's laughing in the background. They thought he was going to tell me anything. Fahad, they laughing with us. Like, go ahead.
That's funny.
Where's Trent? Where's Trent with the name Fahad? Oh, what happened? They still talking niggas. I'm not writing the head because all I heard when he was talking was booty, working everywhere. Yes. It's like in the bathroom stall at a truck stop. It's like they write it down and then they come in here and read it off like a script and then it's a pause. Turn the page over and then they go at it again.
I have a question for early Iranians. They used to come here and saying, America plays no role.
About to get on y'all ass.
Wait. I'm not getting on the ass. Hold on, let me just get this out. I just recently found this out. Maybe this is old news, and you guys already spoke about this, but as a white woman, I was very outraged when Caroline Levitt was asked by a reporter a question on March 9th about actually not only sending troops in on the ground, but a draft, possibly draft, right? And she responded with, all options are on the table. So you know what? Next time all the MAGA guys that are coming here all the time and saying, we're doing a good thing for the Iranians, they're happy, they want us to help them. I really, 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 really hope that your ass is first in line when you
you get drafted. Because I'm pretty sure a majority of you have federal student loans.
You didn't say that when Ukraine was going on, but that's a whole
Why
other
don't you
story.
this is what the white woman cried about. Stay out of this.
Are you going in? You gonna join up?
No, because Omari got cursed out earlier for being.
Oh, he might be
exactly
too
who
old.
he is.
Who got cursed out?
He might be too old.
Nobody cursed at me.
They told you off and sent you back in the audience.
I didn't know what it was. Oh, yeah. Well, that's nothing. That's poopy talk.
You always come with irrelevant fucking information. And that's why I said this is new behavior. You're not a trumper. You're trolling us. Everything is a troll.
We're talking about you.
You're old. You're a grandfather. And I troll every day.
Where he got grandchildren?
My kids are young. My son.
You got a fucking grandkid, man.
Yeah, not because I'm old. What you talking about?
You got a grandson?
Yeah, my son's 25. Him and his fiance.
Really good trend to touch. What is going on?
Your mama, you missed it. One day, I was just minding my business on the stage, and all of a sudden I hear Kitover say, "Hey, baby." And I literally had to run to my phone so quick. He was impersonating Trent. Trent came on the stage. Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, baby. You know, Shirley was slowly becoming Ebonic.
You got
Slowly but surely.
Y'all really good.
No, seriously, Brooklyn, his name's gonna be Negro.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Y'all
But it was funny. But it was funny.
Like he related more like articulate. Always trying material.
Omari.
No, it was funny that the hey baby.
No, that is funny.
You can't clarify.
That is funny. But what's not funny is that book that Omari got. Like, why does he got that book like it's fun?
Your mama. Come on now. I know you felt some line. I know you felt some kind of way because you got a booty clap for the booty clappers.
Who you clapping for?
I know you and Tony got a booty clap for the booty clappers.
I'm part of my own thing, sir. What's going on?
Who is that?
Stop trying to talk to her, because it's sounding so
White
good.
woman, and I know you listen to white woman. I am telling you, shame on you.
That was good.
That was good, Katrina.
No, Omar,
This lady something
white woman, you need to fuck up. But when it's a black woman sitting in this room, you don't. So shush it.
Wait.
Get him, Katrina, get his woman.
My name is curse at women, so I let y'all women get your shit up because I don't like cursing at women. I think it's disrespectful.
When black women talking, you always talking over them, but when the white woman speaks,
Oh shit, Katrina, I'll be on Katrina's ass 24/7. So pause.
in that chat, you can't pause there. That's the wrong way to pause. If you on her head, you need to be pausing. What's kind of shit are you?
How does the pause apply?
You can't pause right there. If you on her head, you better not pause. Wait, I'm sorry.
Well, Andrew Tate says you gotta pause.
Omari?
Hey, Andrew Tate, you gotta
Can
pause.
I just respond to Omari for 1 second before I forget I really be drunk? I'm sorry. Omari, as your masculinity is very weak because you're on my in the chat. In the chat. You do not have to bomb and talk to me in my face, but you love to type.
So I get it. You got a mixed family, you got a mixed dog. I mean, you are cosplaying as one of those Beckys that are trying so hard to be around black people.
Just remember humor, that's all.
Yeah, you trying to get your black card in right now, but
No, you're trying to
black people are never gonna like you.
That's what we're trying to get his black card.
That's it.
That is it. But yeah, so stop trying to impress.
What happened to the village in our car?
You see this little cat from Pinocchio? Just retarded this. Fat dude right here sound like he would fall one day from a
That's why I'm coming for you. You want some brother now. That's going too far.
or something before he got broke.
We like you way better.
We like him better than you.
That's fine.
He's cooler than you. He's smarter than you. He actually wanted to be here. We don't want you to be here. That's too much, my brother.
Yeah, he's also a question like that.
You think you sound cool, nigga?
You sound like the whole man.
I bet you I could book your wife. I bet you I could book your wife. That's how corny your ass is. That's how corny your ass is.
Yeah, anybody with lips can do anything.
I have a list.
Yeah,
I always have a list when I'm speaking in French. Amari.
I'm kind of confused. It's been a little while. What's up with what's the list thing? What is that?
It's just a
and then he gay.
somebody is gay. And he the one that come up some people pausing when he on a woman ass. He gay.
Okay, so he doesn't like gay.
So this brother came in this room, he was calling for him. And so this brother came in the room, he was in the booth.
I stomped on him like the fat roach.
Nobody stopped on nobody.
Bastard.
It's been a
You
little
think calling a man fat is funny? I mean, it makes you
A
funny?
bunch of Jersey Mikes, and he got about 18 seconds to throw while talking at
It's who cares about that shit?
this nigga.
Who cares about that shit? He sound way smarter than your ass. He sound way smarter than your ass. You sound like an idiot.
Oh, no, I don't everybody. Okay, we done. Omari, you
Omari, you act like you going after him. You sound like an idiot, Omari. You sound like an idiot. I'm not more bass in my voice
Go ahead and get it back now. Go ahead. Yeah, he come a brother like Jersey Mike, but he really wanted brother Jersey Mike. That's what he wanted.
But you know what you gotta do? And Ren earlier we go was in that ass. No, you search it out and Ren.
What's weird is that y'all defending a grown man.
We not defending him. We just don't like you. We not defending him, bro. We just don't like you.
You are
Looking like you got ingrown hairs in your face. What's going on? Your balls is smelling. I'm smelling your balls. Why am I smelling your balls, grown man? When the last time you got that shit out your ass, grown man? Hello? Hello?
Your balls are smelling.
Brooklyn, can I just for 1 second?
Yeah, I had balls. I was smacking in your mouth. How about that? Look how hard-headed you are. Why are you breathing so heavy? Why are you breathing so heavy, Amari? What's going on? You getting elevated?
This is so heavy.
Why you
so heavy?
Oh, my list. Yeah, my list. The only time I have a list, Omari, is when I'm speaking French.
Why you this is so heavy?
Can I just
Shut up, white woman, please. Good Lord.
But just close the mic when you're not speaking.
The black people are speaking, please. You don't have to get in here.
And the picture, why that picture you look like, why you got the readers on like that? You a whack ass motherfucker. I swear to God, the more I learn about you, a whack ass motherfucker. You a whack ass nigga. That's why you come over here wanting friends. That's why you come in here wanting friends.
Divine First Lady is in this conversation or turn out.
You like these one on Stanford? Man, that's sad.
Hey, come on, Mike. I'm not coming on, Mike. I guess I gotta get it on.
Divine, you need to put Omari in the goo where he belongs.
There ain't my space.
He needs to be put in the trash. Because he's straight trash.
Well, that's fine. What's your point?
We don't like you. That's why you're still here. We don't like you, Omari. Go away.
That's fine.
We don't like you. Go.
Brother.
You know better. You know better than Victoria coming here and like thinking people want to talk to her. What's going on with you?
Brother, if you can hear me right now, I just want to reach out to you and say that you did not realize that this whole time this was all about uplifting Jersey Mike's. If you a Jersey Mike's card, brother. I was in the Jersey Mike's card. I was not aware of it.
So you gotta say I'm going to around your card.
You on that too. I did not realize it was all about Jersey Mike's.
I was trying to be very polite with my call. I just wanted to say something, and I'm being actually very serious, right? Because I'm raising a boy. And one thing that I instill in my boy is that actually having compassion, standing up for other people, and protect people is what healthy and very strong masculinity looks like. I am really disgusted by some men in this country who think that if you stand up for justice or if you're protecting somebody, that you are a weak ass person. Your masculinity and how weak and small it is showing. And now I'm being fucking serious, Omari. Shaming somebody because of their speech impediment shows you as a completely emotionally undeveloped little boy. Done.
Well, not so much shaming people for their speech impediment, because I do it quite often. But it's the fact that brother don't have a speech impediment and you just making shit up to try to be funny. That's the problem.
times of autism and my son is autistic, there is a space and time and there's a certain way to do it, right? But when he's actually trying to take a shot at somebody to put them down and demean them, that's very different, and I think you see where I'm coming from.
Oh, you know what, DLC? I love Bailey's and my tea and coffee. It is so delicious.
You know, I never tried making a London fog with Bailey's. That low key might be
delicious. That's not
London fog latte with Bailey's. I never thought.
I don't drink, but that's the only thing that I will drink is Bailey's.
You know, it's St. Patrick's Day. Shout out to all the Irish in the room. If you put some Baileys in your Irish coffee and smoke a cigar, you know, I'm getting all day.
I have a question about Amari.
He gay?
Isn't he developmentally stunted?
It must be. You know, he's so focused on somebody else, Johnson, and everything. I see some weird thing. I understand. Yeah, he got a problem. He got a problem.
And what's the pause to women?
Yeah, like you were supposed to pause on the woman.
Hello? About the culture, yeah. This is the blackest he ever been in his life on Clubhouse, child. I don't know nothing about this.
That's what it is. Okay.
That's not true. The book he reading in his PTR is saying how to think rich as a black.
With them readers on. Man, he is as corny as like.
Oh, century. We get it. But, where RJ though? RJ. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh shit, RJ came on the stage.
Crash out now because the other day you was working and you had to get all that off your chest. Get it off your chest, brother.
No, I forgot I was on stage.
Lord, you lying. You ain't work out that fast.
I'm calm now.
Lord,
Brother Bessie, I do not like that laugh. I'm trusting.
So what happened? Y'all was just yelling when I came in. So
Sorry, that made me mad. Yeah, I don't like
whether or not.
Oh no, I can recap anything with this. So what happened was we have found out, it's been revealed that brother's been enduring hatred because of a lisp and his affinity for Jersey Mike subs.
And the Jersey Mike is really
This app is confusing to me. It's like, I don't know, all the men, all the uncles that don't have no wife and no kids always call them the man with the wife and kids. Yeah.
Oh no.
100%.
And they don't got no wife.
He don't have no wife. He is up here trying to book a man on the app that he's insulting. Like, so he has tried to book brother.
This app is showing me that
he's begging to be.
I'm just gonna say this app
does keep a ledger of things that happen in this clubhouse room. So if it's not written down there, he may very well not.
So you're talking about the trip bets?
He may very well
Yeah,
not.
you're talking about the trip bets. We all know about the trip bets. So everybody knows about the trip bets.
Amari can't even spell. Amari can't spell. Amari can't
Brian knows about the trip bets.
He can't spell.
Yeah. So the trip bets, right? So we got the trip bets on.
He rides around with a Nissan Leaf. What kind of nigga rides around with a Nissan Leaf?
That's a really good environmentally friendly.
That's actually, that would be a nice car. You know, we were talking about 2026 Nissan Leaf, so type.
Yeah, I would do that. That's a car that a small group would ride.
Yeah, that is for a small.
I am a progressive liberal.
You are a MAGA.
I am a progressive liberal.
You are a MAGA. You are a MAGA. There's nothing progressive about you.
I have voted.
The way that you obsess over this, the way that you obsess over people, the way people talk and what people eat shows you.
Is it like, what's a list? Tell me what a list is.
Amari, real quick.
Hold on, Dr. Lumberg, we're trying to understand.
We're not first trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that.
Put that in that context for a second.
No.
The survey's important for the conversation.
No, the survey's not important. Hold on.
Definitely not important.
You know, liberal, not too much on my definitely drive, because I would never drive. Believe me.
You gotta have a community. Parking spots in the city, yo, mama. I don't go to no parking.
No.
I'm not paying for no parking.
If y'all knew what your mama drove, you know.
What first of all, you don't.
Yeah.
Driving you.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, isn't it Subaru?
Yeah, I would never drive a Subaru.
That's like white women, baby. But y'all be standing. I feel like.
Not so much of brother messy cars.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I wouldn't do a Subaru or a Volvo.
I drive American cars. I'm waiting for Trent to give me my Mac. I need to up.
Hey, baby.
You
Store by.
He's gonna take care.
He'll get you a Ford.
I got a Ford. I just need that Mac E. I need him to upgrade.
This is my one last job.
Get him to Katrina, jump his ass. Get him to Katrina. I hate it.
Please. Oh, he's gone? Okay, well then for everybody else, can I practice? And you told me to turn around. Okay, so he was talking about how I have a black Hold on, I'm trying, I'm learning. He said I have a black and white dog and I'm trying to be mixed and whatever, and I have a mixed husband and a mixed child. So I put a picture of the real mix that I have and I'm going for of my dog. No, there's some ground there.
Is there a jury?
I don't get it, but okay. You was doing good though, Katrina.
I'm sorry, Katrina. If you didn't hit it in land, it's okay.
We gotta workshop that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, so I'm currently a teacher. Let it go. Okay?
I just want to.
Your response to Trent?
Miriam.
No, Miriam. This was in response to
I was trying to get you
the cracker man Amari. That's what's responsible. What? He is a different dude. He's a different type of dude. Yeah, but let me tell you, I don't know nobody that would hang out with him in real life. Like nobody. Yeah, he reminds me of like this nerdy type that might have grew up in the suburbs and really never really fit in anywhere.
He's not nerdy.
Nah. He's not nerdy?
No.
There's nothing nerdy about the Trent. There's nothing nerdy. Yeah, he's just awkward. He is dumb as a pencil. He's as dumb as a number 2 pencil.
Butter, the actual terminologies that have been used to describe
It's retarded.
is mentally challenged and developmentally stunted.
Yeah, see, the dog monkey.
I don't like all those words. You have to just say limited. Mentally limited. He's just limited. He has limited.
Medical term for that is fragile X.
There we go.
I just want to point out one thing. I think you missed it in all the back and forth with Amari, is that Trent dissed everybody on stage. I don't know if you all caught that and he left. Did you all catch? Did you catch that? Okay. He said, I'll quote, never mind, I'll come back when professionals are on stage. That's all.
Girl, nobody don't care about that shit. Y'all sit on my app and all day and y'all care about what people think of you. I don't give a fuck about Trent. He ain't added not one cent to my bank account or my bank account. What's wrong with y'all? And my dick bigger than his too. How about that?
That wasn't me, but that was me. That was funny.
Hey, baby.
He was feeling himself earlier on. He was like, yeah, you know, Batman, I agree with you. That's something we both agree on.
Not too much on Trent. Y'all could make fun of him after I get my car.
It was sweet, though. What kind of Ford you gonna get, though? Come on.
He said he gonna get that Ford. I need that electric Mustang so when the Democrats get in power, I can get my attachment.
Just go back. You know it's made in Germany, so just go to Germany. Don't even fuck with him. Go on over to Germany and get you Ford Mustang electric.
Easy one more, please.
They look cool and they're loud, but other than that, what's up?
Oh, I grew up with people that drag race Mustangs, so I have an emotional attachment. Other than that, I wouldn't probably drive or want one. It's just sentiment.
Okay, I get it.
Doctor, wait a second. So you're a fan of Fords?
I wouldn't say fan. Like I said, I have an emotional, sentimental attachment. That's it.
But do you understand a lot of the technicalities? Like, oh, this Ford was the best, but this year. Okay, let me ask you this. My father-in-law restores cars. He does his whole life. He does interiors, custom, all of that, right? And interior and mechanical. He literally can restore the entire car from scratch to finish. We have been thinking of giving him, I think, my husband said it was, I'm not that great with cars, so excuse me. Ford Shelby, 1966, I think. So since you're a Ford fan, is that a good car?
Can't get it?
Yeah. Amazing.
Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. I mean, it's a honky tonk that has to be completely redone, but that's what he's retired now, so he will work on his
He's got the Shelby engine though, and he knows how to redo that engine.
Oh yeah, you can take that apart and put it all back together. Well, Doctor, thank you for your advice.
I was getting ready to say the first car I ever wrecked was a Mustang. 1974 Mustang, red with a Landau white top. Yep. On my way to a football game, trying to get out the gas station, leave the gas station too quick, and pulled out in front of a car that had two 2x4s, a driver and a little boy on the other side of the 2x4s. And of course, they had the 2x4s running from the windshield to the back of the car. I'll never forget that.
hot. That's hilarious.
Why are they running? Why is the Christie running out of water?
You just wanted an excuse to leave. That's all. It was early timing though. Early evening. I'll kick you out.
Wait, I'm sorry. You really don't know that Texas is actually running out of water? Oh, I'm sorry.
Not the entire state.
Josh, that's it. Never mind. I'm sorry.
No, not the entire state.
Y'all got water, then let her think y'all got water. What's going on?
She's trying to tell you something, and you're not getting what she's putting down.
I mean, that's it. Now, Katrina, you're forgetting that Ashton is a believer. Okay, so you know what the Bible says? Bread shall be given him, his water shall be short. So she's letting him know that she's always going to have water because she's going to get it from the rock. Okay?
Well, according to Trent, boundaries are more important than water, according to Trent.
Oh, you gotta have water. I don't know what that is. You got to have water. Ain't nothing on this planet more important than water. And that is the one thing that we do our damn's best not to run out of, and that is water. We fed over 5,000 to 10,000 people and gave out 81,000 pounds of water. 81,000. During the pandemic, we gave out 81,000 pounds of water over a 3-day period. So the folks board and needed it, so we were able to help them out as well.
I put in the chat a little link to the Corpus Christi water crisis for anybody who cares.
Come across
Hurricane. Can I just give you a peace offering really quickly? And something that could fix our situation. So, I have this new rule with my friends that if I'm going a little off the rails or I'm opening my mouth where I shouldn't be and stuff like that, there's a code word that we use now. It's dolphin. So if you just say dolphin, I will understand. I shut my mouth and that's it. Can that be an honor?
Katrina, because we're black and we don't do that. We tell it like it is.
Why do you need a code word?
We just
I mean, y'all not picking up what they put down. Like,
what they put down?
you got one person telling you she always got water. Someone said to give you a little bit of brain, and now she says she wants to take work. Hello?
Oh my goodness.
The ways you can get water, including capturing water from the air. That water molecules turns into what we need. So that's a project that we have also talked about. Also being able to collect rainwater from the thousands of square foot of our building. So there's ways to
Texas is a big state.
You missed the part. Please, not yet. Please. Could y'all at least wait till 10 o'clock to do Texas? I can't. Not right now. My hair.
What you like us to pick?
Anything else in the world.
Or the USA, let's go.
We can do West Bubble. That shit don't even exist, but I'd rather that than Texas. But
why you not like Jordan? We got something to offer for you.
Please, Ashley.
We talked about food for an hour. Where were you?
I was helping load food onto trucks. That's where I was at.
All right. Well, did you hear Tulsi's statement that he made about Joe?
Or Joe Kent?
About Joe Kent.
Oh, Tulsi Gabbard's alive.
Yes.
I'm sure that guy in one of the Iran strikes.
Wait, what
She's so pro-Iran.
What did she say?
Now, Scotty, you was here. What the hell is going on with you?
I'm multitasking.
Go ahead, Neil.
I can read it, yeah. It's a masterclass in Weasley language. I'll skip the first part. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that a terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat
Joe Penn.
Oh, so it's nothing specifically about Joe Penn.
It's not specific. It was the response to something that happened on the day they left.
It is in response to Joe Penn. It is in response to Joe Penn saying that Iran posed no imminent threat. So basically, issued a statement where she says, I'm not going to say there is an imminent threat, but President Trump is the one that decides what is an imminent threat. And she's also not walking back her previous announcements on intelligence that showed that Iran didn't pose an imminent threat of nuclear weapons.
Everything you know you up, Mike.
Oh, sorry, I'm at a whole thing. Sorry.
Yeah, you didn't have to say anything, Brooklyn.
Okay, I'm not about to be your content for the night.
You get brown butter cookies already?
No, not today.
No way.
You need a laugh.
Quick.
Yeah, I went past them, but they do look good.
Ham, duck, and quail. You can really go good with them items right now. They good.
Hurricane, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
The check. Are the cookies in like the box aisle, or are they in the bakery section?
They're in the bakery section, which is next to the hot bar, to that section. Yeah. So they sell the individuals at the different cash registers, but if you want a packet of 6 or 4, you have to go to the bakery aisle.
There's a lot of ideation about cookies.
To get yours from the bakery, brother, me and you are friends right now. I get 12. I tell them make me 12 cookies, man, as big as my hand, man. They really hook me up over them as well, brother. So I ain't mad at you. Any place that can make fresh cookies and stuff, as long as I don't gotta cook it, I am your friend. I'll buy, but I sure as hell ain't finna help you cook. I'll help you clean, but I'm not finna help you cook no food. I'll buy anything you want. I know cleaning. Won't do that too. You understand? I ain't finna cook nothing.
Say like that at the end. That was funny.
Actually, guys, I think you probably love HEB.
The place, I go there and I go to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's, I'll get 12 of those, whatever they call the barbecue sandwiches. The girl has them around the counter. And she was like, well, would you like to buy one of these? No, I'd like to buy 12. And I saw some folks in the back faces looking, crazy. Little lady, I wanted 12 of them. They thought I was joking. No, give me 12 of them barbecue sandwiches y'all cooking back there. And other people arms crossed. Well, it's America. Get as much as you can, buy as much as you want. So I bought 12 of them sandwiches and held as much as I could in my arms. I like eating, so if you're with me, you're gonna eat. We ain't walking up out of here starving. Sorry, we don't do no starving. We eat. I ain't eating.
Ashton, I paid $5 for one cookie today. Just want you to know that.
Get it all for.
Hey, fish though, that's the difference. It's not fitting in a box.
Did you say Levine?
Yeah.
You know it was. Stop that.
Uptown or Midtown?
No, Flat Iron.
There you go, Flat Iron. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that shit is good.
Harlem had it's gone now. They had a thing like Depot where they would make them downtown. And then somebody like bike them uptown. It was incredible. Right on 8th Avenue.
It's really good.
Yeah, like 8th Avenue, like 118-ish.
Okay.
It was incredible. Because it's just like a little area. And then it's like, you guys come in here? It's like, no, I cooked the Flat Iron like 20 minutes ago. I biked them up here. So that.
Yeah, I can't have, it's like I can have a third of it or something. It's too big.
Well, yeah, I would like something.
Yeah.
It was great.
You got to have the size of it. See, we got steaks here that's as big as the plates you shit. One girl said, "Oh, no sides go on this place." She said, "What's and potatoes as big as your face, so we got it, sisters. We got it for you. Hold it with everything. I'm dead serious, man. Give me 4 now.
She said, brother, are you there? I am. Out of curiosity, is that how big the steak and potatoes are at the Golden Corral? Oh, God, not the Golden Corral.
No, what?
But now it's now Jersey Mike's. Oh yeah, man. Recent development. I gotta start a GoFundMe. I gotta raise some money for a gift card for.
Jordy, if you giving out Jersey Mike gift card, send me one.
Jersey Mike.
Send me one.
Jersey Mike's like good. I really like it. No one ever. What you talking about? It's a qualification in Brooklyn. If you don't have it, you can't get it on this thing. Yeah. Better than Jersey Mike. What you talking about, girl?
I mean, I got Publix, but y'all don't understand. I'm a sandwich connoisseur, so Jersey Mike is definitely in the rotation. I like that.
Jersey Mike.
It's not better than Jersey. Well, I like both of them.
Jersey Mike's the bread is Jersey Mike's.
Jimmy John's bread is delicious. It is. I'm not a Jersey Mike fan no more.
It's mad salty, yo.
Jersey Mike's, Jimmy John's is better than Jersey Mike's, but the new stuff Jimmy John's rolling out, the Shiros and stuff, I just not it.
Jimmy John's is selling pickle sandwiches with the pickle as the bread.
That shit is good too. See, I had one. That shit was good.
Let us say.
Dan.
Yeah, they got letters.
Who's that?
Yeah, I don't eat sandwiches no more.
Oh, what's up, my mom? What's going on?
Hey, I just discovered this spot in Baltimore, and I tried to make my way over there, but they're not open on Sundays. Have you heard of Cafe De Leon?
No.
So they got this crab dip bagel that I've been seeing on Instagram.
I've heard of that. I've seen it online.
Yeah, they got lines around the building.
Lines around the block.
Yeah, I was trying to get over there, but they weren't open on Sundays.
good.
I'm gonna put the link to it in the chat, Brooklyn.
What is that sound good?
So the line could get longer. Go ahead.
Yes, because I Baltimore just for that shit.
People do. They like drive, not from where you are, but they'll drive like West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and they'll like do reviews in the car. They'll like do it in the car. I was like, you just drove 8 hours and you bought one. You gotta eat it in the car and turn around. They're like, yep. That's how good it is. Oh, like the crab dip.
Yeah, I was trying to get there.
Has anybody ever ate at Black Swan?
Oh.
In Baltimore?
Yes, sorry.
But you know, them people that be driving, like to go to a spot to do a review, they get paid off for the content after, so it'd be worth it.
Oh, I don't even know. It's regular folks being regular. Yeah, they do.
Like the people that do the Keith Lee tour.
Yes. Oh my God, I hate to do this, but it did get here naturally. I hate to do this, but did y'all see what Keith Lee and his wife wore to the Oscars the other day?
They can't dress for nothing.
What the fuck? No.
They all
I hate to use the word. Can I use the B word? Can I use the B word?
I don't.
I gotta use it.
Yeah, that word.
They're just bandless. I'm sorry, y'all. I never used that word, but they're like quintessential bandless. Like, what were they wearing?
Where is he from? Ain't he from like a relevant place? Like,
He's from that, what's that city? Like, he's not Flint. What's that other city outside Detroit that black people be from?
he's from, okay, he's from,
Where's Michigan State at?
Not Ann Arbor. Wait, is Ann Arbor you Michigan?
Lansing, Michigan State at East Lansing. East Lansing, yeah. Isn't that black?
Yeah.
East Lansing. The man had a white tee. He got a white tee on.
Where's Sandra?
She had a white undershirt.
Max was born Lansing.
No. Lansing.
He was born here.
We don't have the great
car and ended up setting up shop in Nebraska. Yeah.
Don't sleep on Omaha. There's a lot of black people in Omaha.
Yeah, and there should be more. It should be more. The niggas should start moving to Middle America.
I agree.
What's that town?
Y'all better not sleep on them. Hey, Nebraska, y'all got good corn.
Next time that Dave Chappelle.
What?
Dave Chappelle's taking over a town. I saw a clip. He's literally buying everything.
Isn't that high though?
Bought everything. He already bought it.
He owns Main Street.
Oh no, he's from Washington.
That's his daddy's home. Ben gave us the whole history. Along with that, I don't know if y'all was here for the message, but yeah, it's a great thing that he's doing over there.
Who you're talking about, Dave Chappelle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Didn't his mother work for the Trees also? No,
I believe she was a professor. Give him the story. Give him the history real quick, man.
Oh, I don't know about Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, she was, look it up. It's kind of interesting because she was working with him. I'm not going to conspiracy or not. I had to tell me, but look at what I'm saying, man. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Talk if he had a gun.
Yeah, I'm not getting too deep right now.
He was a professor. Yes, Sirius just put it in the chat. Both his parents, his grandfather, I don't want to fuck it up.
No, she was working in Africa for him when he got killed.
Okay.
For one thing in Africa.
Y'all wasn't here for the message. You missed a great message.
His grandfather was the president of Allen University. They in South Carolina. Yep.
Yes.
Remarkable. I saw something on the news. Jasmine Crockett, one of her security personnel, was living under a fictitious name or identity. This just came across the news here. What is up?
We broke that news on Saturday, Ashton.
Okay, I wasn't maybe paying attention, but it just came across the news here. I'm busy doing other things, so I'm not able to, see all of that. And do y'all know the details of why that happened? I'm sorry.
Did you hear what she said, Brooklyn? She was busy doing other things. She was busy this weekend. I put her man. Asking me what your man this weekend. Watch this.
No, I was actually helping people put blankets into the trucks and food and stuff for folks that get shelter down there so they can not freeze.
How's your man doing, by the way?
Fantastic. He's putting together stuff with computers that I can't do. I said, knock yourself out. Shoot, I know I can't do it, but I love him. You know what I'm saying? He cool. Dudes are cool. Y'all are pretty simple. Just sit you down somewhere.
Thank you, Ashton. I love this speech. It's one of my favorite speeches to talk about.
Look, women, y'all cool too, because I'm a woman, right? You know what I'm saying?
Don't change it now.
Y'all alright, but this is what I'm saying. Dudes, y'all are saying because you just put a dude in a room and let them play games on it. That's why I like living with me. Just put them in the room and they like to eat. Hey, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm hungry. Me too.
Hello.
Y'all will eat at 3 o'clock in the morning and not say, oh, you're greedy. Y'all are there.
I'm too old for that. I can't get to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Here's how you do it. Here's your secret to everybody. Hey, you got a 24-hour fitness next to you. Hey, you working out 12 o'clock at night. Your metabolism's still burning at 12 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And you can eat stuff at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because you don't work out.
These jewels.
Gifted. She left out. Yes,
I can't do that, Ashton.
People talking with you.
No, I'm just saying I can't eat like that no more, girl. I can't really eat after. I really can't eat after 9. Yeah, 9, really.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's not.
Ashton's not completely, she's not wrong.
Oh, no, I'm sure I'm talking about my anti-metabolism ass. I had teeny
beautiful body and everything. Seriously, it just comes together because you're burning every stinking thing that you put into your body. And I've been able to do that with great accuracy, and I burn everything I eat, and I don't gain weight except for the muscle that I put in, meaning that I am putting in the work, I am moving. I lifted 300 and something pounds with a man on the other end and me on the other, and so I lift things to gain strength, and so I've gained strength because now I can deadlift 250 pounds by myself. Before, I struggled to get that off the ground. Now, I'm picking it up. So continue to work out, y'all. I'm getting serious. This stuff works. Work out. Forget what's on TV. Go to a gym. Go work out. You'll thank me for it. At night, not the morning time. A lot of people think, hey, I'm going to go get up at 5 in the morning. Nope, your metabolism's already awake. Work out if you're going to be.
Actually, now you're going too far. There's nothing wrong with working early in the morning, and some of us love it, okay? You can work too far.
Working out. Like 2 in the afternoon.
There have been periods where I've worked out early in the morning. I'm not talking about just me.
That was 20 years ago.
There are people who work out in the morning and it's fine. Like, not everybody has to work out at night.
I work out early in the morning.
You're trying to stay slick.
I can't work out late at night because my energy levels are low.
Yeah, I can't work out late at night either. I used to do like 5 in the morning and 5 in the evening, my runs. And like it makes me sleep later when I work out late at night. So I'm getting old.
And I'm running with 18-year-old people. You know what I'm saying?
Stop it.
Oh, Lord. Yo, I found that you said you just called my new defeater because I got one yesterday. I knew this because people I know and love are into these, but y'all, Starbucks Americanos are really tasty. They're really. If you get the medium Americano, it's got 3 shots of espresso. That'll get you through a few hours. I'm just telling you what I know. I'm doing 2 of those a day minimum, coffee.
When do you drink your second one?
Around 1 or 2.
And it doesn't let you continue earlier on?
No, I mean, who's sleeping? I have books to read.
Okay.
You drink that's a good thing, but if you're running or swimming or something, that stuff you'll get you're up there and then you'll crash. Like for me, if I'm working out, I try to stay away from a lot of caffeine because if you're running 6 miles, after 3 miles, you're like, what the hell? You're looking for something. Drinking something natural, that'll help you have a kick after 3 miles. You'll be able to maintain your speed and hold together in the 6 mile mark.
He's not running, he's reading books.
Yeah, I'm not running anymore, Ash. I stopped running.
Oh, you're not running. You've been passed out. Okay, I'm finna say, dude, you're gonna have these people over here holding their stomach and cramping. I'm sorry, dude. I was like, yo, I would never drink caffeine and go running or swimming. You'll be at the bottom of the pool. No, don't do that.
Where do you swim at, Ash? Do you have a pool where you live, or you go to water? Where do you swim?
I swim up at the Keller Laboratory. They have a state-of-the-art fitness center in there and a state-of-the-art swimming pool and hot tub up there.
What is the Keller? I don't know what that is. What is that?
That's a massive natatorium. It's a huge multi-billion-dollar facility out here that they put billions of dollars into so that we don't get rained on and so we can swim year-round and not have to worry about lightning. They spend millions of dollars to ground the pool so that even in bad weather, folks will have an opportunity to still swim. So I'm grateful for that. I said I'm grateful for them dumping millions of dollars into the place.
Do you have to have a membership or anybody can use it?
Yeah, anybody can use that facility. You can pay a fee. Some people, if you're elderly, I forgot what it is. It's a different fee for those folks, for seniors, and then for folks like myself, it's something like $20 or $30. Or you can go to Lifetime Fitness, which is $110 a month. Lifetime Fitness is a hole-in-the-wall place. Now it's clean, and I base it up on cleanliness and all of that. And Lifetime Fitness seems to be pretty clean, and facilities are up to code. You know what I'm saying? You want to go to a place that's gonna clean, and I do. I like Lifetime Fitness, and I like the downtown YMCA because they do keep that place clean. And speak for all YMCA's, but I can't speak for that one because they spent some $10 million in there. So yeah, they put their money where it was needed.
So I have that's funny you said that because I realized it's like a couple years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago. Is it just me or has the qualities of YMCA gone up substantially since we were kids? I don't remember the YMCA.
YMCA got way up. They way.
Yeah, they're nice, man.
Tables and food downstairs at 5:30 in the morning. So it's not that bad. So them people that come in there, they got corporate dollars, and those people, you get your name in the floor, you see if you want to have your name down there. Some people don't want their name in the floor, but some people donate privately and all of that. But the YMCA, they said they wanted to redo the facilities, and they have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to redo the pool and all of that, and we want that out here. We want facilities that are up to code. You know, on the south side of Fort Worth, you got people living, you would think, you know, in like the third world country, and somebody said this isn't gonna work. They redid the facility, flattened the building, and spent some $82 million, and now the place, you know, the McDonald YMCA out here is no longer a hole in the wall. So that place has given a lot of black folks and people who otherwise wouldn't have had a facility. It gives them a place to actually go and work out in a safe environment. So I'm grateful for that, man. They have put a lot of money into making sure that black people and others have, including by donating baseball equipment to the folks out here on the other side of Fort Worth out here that did not have equipment for the baseball team. So we're rolling, brother. Everybody's doing good out here, man. We are helping and seeing help wherever we can.
I think nationwide though.
That's what's up, man.
Like a nationwide thing, they renovated all the YMCA's.
Was it nationwide?
I think the renovations were like they upgraded.
They do it.
The ones that all the ones in Atlanta was renovated area.
They do it by region. It's based on their fundraising goals. They do it by region.
Well, is it the case that southern ones, in y'all's experiences, are southern ones better than northern ones? Because the ones in the south I've seen are much better than the ones in the north.
That's my experience, but I don't know if it's because of I don't know if it's an age thing, because when I was younger, compared to being an adult, but down home with a fucking water park, man. Like a water, like a sprinkler thing, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, I want to know why they have a water park. Yeah, the slide and everything, that shit look like great event. Ours is a water park.
Yeah, Texas ones, the Carolina ones, the Georgia ones I've seen are really nice.
Virginia ones are nice.
Water park, full gym. But a lot of the Spanish people, they have like soccer fields, all of that. So maybe that's. I thought that, but ours is a little bit newer though. It's probably less than 20 years old.
Did y'all get private funding too?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a huge one, David Weekly YMCA. If anybody knows Weekly Homes, I think that's like for the people like Bel Air. That one is nice as shit. But yeah, they do get private funding depending on the neighborhoods.
They're nonprofit, right?
Yeah, they're nonprofit.
Religious nonprofit.
Remember when they used to have the YM and the YWCAs for the old school people?
Yeah.
They used to have both. Yeah, I think it's all the YMCAs.
Wait, what did you say? Oh, for women.
For women.
Oh,
Young women.
Yep.
That was a place that was existing out here in Fort Worth until they moved, but they helped a lot of women out here, including myself. That place was integral for real in my life, you know what I mean? And it taught me that I could make something of myself and that I didn't have to essentially live in utter poverty. That lady told me, she said, sister, man, she said, you're not like these other women. She said, go out here and do whatever God made you to do because you are 6'3", 200-something pounds. She said, there are jobs that are hiring tomorrow. I said, ma'am, please do not have me working in no office. She said, there's a moving company, Miss Smith, for you downstairs. I said, thank you, Jesus. And I remember, I'm dead serious, man, because all the women complained. They didn't want to do a job board back in the day. You had to go to this job board. And I looked, all these jobs I couldn't do. There was stuff dealing with seamstress and sewing clothes and computers, and I'm thinking, this is boring. When that dude told me, hey, we moving furniture down here for $18 an hour, and that dude told me we'll pay for all your tools and we'll feed you. Shoot, them ladies was like, well, I don't want to do that. I said, y'all ain't laughing. Let me tell you something. They wasn't laughing at that paycheck. I said, y'all, the women sit up there and you dirty. That's how the women would make fun of me. I said, you know what? The men told me, they said, pump your chest up. I said, okay. They said, do this, pump your chest up. Then I pumped my chest up. I said, I'm making money. Boy, y'all sitting up here laughing at me and working in a nightclub. I was making really good money moving furniture while they sit up there laughing at me.
Were you doing moving furniture or were you doing
Oh man, we was moving everything out of, from office buildings to residential. Me and 4 men moved.
Hold on, Ashton, real quick. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Matt, is the race over? I didn't check. Is it over already? Wait, Matt, hold on.
What's going on, everybody? She's the favorite. She's the odds-on favorite, 90% on Kalshi and Polymarket, and all of the election analysts right now are all saying she's the favorite. Yeah, it's over. I mean, we're gonna see how close the margin is, but yeah, she's the odds-on favorite. I mean, this is kind of how it was when Talarico was the favorite the other day.
Another black woman senator, incredible.
And one that no one supported, except, you know, they all supported Crockett, but they didn't support Travis and me. But really happy. Happy not on stage. Travis Benson is real. It was real. And y'all gonna be upset about it. We're gonna have someone who, you know, who does the damn thing, who challenges the status quo, who's not a stooge for corporate interest groups and crypto bros, and, you know, all the things. I'm excited. You know, I'm excited, y'all. Sorry. Are you? You know, next we got, you know, Sherry Brown, and then we got hopefully Josh Kirk. I'm praying that he wins his primary. But all my people I've been endorsing and stumping and screaming for are winning the primary. So maybe I'll listen about it.
You know, the big one is Michigan. We can't let,
well, there's a rumor, man. There's a rumor. So, McMurrow's just launched Team McMurrow on X, right? Her new little team, you know, election account, right? She says there's a monumental announcement coming tomorrow, and I'm praying it's Whitmer, Big Gretch. I'm praying it's an endorsement for her, but I could be wrong. I don't know if she'll endorse in the primary. However, if she endorses her, it's over. It's just over. We know she hates El Said because remember he competed with her in the primary for governor back in 2018.
I remember.
So that was dirty. That got
another dumb thing to do. I don't know. These people never think about their futures. They just want.
And that's why
so hold on. So is there any wait? I guess the Michigan filing deadline is passed, right?
Yeah. So
I would love the Gretch to come out and announce she was running.
Well, this is Big Burroughs candidates, and they have some announcements. So, I mean, she's already been endorsed by, like, several senators. I said, who was it? This is the Iowa race, but I presume she's going to get probably more of these establishment Democrats or just Dems that are currently in Congress that are going to endorse our senators. Maybe Elizabeth Slotkin jumps in, even though I know she says she won't because she's friends with Stevens and, of course, likes McMurrow. But, I mean, hell, if she were to get Gary Peters' endorsement, that would mean a lot. Even if Peters endorsed her, that would be pretty good news. Because why are you saying big news if it's, you know, if it's not an endorsement, then what else really could it be? Some campaign event? Like, who cares, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But, all my people are
You're a whole person, man. I want you to know that, man. You're pretty cool, brother.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just thinking, you know, my little people are making it. I'm really happy about this. You know, unfortunately, there's some ones I'm still. I'm sorry, that tattoo. I understand. Some people don't care. That plaque is shit that bothers me. But, you know, you would think a sitting governor would be a better candidate and would be winning.
Wait, what's the plaque shit that he's in the lead?
Yeah, I initially liked him a lot because, of course, his politics and all the things you're saying, but a tattoo and the Reddit post, I can forgive Reddit posts, sure, to jump in.
She's old.
Yeah, so it's just like, at this point, I would just bow out if I was her and just endorse him and try to pray to God don't fight the Nazi tattoo ass. Yeah. That's just, but it ain't gonna happen, because, you know, Schumer wants her. Schumer's throwing everything behind her, even though he said he's not getting involved in any of the quote-unquote primaries.
It's a big L for him.
It really is.
But it's the Nazi tattoo.
It's the Nazi tattoo. If that never come out, I don't think anyone would give a shit about his Reddit posts, honestly. We're in a Trump world now. No one cares about any posts you made on Twitter back in 2013 or whatever the fuck. No one cares about that. No. You know, but the thing that I'll give him and also I know like Haley Stevens, that's also his candidate, but Josh Turk is a great candidate in Iowa. And I know no one cares to talk about Iowa, but he's such a good candidate. And he got Maggie Hassan and Catherine Cortez Masto's endorsement. I think he got another endorsement as well. I think it was, wasn't it Chris Coons? It was one of the other male senators that also endorsed him. He's one of the best, aside from the recruits, I'd say, in these, you know, more establishment, who've already been elected figures, like the Thomas, the Browns, the Coopers, right? Like, he's someone that, to me, is a smart pick, a good pick, overperformed, and won a Trump plus 22 district. That's great. Like, you're someone that makes sense. Prairie populism is what he says his, you know, campaign is all about. Zach Walz is a little bitch boy. So, and I agree with more of his politics. He's a progressive. However, I do not want him to win. He will not win and be Henson. And to me, it's just like, if somehow, some way, Turek can win and beat Walz, that's a state people really are sleeping on, that very well could flip. Because it was the same, I mean, this is the same margin Trump won it, then he won Texas, Alaska, and Florida by. So, it's just one people should pay attention to. And that primary is coming up in, I think, May. Either May or June 2nd. I gotta go back and look. But yeah, my queen is winning tonight. Let me actually pull up. I'm on decision desk right now. Let me just see. Let me give you where we're at right now. Okay, she's right at 38.82%. We're 50% in. Krishnamurthy's at 32%. So it's close, but she is winning Cook by a big enough margin. But she's in the high 40s. He's barely at 20%. So he's not the
Brother, who'd you vote for if you don't mind? Brother Messi, are you there? I forgot to vote.
He's probably changing values right now, but
I forgot to vote.
Brother Messi, if you didn't vote for her, I'm going to block you. Just so you're. I swear, voting for carpetbagging Kelly would piss me off. Like, what? Why is she?
Why did you go out?
She knows I'm sorry. She's the queen of petty.
They don't run off there. Whoever wins tonight wins, right?
Yeah, because there's no chance. There's virtually a 0% chance any Republican, they're off in the Senate would at all win the primary. It's too overwhelming Democrat. It's safety. So whoever wins tonight is effectively the nominee. I'm sorry, is effectively the next senator.
No. I'm in the nominating thing. There's no.
No.
Okay.
No, yeah. So she wins, and basically is the next senator for Illinois.
Oh, for sure.
So, I'm so fucking happy.
So yeah, there's 3 black ladies in the Senate. Wow, that's a lot.
Isn't that right? Isn't that crazy? We got so many. now.
No, they have Maryland, Delaware, and Illinois.
Could have had Massachusetts if Iona Presley had the courage.
I don't know if she wants to be a senator.
She's
still young. I think she's in her early 40s.
She wants to, actually. That was a part of what we heard. She just, quote unquote, this is what was said. She learned a thing or two from Pelosi and wants to respect Markey and doesn't want to challenge him. She doesn't want to be the face of, quote unquote, the young folks taking the old folks' seats. That's her business. I think she should challenge him.
She'll go for more and see when it comes out.
She wants to be president. Yeah,
that makes sense. I mean, Markey's on the left. So Markey is on the left.
Markey's in his mid-80s.
He's fucking old. He should have retired, but he'll die in his seat. I'm not sure.
He's so fiery.
I'm just being honest. There are plenty of people who were also, Jackson Lee, who had the energy.
Wait, Matt Fulton doesn't have a shot.
Say that again.
Fulton doesn't have a shot.
Seth Moulton has no shot now. He's about 10 to 15 points in polling behind Markey.
Oh.
Yes, said Moulton is an idiot. He also gave up a safe house seat to do this. He should have just. I'm sorry. The only one who had the riz to beat him in a primary was Ayanna Pressley.
So I'm gonna now call it. We don't have to call it the Jasmine Crockett, but I think that maybe Moulton knew he wasn't gonna win. Oh, Stephon Marbury's at the game. I love Stephon Marbury. Maybe he knew he wasn't gonna win.
Maybe that's all. Maybe that's Robin Kelly as well. She wants to just go out on a petty moment of trying to fuck with Pritzker and make him spend a lot more money in that pack he created.
What is their beef again? I forgot. What is their beef?
So he did not appoint her to be the Democrat Party chair of Illinois.
Oh, she's mad about that.
She's pissed. I'm talking angry. He didn't endorse her. He endorsed a different candidate that won. And so she was so enraged about it. There was a big news about that. And the other part of one of the rumors I heard too was she wanted to actually be his lieutenant governor. And he said no. But this is like a long-standing beef.
He should have a question. What about Jesse Jackson in this race?
He is, I haven't looked at race in the last few minutes, but I was hearing he was, a hand-knuckle battle. Let me go to his wild. They said his comeback ain't gonna be that ain't gonna come back that quick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's too bad, because he was on the glide path. He would be winning the Senate tonight if he hadn't gone to jail.
Oh, absolutely.
No, why did he go to jail?
Oh, he was stealing money.
Yeah, he was still winning.
Campaign fraud.
Yeah, he's not winning. He's not leading in any of the. I'm looking. Is it 2? Which one is it? Yeah, it's 2, right? Yeah, he's losing right now to Donna Miller.
Man, he really fell off, man.
Yeah, she's at 40% with 63% reported. He's only at 28. He's not gonna win. It's over. And that cat Abahagalagala, whatever the fuck her last name is, she's not winning either. It's gonna be Best who's winning. Illinois 7? Not Illinois 7. Is it Illinois 9? Sorry, Illinois 9.
Interesting.
Yeah, she's the progressive, the progressive with a capital P girl. She's Palestinian.
Oh boy.
So she's losing, she was losing bad before. She was at 18%. I think she's at like 25% after Cook dropped. Listen, I don't know what politics, but I love it. It's one of those things, so very invested. It's going to be interesting. I don't have a problem with this though. This is great. Like Lauren Fine is the one that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like this is a progressive too. Like it's just that she's more progressive cat. That's why she's 20, like 28. Like she's a kid. No shade. Like she's a child. So all the David. She's a hoghead. So yeah, she's a hoghead. So that's a part of like all of this. You know what I mean? But this is fine. So they can shut the fuck up. People on Twitter right now are going crazy. They're all upset that she's gonna lose. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I can, there is some chatter about one of the House of Delegates in Virginia that is the Trump plus 15 district, and the Republicans are currently overperforming by 30 points. But this is before we got the mail-in ballots back. But this will be an overperformance, the second overperformance for a House of Delegates race. It's pretty much since Trump won. But Dems have overperformed, I don't know how many races now, 30 or 40. So, and this is one of the reddest parts of Virginia. I'm not necessarily concerned by that. I do think it's concerning, though, that the Republicans currently have outvoted Dems in the referendum for the independent redistricting commissionership. So that is concerning. We'll see what happens. I'm now like, ooh, is this going to pass? Are they going to be able to drop those seats? It is a very aggressive map. Maybe Virginia GOP, voters are waking up, but we'll know more in a couple of weeks on that.
Way the Republicans too, because they sit up here and continue to vote on Donald Trump and folks who are up under him and allow for these policies to continue to affect people. I was in another space and, they were championing how great Donald Trump is doing. It's like, what in the hell are people either looking at, listening to, reading, whatever? Even if you can't read nowadays, gosh, there is audio, there's stuff. And people continue to sit up here and say how great things are. But it's not for a lot of folks. Financially, Donald Trump leaned on the price of gas. Well, it's low and yada yada. No, it's not. And so you Republican folks, when you see your bank accounts and you're affected, it's not cool because this is affecting every poverty or whatever. Well, you're this or that. No, the economy affects a lot of people. It does not care if you're Republican or Democrat. When those tariffs hit people, it's not fun. And at this time, this is not a fun economy. This is not where we should be. And I hope come the primaries, these folks who will see their asses out the door, they got to go. We cannot continue to run our country like my pastor said, some other folks in secular businesses outside of the church said, it's hurting my business. From farmers to folks that we speak to out here, they're hurting. And it's a problem. And when you have farm to table hurting, guys, that's not good either because guess
what? Increased suicide rate this year in farmers also.
Repeat that again, please.
Increased rate of suicide within farmers as well.
That's a problem. Though that was not brought up. I know maybe some of those folks may have kept that private, but they talked about her having to lean on their savings. And so we try to talk to these folks and people who deal with agriculture and ag, and ag and turf is one of the largest companies in this area across the Southwest. They're one of the largest companies across the Southwest, and they have really good information about farming and best practices and all of that. And even they have said people are hurting out here, so you Republicans, stop voting for this mess because it's not helping. You guys need to get this right.
Race call, just minor one. State Representative Sean Ford will be the next congressman for Illinois 7. He was backed by outgoing Congressman Danny Davis and was a target of millions of dollars in attack ads from the crypto industry. So that's cool. Black man, period. Melissa Conyers urban she concedes. A candidate heavily backed by AIPAC loses in central/western Chicago. Yeah, period. Sorry, you can continue. Actually, I'm just going to do it.
Man, I like the information that you give, but seriously, we are in trouble and folks are hurting. And I just tell people, man, start talking to everyday folks, whether it be, especially even outside of a church, you get the idea of everyday businesses, people who manufacture everyday parts, from parts in your vehicle to people who deal with lights and gas and power to our state. All of that stuff is costing money. Why? Because Donald Trump's tariffs. These people are having that those folks who buy all the metal and copper, they just reported copper thefts in this area. They went up by 56% in copper thefts. Why? Is all this stuff is trickling down, and all of that stuff, people are becoming desperate. That is what they said, that people are going underground.
Another race called Donna Miller defeats Jesse Jackson Jr. Lost. Black woman won. Yeah, black woman.
He probably was gonna lose anyway, but I wonder what kind of pump he got. And this one's hard because his dad's passing. But then I wonder how coming out against Biden and Obama and Harris helped his race too. Like that was kind of strange.
Oh, he had AIPAC aligned spending to help him win, but he lost. So it looks like all the AIPAC people are losing too.
Wait, Jesse Jackson Jr. took it.
Yeah. It says Donna Miller defeats Jesse Jackson Jr., who sought to return to Congress after serving a year in prison, emerging from a crowded field with help from AIPAC-aligned spending to win this deep blue Southside seat. So he lost. He was affiliated with AIPAC. Wow. That's actually crazy.
I wonder how much they're getting where it's definitely not. I mean, it's a negative at this point, even if they're getting $1. But I wonder how much they're willing to take.
From AIPAC. Miller also was backed by. That's okay. So who cares then? Okay. Sorry. Okay.
But I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands, 10,000.
I don't know. I'm just reading what's being reported. I don't have to figure it. That would be too often to look that up. I don't know. I don't even know if those numbers are real. No shame. I'll be looking at those. Where are y'all coming up with these? I mean, are y'all really going to the FEC and like where are y'all finding all this? That's just I don't. Holocaust Remembrance Day. Like for her talking about it, for her posting about it, they like dragged her. I'm like, they're just sometimes just anti-Jewish. They're not even. Oh, I yeah, they're just fucking anti-Semitic. Some of these are anti-Semitic bitches, and that's really all it is. It's just they don't connect with Chris Van Hollen at all. He's fucking funded by J Street, but they only want to talk about his APAC, him not being funded by APAC. It's the same.
J Street's much better. Oh my god.
Well, I'm just saying, y'all love talking about similar politics, so it's to me, there's songs that
I mean, J Street's like the anti-APAC.
So what it's corporate attack money. It's like, why are y'all coming after Angela Oxford for taking money that can influence her votes when Van Hollen also takes money, which is very strange. Well, there's also Watkins for taking corporate PAC money and for taking money from J Street as well. Like they drag her all the time.
I mean, J Street's not bad at all. Actually, they're like pro-Palestinians, kind of crazy. I mean, I support them.
I mean, I don't think it matters really. I mean, both of these, people take money, but whether someone is Jewish or whatever, if a Democrat talks about it, there seems to be a problem. I had saw something today that the Jewish Museum out here, Walt Disney, was involved in the war and how they were Signia and things like that during that time as well. I found that to be interesting because I didn't know that Walt Disney had anything to do with any kind of war, to tell you the truth. When I think of Walt Disney, I think of Smiles. But yeah, the Holocaust Museum talked about that. I thought that was kind of interesting. So I think people should look that up, how Walt Disney helped in the war effort and that kind of stuff. That's pretty cool.
Wait till you find out about Henry Ford.
What? You broke up? I didn't hear you.
Oh, don't worry about it. I've moved on.
Matt, since you, just to take a step back for the Illinois politics, back when I was, blindly following IGB all over the social media universe, that P. Ray, do you know who P. Ray is?
No.
The black chick, Chicago, that makes Chicago red.
Oh my God, yes.
What's his name? Did that have any impacts? Because they were going hard. When she went to Mar-a-Lago and all, what was his name, y'all? Little crackhead?
No one cares in Chicago. No one's in
No, her name was P. Ray, and she was connected to like her grandfather, her dad, or somebody who's like old school politics. But it was, what was his name? Little angry dude. He used to be on Clubhouse. Make Chicago red again. King Carter. King Carter. Yes. Oh my God. He once admitted that he would go to the fundraisers with like the bootleg black people, and then he would tell his boys who went so they would rob their houses while they were at the fucking fundraisers. What a piece of shit. King Carter was a fucking crackhead. But anywho, I always wondered like how that impacted local politics with their Make Chicago Red, because they were all in. They were doing interviews on the local stations. He went to Mar-a-Lago. His little ass was so excited. But anywho, just crackheads. Crackhead. Oh yeah. Roger, I got introduced to the whole ADOS FBA thing to Rick Nasheed. I think my life was definitely better not knowing that black people like that existed. So, those pro-blackers over there are quite interesting. I will say that. Yeah. They just argue all the damn day long. And anyway, yeah.
Don't disrespect that queen. Shukla.
No, it was April. Remember April? I'm cool with April, right? Because April's like, if you're black. But, bro, they used to battle all the... And then you had the, what do they call them? The Pan-Africans. The Pan-African. had the Pan-Africans that would bang with the FBAs that would bang with the Adosians. I mean, I used to get pissed when we called them Adosians, but anyway, I was just thinking about that. Anyway, Trent, Elon Musk is not about to trip.
Breaking news.
Stop saying.
Breaking news. Projection Q1. Strap your leg.
Oh, wow. That's what a comeback.
Yep, comeback kid. Sorry,
Some hell of a campaign. What a comeback.
Yeah. She flips fucking Will County, which is a district that, county in Christian Morthy's district.
Hold on, did John Kitover win? Let's ask him. I'm sure he's in the room. Mr. Kitover, did you win? Did you win? Okay.
Yeah, I think I did that with him.
Oh, Roger said he liked how they battled me on the Office of New Americans. So, I found the Office of New Americans to be the stupidest thing that people were talking about, right? And I don't know if people, no, I just called them. Roger, where you
I was there when you did it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just called them. They were like, yeah, anybody use services. I just called them. I was like, you just call them up. It's not like you need to sit here and like make up lies and stuff. I just called them. So, that was fun times.
Some of those people had to be agents. I swear to God, they had to be getting paid. And then Curtis would be like, yeah, I'm getting paid by the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting paid. Some of them will definitely get.
Yeah. My favorite thing with the Office of New Americans was, I think it might have been the New York office, because I called a couple offices. And I was like, where's your building? And the guy was like, building. I have a cubicle in the government office building, sir. I am the Office of New Americans. Like, it was like there's no physical office. It was funny as hell.
Office of New Americans.
The immigrants are taking over. The immigrants are taking over. Oh, Lord.
That's it. If they all just go away, all the problems will disappear.
You're the children. Everybody would be battling them, and I swear to God, those are probably the worst rooms that used to trigger the shit out of me. I do have to say, they did used to. Anyway.
Has anyone seen Moose around? He's like disappeared.
I haven't. You know.
Yeah, I back channeled him to see if he was okay, but I didn't hear back.
Yeah, I have not.
Everybody takes breaks from time to time. Do you have his IG? I try to get people's IG so at least keep up with them.
Wait, is Matt still here? Hey, Matt. Do you know anything about New York 12? That's the open seat. I'm just curious.
It's a shit show. I mean, his name, Jack Strasberg. Let me just poke the polls, because I've not followed it as closely as I should have, but I saw that he was supposedly the favorite, which I don't understand.
I know, because Alex is very good. I don't know if you've seen him. He's very...
I've got a real problem with Jack. You know, I mean, look, he's running on his name. That's really it. And Scott, you know better than I would, but aren't there candidates there who've like been doing the work for years?
Yeah, there are. I only like him because he's on the end, but I think Alex...
Well, he'll definitely get the news going.
Yeah, he's leading in the polling. Second is Alex Boris. Yeah, same member. So he's second.
What, like how close is 1 and 2?
So Jack is 25% and Alex is 20%.
No. Okay.
Yes. Second tier is Mika and George Conway.
Yeah, it's like George Conway. That's so good.
Conway's in third in terms of polling, but he probably will win Strasberg because of name ID. Boris has the money, but Boris has the money and organization, you know.
He's also the anti-crypto guy as well. Like, crypto's been going after him, and they had a debate, kind of on the environment tonight, with the three of them. And I don't know, Alex looked the best of all of them. I'm not just saying like he looked visually. He seemed to have it. You know what I mean?
primaries. I hate to be an office mad.
You need to give me some bets for cow sheets so we can at least make some money from your brilliant mind, Matt. For real.
We'll put some money down on Turk. And make money. I'm about to write this down. You think I'm playing?
I just got a crypto wallet. I'm gonna start throwing cow shit too.
Oh shit, why not? Turk will win the prize.
We got Matt here.
Everyone coalescing around him, establishing, even though, establishment favoritism. The establishment dance, which in this case, they're making a good choice. Turk is the best candidate, value behind in Iowa. So, great option with him. Plattner is going to win the primary. Mills has no shot. Sorry. No one cares about his tattoos, about his Reddit posts. His lead's getting, bigger. So, the fact that she's attacking him this early in ads shows you her internal suck. So, she's trying to show she can be a little bit more competitive also for fundraising reasons because she's trying to, obviously put out more push polls, etc., so she can get more fundraising and more money. But she's not going to probably raise much more after this. She raised a lot of money in her first 24 to 48 hours of her announcing her run and then pretty much fizzled out after that. I don't know if you saw that. No one really is enthused about her, so. Okay. Platter's probably winning in Maine. Obviously, we know Sherry Brown's winning in Ohio. In terms of just the Dem, Riley Neal is going to win the primary in Montana. I think if Sharice Davis doesn't jump in, this new kid, Noah Taylor, he just announced today he's running in Kansas, he will win the Dem primary. Great story, Army veteran, went to Afghanistan. Great ad. He's a quote man. He was doing the fucking workouts and military press shit in the ad, talking about affordability and all the things, populism, economic populism in addition to, talking about Iran and, no more forever wars. He's doing all the things you need to do. Talking about tariffs, harming Kansas farmers, talking about Roger Marshall. He put Roger Marshall in his ad where we saw him get attacked at his town hall, the one that he finally did, where he got he said, I'm leaving, and left 20 minutes before it was supposed to be over, and everyone's standing up yelling at the top of their lungs at him. So, I thought it was very effective ad. I think he's the odds-on favorite to win the primary. That's the name. Christy Davis, she works for Biden. She works for Biden. She has a good background. I believe she was an executive director of some agriculture group also in Kansas. I like her experience. I don't see that she doesn't have a shot. No one's been talking about her. She's been in the race since last year. So, sorry, I know we're relevant people that don't care stuff. But yeah, I think she will probably win the primary. I'm trying to think, what are the other primaries coming up? Michigan, McBride's going to win. So, Stevens is not winning the primary. Stevens is, no shade, another Jasmine Crockett, another Roger Krishnamurthy, where, oh my God, holy shows are off. Oh my God, they're going to know this stuff, they're not.
Well, Matt, I do want to give you your props, and those of you in this room, I signed up to be a delegate for the Harris County Democrat people. I have no idea what this entails, but I'm going to be at University of Houston on Saturday all day, and they're going to have speakers, workshops, breakout sessions, exhibitors. I'm actually kind of excited, because I've never been able to do this before. Yeah, no, I'm you know what? I got to do my part to sway these Republicans to vote for Talarico. So shout out to Kim, because she, I was Kim's volunteering. I can get my ass out there and volunteering, doing shit, but yapping it up with y'all. So yeah, I'm kind of excited. I have no idea what this entails, like I said, but yeah, it's an all-day thing at the University of Houston. So yay me! I am officially a Democrat.
Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, welcome to the club, honey. I joined last year. Here.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm might as well do something.
Period. Big D Democrat, period.
Period.
I know it's a lot of
Oh, sorry, what was that? Trent, stop hating Trent.
Trent, you need to just go join the Republican Party because we know what you are.
Exactly. How you gonna say good luck with that? You're such a crackhead, Trent.
I said good luck with that.
Oh, I thought you were being snarky.
I thought it was shade too.
My bad.
I meant that sincerely, so I'll text you offline. I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't run because, you know, I cuss people out and I have some pictures.
Connected with CJ Stroud, so he can learn how to play fucking quarterback again. Connected with that.
You know what? I would connect. He has a Christian foundation. I don't know what happened with CJ Stroud.
It's not a big girl.
I didn't even want to talk about that, but you know what? Ever since he took that heifer, Amber Rose, he gave her a ride home. Remember that?
She put the spell on him.
She put some shit on him, I'm sure of it.
I don't understand.
I'm like, I knew it was some bullshit. I can't believe how he just, I didn't even want to talk because it just broke my heart so much. This was their chance. And he just like, you're just like, what the fuck, CJ? I don't understand.
He had the defense to win the Super Bowl. He just played above average. They could have won the AFC. It was the Patriots.
But then he fucked up that game. They still managed to win. But how did he fuck up the next game? See, I haven't even been able to talk about it, man. They're just... That's a lot. We hurt. We are hurt.
After what? Were you saying the women have this oversized influence on these men?
Yes, have you seen Dwayne Wade in the last 10 years?
Yes.
No, I mean, is this like APAC and Congress?
Yes. Exactly like it.
Okay, he took Amber Rose home. Because it's like, what the fuck? She couldn't get an Uber or something? Are you serious?
Ryan Krishnamurti just spent $30 million.
Really good rich, right?
Rich, but I mean, this was a lot of money that he got from crypto and APAC and all the other corporate PACs. That's actually insane. I'm sorry, that's going to be a big L. I wanted to talk briefly, not to switch gears, sorry y'all, but did y'all know that today was the last day to formally remove your name from the ballot in Texas in the Republican runoffs, primary runoff? So after now, today, it's over now, the deadline's done. Paxton no longer can legally withdraw his name from the ballot. So it will be on the ballot. It will not be a Brett Carrera or Tony Gonzalez situation where one drops out and now the other's the official nominee. Now it will be a face-off. And by the way, that Carrera race is looking a lot like the race y'all were, who was the guy, Joe Kent? It looks now like the Joe Kent MGP race, where it looks like, okay, the Republicans should win this, but they're so flawed and insane that the Democrat probably will win, like MGP did when she had that upset in Washington's 3rd congressional district. Or no, she's in the first congressional district. But going back to Texas, now Paxton has a lot more, I think he has a lot more to play with because, yes, it, obviously, quote unquote, is going to now be on the floor, the SAVE Act, but we know it's not passing. And all this does is, the longer this takes for us to quote unquote kill the SAVE Act officially and formally, the better it is for Paxton's odds to win. So,
but who do we want to win, man? Who do we want? Who can tell her we don't beat?
Because he's not going to get the endorsement probably, but I want a dual endorsement because Trump hinted in the New York Times article a few days ago that he is leaning now towards a dual endorsement of both candidates, which is fucking hilarious. And according to polling, if he does dual endorse both of them, Paxton wins. So,
what does a dual endorsement mean, though? You're just endorsing a party? I mean, I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's happened before. Yeah, I endorse both candidates.
I endorse both. Okay.
Yeah, I endorse both candidates, but I voted for Tallarico. But whoever can do it, I think that this is actually a shot. Now, I don't want to get my heart broken because Beto also had a shot.
We had a shot like this, though, because it was always against Cruz. This time, Paxton is, I know it's hard to imagine he's worse than Cruz. He's worse than Cruz. Has always underperformed, right? Survived an impeachment, but only because of partisanship and corruption. I'm actually fine if either of them, but of course I'm going to feel better if it's Paxton as the nominee. So, he whatever Trump does, because they both need his endorsement. So they're not going to likely come out against it. Just like we know Cornyn has now shown his quote-unquote openness to abolishing and getting rid of the filibuster, which he never would want to do before. He's only saying that, though, to get Trump's endorsement. So if it's something Trump's doing, they will not criticize it. They both are begging to be endorsed.
But we have so many local issues, Spiritus, that I think that that's actually what's going to get it. Because ICE is a problem, but like we have the grits, that's a problem. A lot of people are not happy with the school choice thing, which benefits wealthy people. There's a lot of cities that have funding issues and deficits. And you're right, Matt, it's not Cruz. Like I said, nobody ever admits to liking Cruz, but they all vote for that fucker. He's just like a bunion on your foot. It's just so hard to get the fuck away from Cruz. Nobody likes Cruz. Their friend group didn't even like them in the River Oaks. That was a friend of theirs that leaked those text messages. Like, that was a private text message group. That's what I'm saying. Nobody likes them, but I just have hope. So, Matt, I hope so. I think what's going to get it is more of the Texas issues than the national issues. Because you know how Texans are at the end of the day. We're selfish as shit.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I pray to God, just don't say shit about guns, and he should be okay.
No, he's been very vocal about that. They've already talked to him, trying to get him over Chad.
Thank God.
He's already explained he's pro-Second Amendment, and he has no interest in taking like guns. He wants what Texans want. Texans actually, per polling, want universal background checks. So he said, I'm for what the people have asked for. I'm not coming at any of you saying I want to do a fucking gun recall or a gun buyback, like what Bento was saying. So he's very smart. He knows not to jump in certain landmines. But there are some, he said certain things in the past that, of course, they're trying to dig up, play back, and make a thing, but none of it's sticking. So,
they tried with the God is. What did he
God
say?
is not microphone.
God is not.
They tried with that. They tried. I mean, there's been multiple things at this point, but I know it's early, and I will be very excited about it. This is still what we see in October, but he's leading both of them in polling. So leading against both of them in polling, he's ahead. So we'll see as things get. Once we know who the nominee is for Republicans, I'm looking forward to those debates. I will be watching. I'm sure they're going to try to do like 4 or 5 because they're going to want to try to get him as much as they possibly can on stage.